Chapter 159. It was indeed Yin. He was still holding the Earth Master shovel. With this divine artifact in hand. Even if he was swallowed by the mountain monster, he could also quickly dig out a way to escape. Therefore, it was not strange for him to appear here. After all, the sound of Kuan Yizhen pounding the wall just now could be considered earth-shattering. Because the scene that his left and right eyes saw was different, it was extremely uncomfortable. Xia Lian blinked lightly. He discovered that even if he closed his eyes, his right eye could still see the scene outside, so he simply closed his eyes. At this moment, his gaze suddenly shook slightly, then, he suddenly swung left and right. It seemed that Kuan Yizhen had finally woken up and shook his head. Seeing him raise his head, Yin Yu's movements were extremely fast. He raised his hand and covered his face with a ghost mask. However, Kuan Yizhen had no time to pay attention to him because as soon as he woke up, his entire body shrank back fiercely. The mountain monster sucked a large part of Kuan Yizhen's body. While his hands were still outside, Kuan Yizhen continued to pound the wall and at the same time, tried his best to pull himself out. However, this mountain monster was probably 1,000 years old. His demonic power was profound. He opened his mouth wide and sucked again. Kuan Yizhen sank deeper and deeper until the sound of pounding the wall disappeared. It seemed that both his hands were dragged into the stone wall. At this moment, the mountain monster stopped moving. However, Kuan Yizhen only left his head exposed outside. He seemed to have only noticed that there was a person standing below and asked without hesitation, "Who are you?" Yin Yu did not answer. Through the mask, he shot out two gazes. That gaze was hair-raising. Xia Lian could not help but think. This doesn't look like a gaze that wants to reminisce about the past. Kuan Yizhen continued to say without hesitation, "Is that a shovel in your hand? Help me dig open the wall, I want to come out." His words had always been like this. Innocent, matter-of-fact, fearless, like a child. He did not even ask who the other party was and asked him to help. He did not even consider whether the strange shadow that appeared in this kind of situation and atmosphere would come to take his dog head. Hearing his words, Yin Yu's hand that was holding the Earth Master shovel gradually tightened. In a flash, he grabbed the shiny shovel and slowly walked towards Kuan Yizhen. Step by step, he looked like a murderer who was about to commit a big crime. Xia Lian felt an inexplicable sense of fear. Wait, why do I feel like he's going to cut off Qi Ying's head with a shovel? But Hua Qing said, "Who knows?" Xia Lian. Hua Qing continued, "However, we can't let him kill Kuan Yizhen for the time being. Right now, the mountain troll could only swallow him raw as it wasn't easy to digest. However, if Kuan Yi really died and only his corpse was left, it would be much easier to digest." The mountain troll ate a god official and its magic power increased greatly. "If we want to go out, I'm afraid it will be more troublesome." Xia Lian hurriedly said, Wait. San Lang, let's put aside whether it's good or not. Yin Yu is your subordinate. Based on your understanding of him, do you think he would kill Qi Ying? What kind of hatred do they have? Qi Ying was so eager to find Yin Yu. Since they were martial brothers of the same sect, after so many years, it was impossible for him not to see this person clearly. He thought it was because Kuan Yizhen felt that Yin Yu was worth it. Moreover, with Kuan Yizhen's temperament, there was no way he would do something that would make people want to kill him. Hua Qing said, "No. However, sometimes, whether or not you want to kill someone isn't necessarily decided by one or two deep grudges. It could also come from some small things. Even small things that you yourself aren't aware of." Xia Lian asked, "What small things?" Just as he finished speaking, the scene he saw in his right eye changed. What he saw wasn't the red-clothed figure in Hua Cheng's heart, nor was it the scene of a man confronting a beast outside the stone wall. Instead, it was a main street. Xia Lian was just about to ask what it was when he heard a clamor coming from the front. He saw a group of Taoists gathered on the road. They seemed to be surrounding someone and angrily cursing. After taking a closer look, he discovered that there was a child squatting in the middle of this group of Taoists. His hair was curly and his face was covered in blood. If an ordinary child was surrounded and cursed like this, they would have long since been scared to tears. However, this child was only around 10 years old. Not only was he not afraid, he even seemed to be very excited. He looked left and right and clenched his fists, looking eager to give it a try. At this moment, a young Taoist pushed through the crowd and walked over. He said, "Forget it, don't scold him anymore. He should know that he was wrong." Xiao Lian let out a soft sound. This young Taoist had bright eyes, a radiant face, and a perfectly straight back. It was actually Inu. However, he didn't know if it was because the current Inu was a real youth or because he was in high spirits, but he didn't have the kind of dullness that would come with the passage of time. Compared to the faint impression that was left in Xiao Lian's mind when he first saw him, anyone who saw him would praise him as a good youth. They were practically two completely different people. Xiao Lian thought to himself, this time, he's not that ordinary after all. Hua Qing laughed out loud. Who isn't a youth? Only then did Xiao Lian realize that he had accidentally said it out loud. He said, "San Lang's right, I can even see this kind of thing." Hua Qing said, "It's not my right eye that sees it. It's something else that sees it. I'm just borrowing it to take a look." Xiao Lian said, "Wonderful method. Wonderful method." Hua Qing said, "It's simple. If you want to pick a subordinate, you can't do anything without turning the other person's background inside out. I'm pretty good at this. In the future, if there's a need, feel free to find me if you want to dig out someone's background." At this time, in the image that their right eye saw, another handsome Taoist who was about the same age as Inu angrily said, "He knows his mistake, my ass. Look at his appearance, does it look like he knows his mistake? This little demon doesn't understand anything at all. Let's properly do our morning exercises, yet we were smashed by him with rocks and mud. We have to teach him a good lesson." Inu stopped him and said, "Forget it, Jianyu. He's already been beaten to this state. Next time, he definitely won't dare to do it again. You guys should have vented your anger already. What's there to teach him? If you teach him again, he'll die. Look at how this child is dressed, there must be no one at home, no one to teach him. Don't worry about him, go back and calm down." As Jianyu turned around, he angrily said, "I'm telling you, there's something wrong with this stinking brat's brain. He's not normal. Look at how he's still laughing after getting beaten up. He even wants to get beaten up again." As Inu pushed them away, he said, "AI. You already said there's something wrong with his brain, why bother arguing with him?" It could be seen that at this time, Inu's words carried a lot of weight among his fellow disciples. Although everyone was indignant, they still went back. Inu looked at the child sitting on the ground and squatted down. Before he could open his mouth to speak, the child grabbed another handful of mud and threw it at his face. The expression on his face was still excited. Inu was speechless for a moment. He wiped the mud off his face and said, "You little brat, why are you so mischievous? Why did you hit the Taoist priests of our monastery?" The child jumped up and assumed a fighting stance, saying, "Come and fight." Inu stood up and said, "This stance was taught by us." "Who taught you?" The child only shouted, "Come and fight." He bounced up and down on the spot like a silly little monkey. At the same time, he continuously grabbed the mud and stones on the ground and threw them at his opponent. His technique was actually very accurate. Inu was a few years older than him, so he couldn't fight with a child due to his status. However, he was beaten up by the child and said as he ran, "This technique was also taught by us. Did you secretly learn it from the top of the wall every day?" "Don't hit me," I said, "don't hit me. I didn't hit you. Do you really like fighting that much?" Unexpectedly, after he said this, Kuan Yizhen suddenly stopped and nodded. He rubbed his muddy hands and said, I like it. He actually said it very seriously. Xiao Lian and Yin Yu were stunned. It went without saying who this child was. Xiao Lian couldn't help but sigh. Qi Ying is really a martial arts fanatic. A natural martial god. Although at this time, everyone else thought that Quan Yizhen was a child with a mental problem, Xiao Lian felt very close to him. Because, toward something, one must first be crazy before they could become a god. Just from this point alone, those who could understand this kind of craziness could be considered to have a bit of potential and be a bit interesting. As for those who couldn't understand, they could only laugh at people who were crazy and stupid. From this moment on, it could already be determined that there was no hope on this path. Yin Yu was stunned for a moment, then he laughed again. However, he didn't laugh for long. In the next moment, his face was once again plastered with mud. He hurriedly said, Hey! I said don't hit me. Listen to me. Then. Do you want to become my disciple and learn how to fight? Hearing this, Quan Yizhen's movement stopped. He grabbed the mud in his hand and didn't know whether it flew out or not. But Xiao Lian didn't see whether he threw it out or not. Because, at this moment, Yin Yu outside the stone wall nailed the Earth Master shovel to the wall with a dang sound. He didn't really shovel off Quan Yizhen's head, but the sharp metal brushed past Quan Yizhen's face. It was extremely dangerous. The silver butterfly hidden in Quan Yizhen's hair was very stable. Although it wasn't startled by this sudden attack and flew away, the scene Xiao Lian saw with his right eye changed. He couldn't help but blurt out, Don't. Hua Qing seemed to have already expected this and said, Look. I indeed have this inclination. However, my killing intent isn't heavy at the moment. Quan Yizhen only revealed his head and said, You want to kill me? Yin Yu didn't say anything. Quan Yizhen seemed very puzzled and asked, Did I do something wrong? Xiao Lian also asked, Did he do something wrong? Hua Qing said, It's hard to say. Gij, take a look yourself. After he finished speaking, a Taoist room with white walls and black tiles appeared in front of Xiao Lian's right eye. Yin Yu looked a few years older than before. He was currently leaning over the writing desk in the Taoist room and writing at a very fast speed. Beside him was a large circle of fellow disciples who were complaining. Senior brother Yin Yu, Quan Yizhen's table manners are too unsightly. Every time he eats, he spills it all over the place. Furthermore, his appetite is 3 times bigger than other people's. He's just like a starving ghost. He monopolizes the rice bucket by himself, making it so that other people can't eat well. Senior brother Yin Yu, I can't live with him anymore. I want to change rooms. He's always so angry when he wakes up. Every day, I worry that he'll kick me and break my ribs. I can't afford to provoke him, I can't afford to provoke him. Senior brother Yin Yu, I don't want to be in the same group as him. This brat never cooperates with others and doesn't care about others. He only cares about fighting randomly to show off. I'd rather be in the same group as the worst junior brother than be in the same group as him. Yin Yu felt dizzy from listening to all this. He said, Okay. Then, how about this? I'll investigate first. After the investigation, I'll think about how to deal with it. You guys can go back first. The one who slammed the table the most fiercely complaining was naturally Jian Yu. He was obviously dissatisfied with this result and said, Yin Yu, you really shouldn't have let Master take that brat as a disciple. He's really troublesome. You see, he's been here for so long. When hasn't his atmosphere been foul? When hasn't he caused destruction? Everyone was aggressive. Yin Yu said a few words to mediate, Actually, this isn't that big of a deal, not that big of a deal. Our peace has been ruined. If we don't cultivate in peace, how are we supposed to cultivate? That's right. Why haven't there been so many problems before? Yin Yu could only say, Yizhen, he doesn't have any bad intentions. It's just that he really doesn't understand the ways of the world and doesn't know how to get along with others. Jian Yu said, not knowing the ways of the world isn't a death exemption medallion. If he doesn't understand, can't he learn? Since he's living in this world full of people, he has to learn how to get along with others. He's already a teenager. How can he still act like a child? He's already a father when he's a teenager. Let's not say that master is biased. How many years has this brat been here? First, he gets all the good things. The best training room is given to him. The best medicinal pills are also given to him. He doesn't even have to do morning and evening classes. He doesn't even have to memorize scriptures. If master catches him, he'll just say a few words to him out of courtesy. He won't even be scolded. Based on what? Senior apprentice brother Inu, you're the eldest disciple. If you're like this, everyone can forget about it. But who does he think he is? He doesn't have any upbringing or morals. What's so great about having good aptitude? Which one of us will submit to him? This was faintly trying to sow discord. Everyone clamored one after another. When Inu heard this, his complexion suddenly turned ugly. He gripped his brush tightly. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel that things were far from good. It was very easy for people with average tolerance to take this kind of bait. But what if it was a narrow-minded person? He wouldn't even need to take the bait. He would jump up on his own. However, unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, Inu put down his brush. He frowned and said solemnly, fellow junior apprentice brothers, I feel that what you're saying is wrong. Everyone stared blankly. Inu said, I'll say something unpleasant. No matter what Tao he cultivates, as long as his aptitude is good, he's really amazing. Besides, his aptitude is good and he's willing to cultivate. If you really feel that master is biased, then we should work harder to catch up to him and surpass him. The training room and medicinal pill room will naturally be open to everyone. If everyone has the time to be angry at him, it's more important to cultivate diligently, isn't that right? When he said this, everyone felt a little embarrassed. But they still said, senior apprentice brother is magnanimous. He won't argue with him. Just this kind of bearing is already miles ahead of him. Jian Yu said, Inu, you're speaking up for him today. Be careful or you'll be disgusted by him in the future. In short, neither side was very happy with this complaint. After everyone left, Inu closed the door. Just as he was about to close the window, he suddenly discovered someone squatting on the window. He jumped in fright and said, who is it? Quan Yizhen drooped his head and squatted on the window lattice. When Inu saw that it was him, he said, when did you come? He pulled him a few times but to no avail. He said, Yizhen, if you want to squat, go somewhere else. I'm going to close the window. Chapter 160. Inu gave a dry laugh. Did you hear that? Quan Yizhen nodded. Inu had a conflicted expression. He scratched the bridge of his nose and said. It's. Alright, a normal person could tell that these words were forced, but Quan Yizhen seemed to have only heard the literal meaning and said, oh. Inu saw that he believed it and smiled. In the end he said, actually, there's no need to care. You didn't do anything wrong, really. This is also good. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that, the reason why the senior and junior brothers didn't like Quan Yizhen, it wasn't because he ate a lot, it wasn't because he was angry when he woke up, it wasn't because he always ignored others and only cared about being in the limelight. In the end the only thing they really couldn't stand was the latter part, he came the latest but he got the most. Quan Yizhen nodded and said, I think so too. Inu patted his shoulder and said, go train. This is the most important thing. Don't think too much about anything else. Quan Yizhen jumped out of the window. He looked in the direction, as expected, he went to train. Inu closed the window and picked up the scriptures from the desk and started to work hard. After 2 matches, Xie Lian praised, San Lang, this subordinate of yours is really a very rare person. His temperament is quite good. But after saying that, he remembered that Yin Yu had almost used the shovel to cut off Quan Yizhen's head. He hurriedly asked, is everything all right outside? Hua Qing showed him the outside world. Yin Yu calmed down and pulled out the shovel. He seemed to be thinking about what to do with Quan Yizhen's head. Xie Lian was slightly relieved and said, I guess their problem should have happened after they ascended. Hua Qing said, correct. After saying that, a gorgeous hall appeared in front of Xie Lian. Yin Yu sat upright in the center of the main hall. Jian Yu and Quan Yizhen stood on his left and right side. They were all heavenly officials from the heavenly court. Xie Lian even saw many familiar faces, such as the masculine Ling Wan, the lukewarm Pei Su, and the flawless Lang Qianqiu. They were all dressed in formal attire, and the attendant heavenly officials behind them were holding large red gift boxes in their hands. It was obvious that this was the Jade Attraction Palace in the Immortal Capital. Today was the opening ceremony of Yin Yu Palace. It was also the auspicious day when his immortal residence in the celestial capital was completed. Xie Lian was slightly surprised. It was not difficult to see the human world in Flower City. The human world was his territory. As long as he was willing to cast his net in the sea of people, he could use the eyes of passers-by, wandering spirits, birds, and beasts. However, the immortal capital was the territory of the heaven realm, so how could they see it? Hua Qing seemed to have guessed what he was thinking and said, brother, look at the corner near the palace door. Xie Lian looked over. The range of the corner was not small. Because the temple was not small, there were at least a few dozen figures going in and out of the corner near the door. Hua Qing said again, guess which one is black water. Only then did Xie Lian remember that he Xian had always been hiding in the heavenly court. He must have been the one who sold the information about the immortal capital to Hua Qing. He could not help but focus and distinguish. After a while, he found a suitable one and said, the one wearing black clothes. Hua Qing said, this guess is too conservative. No, guess again. Xie Lian said again, the one who doesn't like to smile. Hua Qing said, that's not right either. After guessing a few times in a row, someone reported, Lord Wind Master has arrived. Xie Lian immediately looked toward the entrance of the palace. He saw Shi Qingxian swaggering his Wind Master fan and walking in with a beaming face. He threw the gift box in his hand to the side and cupped his hands. Congratulations on establishing the Jade Attraction Palace. I'm late. Drink as punishment, ha 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 ha. Yin Yu, who was sitting on the seat, smiled and said, not at all, I'm not late. Lord Wind Master, please. Hua Qing finally revealed the answer to the mystery and said, it's this. Xie Lian. Lord Wind Master is black water. This was too mysterious. Hua Qing said with a smile, brother, you've misunderstood. It's not this, it's the one behind him. Xie Lian took a closer look and saw that at the side of the palace door behind Shi Qingxian, there was a low-level god official who was in charge of receiving the gift boxes from the guests. He did not look handsome, but he was brimming with enthusiasm and a smile. Shi Qingxian walked into the palace proudly and casually threw a small pearl behind him as a reward. The god official's eyes lit up and he caught it with both hands. He even thanked Lord Wind Master repeatedly, looking like a lackey. Xie Lian could not help but say, this is black water. The black water with such a bright smile. Hua Qing said, it's him. It's just a fake smile. This person has at least 50 clones in the immortal capital, and each of them has a different identity. He can monitor more than 80 heavenly heavens god official and more than 300 middle heavens god official at the same time. Otherwise, just the identity of a geomaster is far from enough. Xie Lian could not help but sigh in admiration at Blackwater's acting skills, his ability to hide chess pieces, and his exuberant energy. He said, then what about the 50 clones now? Hua Qing said, Junwu is pulling out the nails one by one. Just as he said that, an ear-piercing voice suddenly came from outside, Your Highness Inu, you better give us an explanation today. What exactly is going on with your junior brother? The smiles on the god officials' faces immediately disappeared, and they looked outside at the same time. It seemed like someone wanted to barge in but was stopped. He was still shouting outside the palace, Your junior brother Quanesian is fighting with a god official with a higher status in the heavenly heavens, are you still going to do something about it? Inu's smile disappeared, and he lowered his voice to ask the two people behind him, what's going on? Isian, did you fight with him again? Quanesian said, I did. Jianyu glared angrily and gritted his teeth, it's you again, you stinking brat. When something like this happened, Shi Qingxian was always the first to speak. He inserted his horsetail whisk into his collar and said, what's going on? Today is his ceremony to set up the palace, can't you talk about it later? It was someone else's big day, and they came here to cause trouble. It wasn't that they didn't have any eyesight, but they were purely looking for trouble. The person outside the palace said, Io, so today is the big day of your ceremony, we really didn't know about this. But he didn't pick a day to beat us up, so do we have to pick a day to settle the score with him? Quanesian is from your Inu palace, he was personally appointed by His Highness Inu, so who else should we look for if not him? They could be sure now, they were here to find trouble. Ling Wen frowned slightly and said, why do you have to do this? Inu could only stand up and said, I understand. But now is not a good time, how about we talk about it later? The person outside the palace chuckled and said, I only hope that your Inu palace won't cover for him. They didn't even know what happened, but they already put on the hat of covering for him, it was simply overbearing. Shi Qingxian seemed to want to say something again, but Quanesian suddenly jumped down from behind Inu and said, are you guys leaving or not? The troublemaker clearly knew that he didn't dare to fight back, and he said fearlessly, if we don't leave, do you still want to fight? So many immortal attendants are watching. Who knew that Quanesian really couldn't be measured with common sense? He didn't say anything else, he raised his fist and flew out. There was a scream outside the palace, and all the god officials in the palace were stunned. After a while, Ling Wen said, someone, hold him back, he's going to be beaten to death. Inu was also stunned for a moment, then he hurriedly went out and said, stop. And those troublemakers said loudly, your Inu palace is really too amazing. Good, good. Senior and junior brothers ganged up to bully others. At night, in the side hall of Inu palace, Inu was pacing back and forth on the spot. Jianyu flew into a rage and said, today's ceremony was completely ruined by this stinking brat. Xiao Yan could completely understand why Jianyu was so angry. Even though Xiao Yan didn't care much about the ceremony, many other god officials did. It was a ceremony for a god official to officially become a part of the celestial heavens. Today's matter, to use an inappropriate analogy, was like an emperor's ascension ceremony being disrupted by someone, who wouldn't be furious. Inu sighed and said, forget it. It must be someone else who provoked him first. Plus, he didn't cause trouble today, he just deliberately chose today to come. What can we do? Jianyu said, there are so many people in the celestial heavens, why didn't others provoke others, but him? Inu said, you know, he's never the kind of person who doesn't fight back after being beaten. It's not that others don't provoke others, it's that others can tolerate it, but he can't. Jianyu said, this is immortal capital, not the human world. Can't he just swallow his anger and keep a low profile? If he hadn't provoked earlier and behaved himself, others wouldn't have had the chance to act up today. This is great, I've lost a lot of face. So many god officials are watching. If this gets out, who cares who made the first move? They'll only say that Inu Palace is unreasonable, fighting in public, who's going to tell you who's at fault and who's at fault? Do you think he's reasonable? No. As long as something happens, as long as someone makes a move, you're unreasonable. He doesn't know shit. He'll only cause trouble for us. After a series of outbursts, Jianyu stormed out of the side hall. Meanwhile, Yinyu sat on the spot, deeply worried. After a while, she turned around and saw a black shadow squatting on the window frame. Yinyu was shocked by this familiar scene again, and said, "Why are you squatting here again? When did you come? What kind of habit is this?" Quan Yizhen didn't answer, and said, "They scolded me first." Yinyu wanted to say something, but hesitated, and said, "Yizhen, don't take what Jianyu said to heart." Quan Yizhen said stubbornly, "They scolded me first. I didn't know them at all, and they said I was a low-level god official, scolded me for no reason, laughed at me, and told me to get lost and not block the way. I asked them to apologize, but they refused, so I beat them. They only shut up when they were beaten, or else I wouldn't have beaten them." Although it was still harmonious now, in the early days, some god officials of the celestial heavens and lower celestial heavens with higher status and seniority would indeed push aside and bully the low-level god officials with the lowest seniority. At that time, this kind of thing wasn't rare. Yinyu sighed. Quan Yizhen said, "Are low-level god officials inferior?" Yinyu said, "No. Isn't it?" It was very obvious that even he didn't believe this sentence. Quan Yizhen also sensed it, and after a long time, he said frankly, "I don't like this place." Yinyu didn't say anything. Quan Yizhen said, "They find me annoying, but I find them even more annoying. In the past, I had 16 hours to cultivate, but now I have to use more than half of it to talk and listen to people talk nonsense, and to visit and be visited. Some people scolded me for no reason, hit me, don't apologize, and don't even allow me to beat them. This isn't some celestial realm at all. I don't like this place." Yinyu sighed, and said, "I don't like this place either." Quan Yizhen said, "Then let's go back." Yinyu shook his head, and said, "Although I don't like this place, I still want to stay here." Quan Yizhen was puzzled, and said, "Since you don't like it, why do you want to stay here?" Yinyu couldn't help but laugh. He couldn't explain to him that the celestial capital was the ultimate destination that many people yearned for, and he also couldn't understand how difficult it was for someone his age to ascend. He said, because ascending is really difficult. Since it's so difficult, and since I'm already here, I still want to do better." Quan Yizhen disapproved, and said, "Ascending isn't that big of a deal. It's fine if you don't fly." Yinyu was a little angry, but also a little amused. He said, "What do you mean it's not that big of a deal? Why don't you try it?" Seeing this, Xiao Yan said, "People really shouldn't joke around." Hua Qing said, "That's right. In less than half a year, when Quan Yizhen ascends, he won't find it funny anymore." Xiao Yan said, "Can I watch it at that time?" Hua Qing said, "Yes." Wait a moment. The scene changed. This time, it was still the celestial capital, but the scene was a banquet under the moon. Xiao Yan watched for a moment, and said, "Mid-autumn banquet?" Hua Qing said, "That's right." Xiao Yan asked, "Where is the black water hidden this time?" Hua Qing said, "Look who's eating." At the banquet, all the heavenly officials were busy toasting, exchanging greetings, and playing games. Only one person's face was almost buried in the large bowl in front of him. This time, He Xian actually didn't hide. Instead, he sat in the corner with the identity of a geomaster. However, no one really paid attention to him. Yinyu and Jianyu sat next to the geomaster. They were both at the edge. Yinyu didn't eat, nor did she talk to anyone. Beside her, Jianyu said in a low voice, "Thank the heavens that stinky brat with a mental illness didn't come." When Yinyu heard this, she said in a low voice, "He's already ascended for so long. If you keep talking about him like this, it won't be good if others hear it. It's better to pay attention." Jianyu said, "That's the truth. Am I wrong? So what if he ascended?" Even if he was a few hundred years older, his brain still wouldn't work. As they were talking, a group of newly arrived heavenly officials sat down nearby. They seemed to be new faces. After a cursory greeting, one of the heavenly officials casually asked Inu, "This is?" Another heavenly official also casually answered, "This is the martial god who guards the west." When he heard this, the heavenly official who asked the question suddenly became incomparably enthusiastic. He stood up and toasted, saying, "Oh! Oh oh oh! I've heard a lot about you, I've heard a lot about your distinguished name." Inu hurriedly also stood up and said with a smile, "It's nothing." That heavenly official said, "Hey, don't be modest. I've really heard a lot about you. I've long heard that His Highness Qi Ying from the West is young and promising. It's only been a few years since he ascended, but he's already won the hearts of his believers. In this year's Mid-Autumn Festival Lantern competition, he even entered the top 10. Right now, he's dominating the West, his position is unshakable, his future is boundless, his future is boundless. Now that I've met you, you're slightly older than I thought. But you're still very young, worthy of being called young and promising." Hearing this, Inu's smile froze on her face. She didn't know whether to accept this glass of wine or not. It suddenly became extremely awkward. And the other party continued to warmly try to get closer to him, even calling him brother. "To tell you the truth, it's very rare for me to see someone I like, but Brother Quan, I really hit it off at first sight. My territory is also in the West. In the future, if Brother Quan needs any help, as long as you don't mind, just let me know. Everyone should take care of each other." Ha ha ha. He laughed heartily, and those who knew Inu also laughed heartily. Xiao Yan could practically travel through time and space to directly feel that overwhelming and suffocating awkwardness. Jian Yu's face turned green from anger, but Inu was still calm. Although her hands trembled a little, she still managed to steady herself and said, "I'm sorry." Chapter 161. There was a commotion on the other side. The priest said in surprise, Aren't you His Highness Qi Ying?" Only then did the others laugh and say, "You got the wrong brother. Have you forgotten? There are two martial gods guarding the West. One is Inu, the other is Qi Ying. They are from the same sect. The one in front of you is His Highness Inu, ha ha ha." The priest hurriedly said, "Oh, oh, oh. I got the wrong person. I'm sorry. Ha ha ha, I'm ignorant. I heard that Qi Ying is more." Before he finished, Inu had already closed his eyes as if he was tired of talking. He gave up on communicating. Someone sensed that something was wrong. He elbowed the priest and only then did he realize how harsh his words were. He laughed and immediately said, "Cough cough, I won't accompany you. I'll go down first." Inu, no, His Highness Inu. We'll talk again when we have time. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Ha ha ha. As he said that he was going down, he held his wine cup and rushed in the direction where Quan Yizhen was coming. There was already a large group of priests there. They were all fighting to greet Quan Yizhen. They surrounded him and couldn't see the people inside. It seemed that Quan Yizhen had just ascended not long ago and had already formed his own hall. It was the time when he was popular and he wasn't as despised as he was later. Although the two of them were both Western martial gods, this lineup greatly overshadowed Inu. Everyone rushed over there, causing He Xian to be the only one sitting there drinking soup. It was cold and cheerless. He didn't know whether to sit or stand. After a while, he suddenly said, "Let's go back." No one noticed when the two of them left the table. Jian Yu was infuriated, this bunch of idiots with red heads and white heads. What kind of priest are they? When this kid first arrived in the celestial heavens, one or two of them hated him to death and complained to you. Now that this kid has ascended, there are more lamps and they praise him so much that they start bragging. Their faces change faster than flipping a book. What unshakable status, young and promising. I think his believers are all crazy like him. Only crazy people will believe this kind of crazy person. At this moment, Shi Qingxian walked over with a cup of wine. Yin Yu said softly, "Stop talking, let's go." Seeing that someone had arrived, Jian Yu finally shut his mouth. Shi Qingxian asked curiously, "Yin Yu, you're going back just like that? Didn't Qiying just arrive? I heard from him that you two haven't seen each other for a long time. He even asked me what you've been up to recently. Aren't you going to catch up with him?" Yin Yu forced a smile and said, "No, I'm not feeling well. I'll go back first." Shi Qingxian did not think too much about it. When he saw the Earth Master behind him, he laughed and said, "Then have a good rest. Let's gather next time. Brother Ming. I told you not to sit here. Let's go to my side." When Shi Qingxian walked over and couldn't be bothered to look over here, Jian Yu lowered her voice and continued, "Catch up my ass. This brat won't be complacent for long. Sooner or later, he'll suffer a crushing defeat. I'll wait for that day." He kept on cursing, and Yin Yu was also very annoyed. She said, "Forget it, don't be so resentful." Jian Yu said, "Forget it, forget it. You keep saying forget it, how can I forget it? If it weren't for you helping him clean up after him when he first came up, he would have been kicked out long ago. I really can't stand it anymore. I feel bad for you." The two of them had already returned to the Yin Yu palace quickly. Compared to the extraordinary bustle at the beginning of the establishment of the palace, it looked like it was deserted now. There were not many low-level divine officials waiting on them. After closing the door, Yin Yu's voice became a little louder. He said, "Don't say any more. I don't want to hear it. It's very normal for an ascended divine official to set up a palace on his own. He didn't do anything. Since you get annoyed mentioning him, then why do you always take the initiative to mention him?" Jian Yu said, "Don't blame me for being talkative. Someone has to remind you about this. Yin Yu, the entire west side, the territory is only so big, and there are only so many believers. He snatched so many by himself. That wolf demon last time was forcefully snatched by him. You look at now, your territory is shrinking and shrinking. How much is left? How can you still have a foothold?" Yin Yu said, "How is it considered snatching? He didn't use a knife to force people to believe him and worship him. Everyone is willing. And that wolf demon." He sighed and said frankly, "I really can't deal with that. It's useless to look for me to pray to, so he naturally looked for him." Jian Yu said bitterly, I'm afraid that if you continue like this, you won't have any room to turn things around. Damn, even these low-level divine officials are so snobbish. One by one, they find an excuse to resign from our palace and slip away to other divine officials. Not a single one of them is good." Yin Yu sighed again and sat on the praying mat. He said, "What fight? Why do you care about these things? Those who want to leave will leave, and those who want to stay will naturally stay. I ascended not to fight with anyone for power or territory. Why do you have to take things so hard? As the saying goes, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. Just look at a ready-made example, Feng Xian and Mu Qing, who were both in the south, had been fighting to the death for so many years. If they weren't in the same territory, it would be slightly better. But as the saying goes, enemies don't meet unless they're enemies. Wherever you ascended and made a name for yourself, that was your territory. Old friends who had disagreements when they were humans often huddled together after ascending. Above the heavens and below the earth, as a human and as a god, it was this awkward. It was impossible for Quan Yizhen to give up on the west and go to other territories. As the two of them were arguing, suddenly someone knocked on the door. Jian Yu said, "Who is it?" The person outside the door said, "It's me." Jian Yu said angrily to Yin Yu silently. This brat, why did he come here? Inu gestured for him to go to the back. He calmed himself down and went forward to open the door. As expected, the person standing at the door was Quan Yizhen. He was much taller than before. He was about the same height as when Xie Lian first met him. He was no longer squatting by the window. Inu said calmly, "It's Yizhen. Didn't you attend the mid-autumn banquet? Why are you here?" Quan Yizhen was led into the palace. The moment he opened his mouth, he said without rhyme or reason, "It's my birthday." It turned out that the Mid-Autumn Festival was actually Quan Yizhen's birthday. And he came here to ask for a birthday gift. Xie Lian also heard that in the past, Inu would always give a gift for Quan Yizhen's birthday as his senior. This year, probably because of all sorts of awkwardness, he didn't give it. According to what Shi Qingxian said at the Mid-Autumn Banquet, Inu had probably been avoiding him for a period of time. Those who were a little more sensitive would be aware that Quan Yizhen didn't meet him and didn't give him a gift. No matter what, he wouldn't take the initiative to ask for it. Quan Yizhen, on the other hand, didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Xie Lian had never seen such a tragic and awkward situation. If he didn't have to touch Hua Cheng's forehead, he really wanted to slap his own head and cover his eyes. Inu laughed dryly and said, "Ah, right, today is your birthday again. But recently, His Highness is a little busy, so." When Quan Yizhen heard that, he widened his eyes and said, "You didn't." Inu seemed to feel that something was wrong. He changed his words and said, "No, I didn't forget. It's at the back. Wait for a moment." Quan Yizhen sat down on the spot and placed his hands on his legs. He nodded repeatedly and looked very expectant. Inu escaped to the side hall. Jianyu sat there with a sullen face. Inu definitely didn't prepare anything. After he went in, he rummaged through the cabinets but didn't find anything suitable. He could only say to Jianyu, "Quickly help me find something that can replace the present." Jianyu grabbed a piece of cloth from the side and threw it on the ground. He stepped on it and said, "Give it to him." Inu said, "Jianyu." Jianyu said, "I feel that giving him this is too good for him. He still has the face to come and ask for a gift." Inu said helplessly, "He doesn't understand at all. He gave it to him in the past but not this year. It's too deliberate. Anything is fine, it's just a token of appreciation. How about this, go look for that Vajra exorcism bracelet you got last time. Even though it's not suitable, it's better than nothing." He urged Jianyu a few times before Jianyu left angrily. Inu returned to the main hall and sat in front of Quan Yizhen. He said, "Wait a moment, the things are a little messy. I'll let Jianyu go look for them." "Oh right, what have you been doing recently? You should be living quite smoothly, right? I heard that the number of believers praying in your hall has increased by 5 times in the past few months. Congratulations." Quan Yizhen said, "I don't know what believers are. I only do things to beat myself up, but they inexplicably squeeze into the hall. Strange. Recently, I beat up a wolf demon." Inu's smile inevitably became a little dry. He couldn't bite it off, but Quan Yizhen easily bit it off. This was like a beloved woman whom you begged for but couldn't get anything out of her, yet she cried and threw herself into his hands. Yet, he didn't even bother to look at her. Let me tell you, that woman is only average in looks and there's nothing special about her. It really doesn't feel good. Quan Yizhen spoke for a while and suddenly said, "I saw you at the Mid-Autumn Banquet just now. I wanted to say something, but I didn't expect you to come back so soon." Hearing that he finally wasn't in high spirits as he recounted the recent battle situation, Inu heaved a sigh of relief. He said, "Oh, I had some matters to attend to, so I came back first." Quan Yizhen nodded and said, "Someone told me that it's because they got the wrong person." Hearing that, Inu's complexion immediately changed. Quan Yizhen, however, was completely unaware of it. He raised the corner of his mouth and said, "Too funny, so stupid. Xiao Lian already couldn't bear to watch anymore. He buried his face in Hua Cheng's chest and said, this is simply too tragic to look at. Of course he believed that Quan Yizhen really thought it was funny that other people got the wrong person. He really didn't understand at all. To Inu, this was something that wasn't funny at all. However, this didn't prevent him from feeling that he would suffocate if the two of them continued talking awkwardly. Fortunately, before he suffocated, Jianyu finally came out with the gift box. He handed the gift box to Inu and went back in without saying a word. Inu also seemed to have been redeemed as he handed the gift box to Quan Yizhen. He had a very happy expression as he jumped up on the spot to catch the box. Inu's smile revealed his exhaustion as he said, "Take it back and look at it later." Quan Yizhen nodded and said, "All right. I'm going back. I'm going on patrol next month. Senior brother, if you have time, let's go together." Inu already couldn't bear listening to him anymore and casually said a few perfunctory words. After sending him off, Jianyu couldn't bear it anymore. He slammed the door and loudly cursed, "You're going too far." I think he must have been smashed upside down by his mother 118 times the moment he was born, right? Otherwise, he must have deliberately come to disgust you. What do you mean you don't understand believers? Inexplicable. What do you mean going on patrol? Are you deliberately showing off? Your heart is black to the core. This time, he let loose a torrent of curses. Inu didn't even try to stop him. He walked to the back of the palace hall and didn't come out again. Xiao Lian instinctively felt that there was a problem with the gift box that Quan Yizhen took away. He said, "Could it be that the embroidered gown immortal was inside?" Hua Qing said, "You guessed correctly." Xiao Lian said, "Then the blame for the embroidered gown immortal incident should be on Jian Yu's shoulders. Why was Inu's punishment so heavy later on?" Hua Qing said, "Gage will know in 3 days." He said 3 days, and 3 days passed. Suddenly, a few rays of sunlight shone into the cold and cheerless Inu palace. He saw Inu slowly walk into the side palace hall. He seemed to be looking for something as he rummaged through cabinets and cabinets. Unexpectedly, as he rummaged through the cabinets and cabinets, he suddenly fished out a dazzling gold bracelet that was covered in incantations. At first, he didn't pay much attention to it and set it aside. But a moment later, he suddenly grabbed it and said, "Jianyu." Jianyu came in from outside and asked, "What's the matter?" Holding the bracelet, Inu doubtfully asked, "Why is this Vajra subduing demon bracelet here? Didn't you give it to him? Didn't I tell you to put it in a gift box?" Jianyu snorted and said, "Give it to him. He's not even worthy of you spitting on him." Inu found this funny and also good. He said, "You couldn't possibly have really given him that cloth to wipe his feet with, right? Why would you want to offend him?" Jianyu smiled slyly and said, "No. What I gave him was a good thing." His tone was a little strange. Inu slightly frowned and asked, "What did you give him?" Jianyu said, "The clothes you grabbed last time." Inu's expression changed instantly. He didn't find it funny anymore and said, "What? I said I couldn't find it anywhere. That clothes can control people's minds and it can suck blood." He was about to rush out when Jianyu grabbed him and said, "Hey, why are you in such a hurry? That clothes can control people's minds, but you're the one who gave him the clothes. No one else can control him. Also, it can suck blood from mortals, but I don't believe it can do anything to a heavenly judge. Look, it's been 3 days. Is he all right?" Inu thought about it and paced back and forth in the side hall. Jianyu said again, "Besides, isn't this kid quite capable? He's young and promising. Let's see how capable he is this time." In the end, Inu still threw up his hands and said, "No. I don't know how dangerous that thing is. If something happens, it's over. How can you be so reckless?" Sigh. He ignored Jian Yu's shouts and ran out, knocking down many heavenly judges along the way. He first rushed to the Qiying Hall, but he wasn't there. He grabbed people and asked, "I have an urgent matter to discuss with Qiying." "Where is he?" Someone said, "Qiying. His Highness Qiying is having a meeting at the Divine Martial Hall. The top-ranked martial gods of the celestial heavens are all there." Yin Yu ran away before he finished listening. Only then did he realize that he couldn't enter the Supreme Martial Hall. Firstly, the one who was called for this meeting was the martial god of the upper heaven, not him. Secondly, even if he went in, he couldn't talk about it in front of everyone, so he could only wait outside the hall. Xiao Yan glanced through the window. Indeed, a few familiar faces like Feng Xian, Mu Qing, and Pei Ming were all in the hall, listening attentively. Yin Yu saw that Quan Yizhen was inside. She was wearing a set of shiny armor that looked quite impressive. He didn't seem to be abnormal, but Ling Wen, who was standing beside Jun Wu, was a little abnormal. He was distracted and kept making mistakes. Jun Wu had no choice but to ask, "Ling Wen? Ling Wen?" After shouting a few times, Ling Wen suddenly came back to his senses and said, "What? What's wrong?" Jun Wu smiled and said, "What's wrong with you today? You keep staring at Qiying. Could it be that you think his new armor isn't bad like me?" The martial gods in the hall also laughed. Ling Wen said he was ashamed and wiped away the cold sweat on his forehead without a trace. However, the hand that was holding the brush seemed to be trembling slightly. If Xiao Yan was at the scene at that time, he would probably laugh as well. But now, he was very clear that Ling Wen must have felt her hair stand on end and her heart tremble when she saw Quan Yizhen wearing the blood-stained clothes that he personally made a few hundred years ago. Yin Yu paced back and forth outside the hall, sometimes squatting, sometimes standing up. He was suffering. He endured until the meeting was over. Quan Yizhen was the first to walk out. He saw him outside and greeted, "Senior Martial Brother, why are you here?" Yin Yu hurriedly stood up and casually said a few words. He immediately said, "Your armor," Quan Yizhen said, "very good." Just now, the monarch and Ling Wen both praised it. "Thank you, Senior Martial Brother." Yin Yu forced himself to calm down and said, "It's not bad, but the person who made this armor said there's a problem with it. He wants you to bring it back to him and repair it." If he directly ordered Quan Yizhen to take off this armor, he would be able to sense that he was being controlled by an evil being. It wouldn't look good if this matter was exposed. Therefore, he couldn't let him sense anything strange, so he could only make this tactful request. Quan Yizhen asked curiously, "What's the problem?" "I don't think there's anything wrong with it. After all, it would be very awkward to ask for the gift that he had given away." While Yin Yu was thinking hard about how to deal with it, Quan Yizhen said again, "By the way, Senior Martial Brother, we can go on patrol together next month." Yin Yu instantly raised his head and said in a daze, "What?" He almost forgot about the embroidered celestial dress. He hesitated and said, "I don't have a quota for the patrol, right?" Quan Yizhen looked rather happy and told him, "There is. I mentioned you just now, and the monarch said he could consider it." In a split second, Xiao Yan could almost see a burst of hot blood rushing straight to Yin Yu's face. The anger and grievance that had accumulated for many years finally exploded at this moment. Yin Yu directly scolded and said, "Are you crazy?" This was the first time Quan Yizhen saw Yin Yu so angry. He blinked his eyes and revealed a puzzled expression. At the side, a few heavenly officials who were passing by secretly glanced over. Yin Yu hugged his head and said, "Did I say I wanted to go? What does a martial god going on patrol have to do with me? I didn't ask you, so why did you mention me to the monarch?" Bystanders might not know why Yin Yu lost control of himself like this, but Xiao Yan was very clear about it. This was because, for a martial god with an extremely high self-esteem, this was really a great humiliation. A martial god going on patrol was a kind of ceremony that only the top-notch martial gods of the heavenly court could participate in. During the process of going on patrol, the chosen martial gods would use their own power to drive away demons and ghosts. Not only could they spread their fame and increase the number of believers, but they also had the opportunity to exchange pointers with the martial gods who went on patrol with them, improving their strength and getting closer to each other. In short, it was a grand event, but it had a higher requirement for the martial god's family background and strength. For example, the martial god had to have at least 4,000 temples or be ranked in the top 10. With Yinyu's background, he definitely didn't have the qualifications to go on patrol. Even if he could go and obtain practical benefits, how could the people in the heavenly court who knew his position not gossip? The thick-skinned people didn't care. Countless heavenly officials wanted to go and rub their heads against each other. However, Yinyu was obviously not a thick-skinned person. He clearly knew that he didn't have the qualifications, so how could he be willing to rely on others to help him? Moreover, this person was Quan Yizhen, who hadn't been chased down to the mortal world because of him. Quan Yizhen couldn't understand at all. He probably thought it was a good thing, so he mentioned it and didn't think he needed to care about other things. However, because Yinyu looked really angry, for the first time, his face showed an expression of wanting to say something but not daring to. After a while, he said in a muffled voice, "Senior Marshal Brother, why are you angry? Did I do something wrong?" It was this sentence again. Xiao Yan really wanted to beg him to stop talking. Meanwhile, the veins on Yinyu's forehead bulged. He was already on the verge of collapse. He grabbed his hair and said, "Enough. I've had enough. I'm going crazy. I'm going to fucking drive you crazy." He pointed at the Divine Martial Palace and said, "Quan Yizhen, don't talk to me anymore. Immediately withdraw the proposal. Don't give me more trouble. Now, hurry up." After he finished shouting, Quan Yizhen immediately turned around and ran back into the Divine Martial Palace. Yinyu was startled. Only now did he remember that he was still wearing the embroidered gown immortal. This action wasn't because he knew he was wrong and wanted to remedy it, but because his mind was being controlled by the embroidered gown immortal. Inside the Divine Martial Palace, the few martial gods who hadn't left looked strangely at Quan Yizhen, who had rushed in. Yinyu stood outside the palace, his whole body slightly trembling. He shouted again, "Stop." When Quan Yizhen was about to reach Junwu, he suddenly came to a sudden stop and really stopped. After a while, he asked curiously, "What happened to me just now?" Junwu also frowned and said, "Qi Ying, don't move. Come here and let me take a look. Just now, I saw your eyes were lax and evil aura appeared. It seemed like you were hit by some kind of demonic technique." Quan Yizhen scratched his head in bewilderment and said, "Okay." He was about to walk forward. As a last resort, Yinyu could only say, "Come back. Go." As soon as he shouted the order, Quan Yizhen immediately turned around and rushed out of the palace, rushing towards Yinyu. Perhaps it was because he was muddle-headed from anger, or because he was so anxious that he almost went crazy, his steps were terrible. Yinyu also ran in a muddle-headed manner, looking like he was fleeing from punishment. Junwu couldn't pretend that he didn't see it, so he stood up and said, "Arrest him." All the martial god officials replied in unison, "Yes." Yinyu was almost in despair and completely lost his footing. He covered his face and shouted, "Go. Quickly go. Take off your clothes." Quan Yizhen's eyes were blank. He quickly ran while taking off his armor. Who knew that a group of martial god officials would surround him halfway and attack him? Seeing that someone interrupted him from carrying out his order, Quan Yizhen's eyes revealed an ominous glint. He randomly punched out and turned the bodies of more than 10 martial god officials into target practice, creating a row of holes in them. Ha! Going to the celestial heavens, killing people in the celestial heavens. Amidst the rising and falling screams and the sky filled with blood, Yinyu was already dumbfounded with a deathly pale face. The only one whose face was even paler than his was probably Ling Wen. Chapter 162. How could the martial god officials who came to intercept block Quan Yizhen's fist? They died on the spot. Seeing the severity of the situation, Feng Xian, Pei Su, and Lang Qianxiu leaped in front of Quan Yizhen, ready to attack. Yin Yu said, "Ignore him. Don't touch him. He won't kill any more." As long as they didn't stop Quan Yizhen from completing his orders, he wouldn't hurt anyone. However, Quan Yizhen had already killed more than 10 martial god officials, who would dare to let him do what he wanted? Naturally, they wouldn't believe Yin Yu's words. If it was someone with strong reflexes and didn't panic in the face of danger, they would have immediately shouted an order like, "Get down and surrender, don't move." However, things happened too quickly. In a few moments Yin Yu had no time to react. Furthermore, he had probably never experienced such a situation before. In addition, he was flustered. His decision was a complete mess. One wrong step. One wrong step. Just as he was in a mess, Mu Qing suddenly appeared behind Yin Yu and said, "Still want to run?" Yin Yu discovered that he was also running away aimlessly. He hurriedly halted his steps and tried to explain, "I am not." Mu Qing did not allow him to explain and instead grabbed him by the wrist. Xiao Yan heard a crisp, crack sound, and Yin Yu's face slightly twitched. As a martial god he was restrained by a more powerful martial god. It was a double blow to his body and soul. Pei Ming, who was watching from the back, said from afar, "Why does it seem like his strength suddenly increased?" He was talking about Quan Yizhen. That was only natural. Quan Yizhen was originally very good at fighting, and he had the protection of the embroidered clothes immortal. His fighting ability had at least doubled. The other martial gods fighting him alone was actually 1 against 2. It wasn't fair, but because they didn't know the profoundness, they were too embarrassed to attack him together. Otherwise, wouldn't it be embarrassing? As they fought, Quan Yizhen ran to the main street of Immortal Capital covered in blood. Suddenly, he saw a temple by the side of the road and went in. Everyone shouted, he entered Yin Yu Palace. Yin Yu's order was for him to go, but he didn't say where he was going. Thus, he just walked casually. The other martial gods also followed him in. Because the others were clear-headed, they showed some mercy to Quan Yizhen. However, Quan Yizhen didn't care and wanted to fight with his life on the line. As such, the martial gods were also angry. Feng Xian shouted, "This brat is very strange, let's beat him to the ground first." Everyone already had this intention. Once he shouted, they didn't hold back anymore and started beating him up. Sword chi, palm wind, fists, and legs flew about chaotically, and half of the slightly old jade summoning hall instantly collapsed with a rumble. Yin Yu, who was being restrained by Mu Qing, saw with her own eyes that her palace was collapsing amidst the chaotic battle. She immediately widened her eyes and yelled, "Stop fighting." This shout meant that the other martial gods wouldn't stop, but Quan Yizhen listened to him and stopped. Now, the sabers, swords, fists, and kicks all landed heavily on his body. It was another tragedy. Lang Qianxiu did not have enough time to retract his heavy sword, and in a flash it chopped into Quan Yizhen's shoulder. Feng Lang's Feng Quan of Yeldyu and Lang. Xian, Quan, Lang said, "Quan, to stop." Yu Qian, Lang, Quan, Quan, Quan Quan of Lang of. Feng, yelled, Feng, Quan, Feng, Quan, Feng of. Quan Yizhen was lying on the ground as if he was tied up. Mu Qing tied immortal binding rope on Yin Yu's hand and let him go. Yin Yu unknowingly sat on the ground and stared blankly at the messy Yin Yu palace. After looking around, his gaze fell back on Quan Yizhen. Quan Yizhen's vitality was actually very tenacious. Just now, he was beaten to a pulp by a few martial gods, but after lying down for a while, he suddenly sat up straight and asked in bewilderment, "What's wrong?" The martial gods were angered to death by him and said in unison, "You're out of luck." Ling Wen had been following closely behind and watching. She finally managed to catch her breath with great difficulty. Her face was pale, but she could still manage to dispatch people. She pressed 2 fingers against her temple and said through the spirit communication formation, "Doctor, help." Kuan Yizhen was still confused. He turned around and saw Yin Yu sitting on the ground. He got up and wanted to help him up. Looking at this completely ignorant face, with his temple in the background that had been smashed into smithereens, Yin Yu was speechless, but his face slightly twisted. Kuan Yizhen didn't know what was going on and asked, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Yin Yu seemed to have lost his mind and suddenly laughed. Then, he said with red eyes, "Kuan Yizhen, why don't you go and die? Can't you just go and die?" Hearing this sentence, Xiao Yan, like many of the heavenly officials present, instantly widened his eyes. Kuan Yizhen didn't hesitate and immediately carried out the order. He picked up a sword on the ground and grabbed his hair with one hand while holding the sword with the other, aiming it at his throat. The martial god's first reaction was that he was going to launch a sneak attack. They instantly retreated a few dozen meters, but they didn't expect that he was going to kill himself. It was too late to go and grab the sword now, so they all started shouting. Yin Yu also quivered, but he still couldn't react in time and turned his head around. Just as blood was about to splatter on the spot, Jun Wu suddenly appeared behind him. Crack, 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 crack. In an instant, Kuan Yizhen's 4 limbs were dislocated. Jun Wu then chopped at the back of his neck. Only then did Kuan Yizhen completely lose consciousness and fall back to the ground. His whole body was already unrecognizable and turned into a pool of blood paste. At this point, everyone, including Xiao Yan, heaved a sigh of relief. However, Jun Wu didn't. He turned around and said to Yin Yu with an extremely serious expression, "Now that things have come to this, I think you should have an explanation." Yin Yu had just buried his head in his hands. Hearing this, he subconsciously raised his head and said, "I don't know. It wasn't me. It was." At this point, he shuddered again as if he had just realized what he had just said. He actually told Kuan Yizhen to go and die in front of so many people. And Kuan Yizhen really did it. It was impossible that no one could see the clues. Mu Qing said, "Monarch, Qi Ying's reaction just now was definitely due to some evil technique. He must have something on him that made him listen to Yin Yu's orders. I just don't know what it is." Ling Wen naturally knew what it was, but she didn't dare to say a word. She was already doing her best to arrange people at the scene. Lang Qianqiu couldn't believe it. There's such a thing in this world. At this time, a figure pushed through the crowd and rushed in. It was Jian Yu. He had obviously gone out to look around before coming back. He still didn't know what had happened. He said, "What are you all doing? This. What happened to our Yin Yu palace? How did it become like this? Who smashed it?" Jun Wu slowly walked to Yin Yu's side and said, "What did you use to control him?" Although his tone wasn't strict, there was an inexplicable pressure that made it hard for people to breathe. Looking down from above like this made people feel even more fearful. It wasn't that Xiao Yan hadn't gotten into trouble before, but he had never seen Jun Wu like this. It seemed that Jun Wu had been especially merciful to him back then. Yin Yu's mind was already in a mess. In Xiao Yan's opinion, his mind wasn't firm enough and his ability to react on the spot wasn't strong enough. He was even more speechless now. Seeing that he didn't answer, Jun Wu said, "Forget it. Even if you don't say it, I know. It's that armor, right? It's over. It's over. It's all over." Yin Yu sat on the ground and hugged his head again. The surroundings were filled with an overwhelming wave of voices. This really shocked me. I've never seen such an unimaginable thing in the heavenly court for hundreds of years. A heavenly official controlled another heavenly official's mind and made him go on a killing spree. After killing more than 10 heavenly officials, he still wants him to die. What a vicious heart. In the crowd, Jian Yu's face turned pale when he heard such a big thing had happened. But he gritted his teeth and rushed out. He knelt on the ground and said, "Emperor, that armor was given to Quan Yizhen by me. It has nothing to do with Yin Yu." Only then did Yin Yu come back to his senses. He said hoarsely, Jian Yu." Jian Yu braced himself and said loudly, "I originally just wanted to teach that kid a lesson. I didn't expect such a big thing to happen." Quan Yizhen was unconscious at the side, lying in a large pool of blood. The medicine masters and heavenly officials who had rushed over had already surrounded him. Jian Yu said, "I've always hated that kid, but Yin Yu has always been very polite to him. Many people can testify to this. He doesn't know anything about this armor." However, at this point, it was already too late. No one would believe that this had nothing to do with Yin Yu. Someone said, "You're a low-level heavenly official of Yin Yu's palace. You hate Quan Yizhen so much that you wanted to harm him. It's easy to imagine how good the master heavenly official you serve will be." Someone even sneered, "He doesn't know. If he doesn't know, why would he tell him to die? Don't tell me he was just joking." If one were to say that Yin Yu's previous reactions were pardonable and flustered, then his final words of "go to hell" really couldn't be excused no matter how one looked at it. Xiao Yan recalled that Ling Wen told him that Yin Yu was joking. It could be considered as covering up for Yin Yu. But Jian Yu was in disbelief. He said, "What? Don't talk nonsense. Why would Yin Yu say such a thing? He has always been polite to that kid. Why would he tell him to die? Yin Yu, you didn't say that, right? You didn't say that, right? You won't say that." However, Yin Yu didn't answer him. He closed his eyes. Seeing that Jian Yu refused to admit, the others were speechless. "We heard it with our own ears. Can you still deny it?" Jian Yu said anxiously, "There must be a misunderstanding. There are many things you don't know. No matter what the misunderstanding is, even if it's a big misunderstanding, you can't want to kill your own junior brother, right?" Hearing that, Yin Yu and Jian Yu were speechless. Hence, the heavenly officials continued to discuss, "I heard that ever since Quan Yizhen went out and established his own hall, Yin Yu's people ignored him. Every time Quan Yizhen came, they would say he wasn't in the hall. At first, I thought it was strange. Turns out they didn't like him for a long time. Speaking of which, a few days ago at the Mid-Autumn banquet, didn't someone admit his mistake? At that time, I saw their expressions were quite ugly. These were all facts and couldn't be refuted. But the conclusion was, I know that it was quite embarrassing. But it wasn't to the extent of harming him, that's right. He's too narrow-minded." Jian Yu's eyes were bloodshot. He said loudly, "I said it had nothing to do with His Highness. I did it alone. I've already admitted it. What else can you say?" However, it was already too late to clear his name. In the eyes of others, this could only prove that Yin Yu had a vicious and loyal subordinate. Moreover, one sentence was enough to block all excuses. The one who told Quan Yizhen to die was not someone else. Seeing that the commotion was getting worse, Jun Wu said in a low voice, "Take them away. Ling Wen, stay here and watch over Qi Ying." Ling Wen bowed and complied. Jun Wu left Yin Yu's palace with his hands behind his back. A few martial divine officials pulled Yin Yu up. Yin Yu said distractedly, "Forget it, Jian Yu. Don't say any more." Jian Yu was also pulled up and tied with the immortal binding rope. He said, "It's fine if you let it go before, but you can't let it go this time. Forget it, you're finished. You'll be demoted. You'll definitely be demoted." Yin Yu sighed and said, "Forget it. If I'm demoted, so be it. There's no point in me staying in this place." Jian Yu said hatefully. You shouldn't have scolded him at all. You shouldn't have said that last sentence. That sentence beat you until you can't turn over a new leaf. You never scolded him normally. Why did you have to tell him to die at this time? That's all you said. You seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant. His eyes turned gray and misty. He seemed a little confused himself. He shook his head and said, I don't know why either. At that time, I just. Sigh, I won't explain anymore. After staggering for a few steps under the escort, Jian Yu suddenly exclaimed, Why? Everyone looked at him. Jian Yu said, It's not like you're not as hard-working as him. You're 10,000 times better than him. Quan Yizhen is nothing. So what if I hate him? Why is he like that and you like this now? Why isn't he the one being demoted? He gnashed his teeth in hatred. His hatred was genuine, so much so that tears rolled down his cheeks. However, there were many things in this world that couldn't be solved with hard work. Perhaps he understood it in his heart. But he just couldn't accept it. No matter what, he couldn't swallow this anger. Hearing him shout, Yu couldn't move anymore. He buried his face in his hands and sat paralyzed in front of Yu's palace. He roared, Enough. I said don't say any more. Let me go. He covered his ears and shouted himself hoarse, Don't remind me over and over again. Can you stop talking? I beg you to stop talking. Xiao Yan couldn't bear to watch anymore. He said. Forget it. Thus, Hua Cheng removed the image. The two of them slightly separated their foreheads. After holding on for so long, Xiao Yan felt his forehead was a little numb. It was also a little itchy and warm. He wanted to rub it, but he couldn't move his hand. Hua Cheng seemed to have noticed his slight discomfort. He raised his hand to rub it, then put it down naturally. Outside the stone wall, Yu, who was wearing a ghost mask, paced back and forth. After a while, he said coldly to Quan Yizhen, Do you want to come out? He deliberately changed his voice. Quan Yizhen nodded and said, Yes. Yu said, Okay. Look here. After he finished speaking, he smashed the shovel down on Quan Yizhen's head with lightning speed. Bang! A heavy sound rang out. Quan Yizhen immediately stopped talking and his head drooped down. Xiao Yan was shocked. No way. He was smashed to death just like that. He really died. Hua Cheng laughed and said, Brother, don't worry. He didn't die. He just fainted. Yu smashed the shovel down and let out a breath. In the end, he seemed to have decided to dig Quan Yizhen out from the wall. Thus, he picked up the shovel and started digging. Xiao Yan understood. If he directly rescued Quan Yizhen, Yu might not be able to defeat him. He might even have to expose his identity. That would be really troublesome. The relationship between these two martial brothers was really troublesome. It was hard to say who was more troublesome than the other. It was better to pretend they didn't know each other. Xiao Yan said, San Lang, should we also think of a way to get out? Hua Cheng seemed to be quite satisfied staying inside. He said, We're going out now. Xiao Yan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What else? Do you want to live inside? Hua Cheng said, If it's with brother, it's not impossible. All right. I'm just joking. He straightened his face and reached out to cover Xiao Yan's ears. Xiao Yan asked, What are you doing? Hua Cheng smiled and said, I'm too lazy to walk out step by step. I'll just blow it up. Xiao Yan was just thinking about whether or not he would blow up the people who were also swallowed by the mountain monster when his expression suddenly changed. He said, Wait. Hua Cheng's expression was the same as his. He put down his hands. The two of them listened attentively. After a while, Xiao Yan whispered, Did you hear that? Hua Cheng also said in a low voice, I heard it. Yu was on this side of the wall. He used the shovel to dig a hole. On the other side of the wall, there was another person who was currently talking. They didn't use the silver butterfly to monitor the situation. This was because this person was very, very close to the wall. He was practically leaning against it as he spoke. Xiao Yan held his breath and quietly listened. He heard some buzzing, intermittent and vague words, such as Eton, Heavenly Court and Martial God. His heart slightly moved. He and Hua Cheng looked at each other and tried their best to get closer to the source of the voice. That voice belonged to a man. It seemed like he was talking to someone because every few sentences, he would pause for a while. However, Xiao Yan didn't hear the voice of the person he was talking to. Perhaps it was because the other party was quite far away. After quietly moving, the voice became a bit clearer. Although it was still vague, Xiao Yan could hear a more complete sentence. That person said, "His Highness the Crown Prince has also come. I don't want to reach this step, and I believe you don't either. However, he can no longer be saved." Xiao Yan thought to himself, "Me? How can I not be saved? Wait, this voice. This voice was very familiar. He must have heard it somewhere before. Moreover, he had heard it for a very, very long time. It wasn't just once or twice. However, because it had been a very, very long time, he couldn't match the voice with the person. Just as he was thinking hard, that person said, "Let him end here." All of a sudden, Xiao Yan remembered who the owner of this voice was. His lips moved as he silently said, "State Preceptor." Chapter 163. Xiao Yan's heart started to beat wildly. Even his fingertips were slightly trembling. However, he calmed himself down. He didn't make a sound. He only slightly raised his head and whispered into Hua Cheng's ear. "Don't move, San Lang. The voice outside is very similar to my master's. Don't get discovered yet." Although it sounded very similar, he couldn't be certain. Because it wasn't like there weren't people with similar voices in this world. Furthermore, he and the state preceptor hadn't seen each other for hundreds of years. It wasn't impossible for him to be shaken. For now, he didn't need to act blindly without thinking. Perhaps he would be able to pry out more secrets by observing the situation. Hua Cheng also slightly lowered his head. He hugged his waist. He whispered, "Okay. You don't move either." The two of them were pressed against each other by the rocks and soil in all directions. Their ears rubbed against each other. His ears were slightly warm. Although it wasn't the right time, Xiao Yan's mind quickly flashed a sentence, "The feeling of dying in the same hole isn't bad either." At this time, that voice spoke again, "What about the two of them? Where did they run off to?" The two of them? Xiao Yan instinctively thought that the person was talking about him and Hua Cheng. He was slightly startled and wanted to listen carefully to see who the person was talking to was. However, the strange thing was that the state preceptor, let's call him state preceptor, for now. After he asked his question, there was no reply. It was really strange. At this distance, Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng could hear the state preceptor's question. Logically speaking, his voice wasn't very loud. He didn't shout at the top of his lungs, so the other party shouldn't be far from him. If he replied, they would more or less be able to hear a little. However, the truth was that they couldn't hear anything at all. The state preceptor continued, "It's been hard on them. However, we don't need to care about those small weeds. They won't be able to do anything. Right now, we have more important things to do." Only then did Xiao Yan understand that the two of them wasn't referring to him and Hua Cheng, but the two accomplices of the state preceptor. The situation became more and more strange. The state preceptor's tone clearly indicated that he had received a reply. However, it sounded like he was talking to himself or the air. This strange scene appeared in Xiao Yan's mind, and he immediately shook it off. He thought to himself that there was another possibility. The state preceptor could hear that person's voice, but others couldn't. The cloud of suspicion in his heart grew thicker and thicker, and he held his breath and listened with rapt attention. The moment the state preceptor opened his mouth, each sentence was worth pondering over. He then said, "There are only so many people in the mountain. In short, bring them to the copper furnace first. I'll think of a way to deal with them one by one. The faster, the better. You must arrive within 2 days. The copper furnace." Furthermore, it was within 2 days. Bronze Cauldron Mountain couldn't be used. How could he arrive in 2 days? Bring a group of people here. Get rid of? What kind of get rid of? After a pause, the voice continued, "Call the 2 of them over. We'll go to the copper furnace together." If they wanted to deal with the crown prince, they couldn't afford to lose even one of them. Right now, His Highness is still in a state where he hasn't completely awakened. Once he wakes up, it's hard to imagine what he'll do this time. Xia Lian was stunned. Was he talking about him? At this moment, the mountain rumbled. Xia Lian felt the earth and rocks around him trembling slightly. Outside, the imperial advisor asked, "What's wrong?" He asked Hua Cheng in the stone wall, "What's wrong?" Hua Cheng said in a low voice, "There's a change over there." The 2 people's foreheads touched each other again. The scene of Yin and Kuan Yizhen's cave appeared in front of Xia Lian's right eye. Moreover, it should be a slightly earlier scene. Yin finally dug Kuan Yizhen out from the stone wall. Panting, he dragged him down and let out a sigh. Unexpectedly, the fainted Kuan Yizhen suddenly jumped up and took off the mask on his face. Just now, Kuan Yizhen was actually pretending to be unconscious. Thinking about it, he was extremely familiar with Yin Yu's habit of pacing back and forth while thinking, the tone of his voice, and the strength he used to hit people. Perhaps, when Yin Yu's shovel slammed down, he already knew who it was. Xia Lian never expected that with Kuan Yizhen's temperament, there would also be a day where he would deceive others. Although this was only a very ordinary little trick, when used on Kuan Yizhen, it could be said to be unprecedented. Thus, no one was prepared. Under the mask, Yin Yu's extremely shocked and pale face was astonished. He was clearly stunned. Kuan Yizhen, on the other hand, was extremely excited. With a head full of blood, he jumped up and shouted, "Senior apprentice brother." The corner of Yin Yu's mouth twisted as if he saw something extremely terrifying. Suddenly, he held his head with both hands and said, "I'm not." After shouting loudly, he broke into a run. As he ran, he bombarded the people blocking his way behind him and said, "Don't follow me. Don't follow me." Kuan Yizhen also broke into a run and chased after him. He completely ignored the bombardment and only shouted with joy, "Senior apprentice brother. It's me." Yin Yu couldn't help but roar and burst out with vulgarities, "Motherfucker, you're the scary one. I told you not to follow me." Along the way, he smashed into the mountain with a rumbling sound. On the other side, the state preceptor doubtfully asked, "What's going on over there? Why is it so noisy?" Still, no one answered him. However, the state preceptor seemed to have gotten the answer and said, "So that's how it is. Children nowadays are really so noisy. I'll leave first, I still have to prepare. Later, when you reach the vicinity of the copper furnace, we'll meet up again." He was actually going to leave just like that. Hearing this, Hua Cheng covered Xia Lian's ears again. Xia Lian closed his eyes. In a flash, his whole body shook violently. The stone wall that he had been crouching for a long time finally exploded. The 2 of them jumped out together and landed lightly on the ground. They breathed in fresh air again. However, there was only an empty cave outside. There was no state preceptor, nor was there that mysterious second person. He had already disappeared without a trace. Xia Lian and Hua Cheng looked at each other. They weren't in a hurry to chase after him. Before they separated, a black-clothed person rushed into the cave opposite them. It was Inu. He waved the Earth Preceptor's spade and rushed towards the two of them. He said, "City Lord. Your Highness the Crown Prince." Behind him, Quan Yizhen, who was already badly beaten, also rushed in. Hua Qing didn't even raise his head and waved his hand. Quan Yizhen immediately raised his hand to block. However, the move that Hua Qing used wasn't something that could be blocked with a fist. With a bang, a burst of red smoke exploded around Quan Yizhen's body. After the smoke slowly dispersed, only a round red tumbler was left in the original place, spinning around. The roly-poly widened its eyes, looking very innocent. It was the same move that Hua Qing used on Lang Qinxiu last time. Only then did Inu stop running. He wiped his cold sweat and walked over, saying, "Thank you, City Lord." Hua Qing said, "You don't have to be this scared, right?" Inu had a lingering fear in his heart. He smiled bitterly and said, "To be honest, now that I see this Prince Qiying, I just want to run as far away as possible." When Xiao Yan heard this, he found it funny and sympathetic at the same time. It seemed like Inu really had a very serious shadow over Quan Yizhen's personality. That tumbler was still on the ground. It was swaying left and right with its eyes wide open. No one paid attention to it. Xiao Yan felt pity for it. Just as he was about to pick it up, he suddenly felt the ground tremble violently. His body swayed left and right along with it. It was almost more crooked than the tumbler. He hurriedly steadied himself and said, "What happened?" The ground moved. Even though Xiao Yan didn't need support, Hua Qing still supported him and said to Inu, "Go out and take a look." Inu recovered very quickly and said, "Yes." After responding, he picked up the Earth Master shovel. Not long after, he quickly and nimbly opened a hole in the stone wall. The sunlight outside shone in. Inu glanced at it and revealed a startled expression. Xiao Yan said, "Your Highness Inu, is the ground moving or is this mountain about to collapse?" Inu said, "Neither. It's this mountain monster. It's running. It's running." Xiao Yan and Hua Qing looked at each other and rushed forward. When they looked outside the mountain monster, they couldn't help but be speechless. It really was running. Outside the mountain, the scenery was rapidly retreating. It was almost as if they were quickly becoming colorful lines. From the looks of it, it was as if they were riding on a speeding carriage or sitting on the shoulder of a wildly running giant. Hills, rivers, plains, and forests were all flattened by this mountain monster's feet. They were crushed by it and made way for it. The howling wind surged in from outside the hole. The hair and clothes of the three people fluttered in the wind. Inu said, "If we keep running like this, I'm afraid we'll reach the copper furnace in 2 days, 2 days." Xiao Yan's mind suddenly became clear. So that's how it was. No wonder he couldn't hear the voice of the other person. No wonder the state preceptor asked the other person to bring them to Bronze Furnace Mountain within 2 days. Because at that time, the state preceptor wasn't talking to a person, but rather to this mountain monster. Hua Qing must have understood and said, "Just nice, we can borrow its wind. We don't need to walk slowly anymore." He said, "We'll meet at the copper furnace. When we get there, we'll know what he wants to do." Xiao Yan's expression was solemn. Hua Qing noticed this and said, "Brother, what's wrong?" Xiao Yan said, "What do you mean by not completely awakening?" That voice had just said, "Right now, His Highness is still in a state where he hasn't completely awakened. If we wait until he wakes up, it's hard to imagine what he will do this time." Xiao Yan frowned and said, "If that person really was my master, then His Highness the Crown Prince he mentioned was me." What did that sentence mean? Hua Qing said, "Brother, don't think too much about it. First, that person might not be your master. Second, His Highness the Crown Prince he mentioned might not necessarily be you. Don't forget, Crown Prince Wu Yong is also the Crown Prince." Xiao Yan said, "But what if it is?" I have some baseless guesses. Help me listen to them and see if they make sense. Huaqing said, all right. Brother, tell me. Xiao Yan said, Mount Bronze Cauldron has 3 great mountains, old age, sickness, and death. Only there is no life. If that person just now was really my master, and the one he was talking to was a mountain monster, and he could communicate with mountain monsters, then the 2 of them he mentioned could very well be the other 2 mountain monsters. Huaqing said, I agree with this point. Anything else? Xiao Yan said, also, I'm thinking, do these 3 mountain monsters all have human consciousness? In fact, they were even formed from humans. Why is there no life mountain? Because life hasn't taken human form yet. Life is still a person, and this person is the state preceptor. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it made sense. His heart beat wildly, and he continued, Mount Bronze Cauldron used to be the territory of Wuyong. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, there are a total of 4. Crown Prince Wuyong's guardian deities also have 4. And the state preceptor Xian Lu who taught me since I was young also happens to have a total of 4. 1 main, 3 secondary. Normally, would a country have as many as 4 state preceptors? In the past, I didn't think there was anything wrong with it, and even thought it was a convention. Only later did I discover that there wasn't such a convention. Do you think this is a coincidence, or is there some connection between them? However, Huaqing said, coincidences aren't strange. Aren't 4 famous figures also 4? There aren't enough 4 great pests for 4, and they still have to forcefully pull 1 to make up the numbers. Xiao Yan said, but I don't know why, but I have a strong feeling. Birth, old age, sickness, and death, the 4 guardian deities of Wuyong, the 4 state preceptors of Xian Lu, perhaps they are all the same 4 people. Following his own train of thought, he said, if my 4 masters are really Crown Prince Wuyong's 4 guardian deities, then why did they come to be our Xian Li's state preceptor? Why did they come to teach me? Why did the state preceptor tell me the story of Crown Prince Wuyong? Why did he say he wanted me to become someone like Crown Prince Wuyong? Could it be that there's something about my body that even I don't know about? What do you mean I haven't woken up yet? Could it be that I'm actually? Just as he was lost in his thoughts, Huaqing grasped his shoulder and firmly said, no. I can guarantee that you are you, and not anyone else. Believe me. Don't let your imagination run wild. Only then did Xiao Yan wake up from his reverie. He said. You're right. I'm indeed letting my imagination run wild. Other than his parents, the state preceptor was the person he was most familiar with. Although the state preceptor often disliked him for being disobedient, and also often had misgivings about not being close to him due to his identity, on the whole, he was a good master. Suddenly discovering that you might not understand a person you thought you were very familiar with was indeed very easy to cause people to sink into bewilderment. Furthermore, there was another point, it was too similar. Up until now, although the experiences of Crown Prince Wuyong displayed on the murals in the Wuyong Shrine weren't complete, it had already faintly given Xiao Yan an almost terrifying feeling of reincarnation. Huaqing slowed down his tone and said, however, brother, think carefully first. Your master, what is his background? Xiao Yan carefully thought about it and said. I'm not sure. Really, he couldn't remember where his master came from at all. After muttering to himself for a moment, Xiao Yan said, the state preceptor was already the state preceptor before I was born. I only know that he's called Main Yanqing, but needless to say, this is definitely a fake name. In the past, I also thought, if the state preceptor was so powerful, why didn't he ascend? But if that person just now was him, then he must have lived in this world longer than me. If he really wants to deal with us. However, Huaqing said indifferently, it's fine. I've lived a little longer, that's all. No matter what he is, soldiers come with arms, water comes with an earth weir. Remember, you have me for everything. I will always stand by your side. Xiao Yan was slightly startled. Yinyu's presence was originally very low, plus he tactfully didn't say anything, so he had almost forgotten about it. At this time, he said, City Lord, do we need to go find the others? They had come out, but who knew where Pei Ming and the others had been swallowed and digested by this mountain monster? Xiao Yan hurriedly said, find them. We'll go find them together. Your Highness Yinyu, please wait. Yinyu said, Your Highness the Crown Prince, there's no need to call me Your Highness. I've long since stopped being a heavenly official of the heavenly court. Xiao Yan smiled and said, Then you can also call me by my name. There's no need to be so polite. I've also long since stopped being Your Highness the Crown Prince. Yinyu glanced at Hua Cheng behind him and hurriedly said, This. I don't dare, I don't dare, I don't dare. Chapter 164. Xiao Yan's first reaction was to raise her heart and strike down. Fortunately, he was used to it. Before he made his move, he glanced at them. He stopped abruptly, General Pei. This person stood up. It was Pei Ming. He brushed the dust off his shoulders and looked at them in a calm and elegant manner. Your Highness Crown Prince and His Excellency Ghost King seem to be having a good time here. Xiao Yan replied, It's all right. Fortunately. General Pei, are you all right? I think I heard a crack just now. Pei Ming said, Oh. Don't worry. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but it wasn't my bones that made the cracking sound. It's this. He held up something. It was that unfortunate man's thigh bone. They were no longer in the shape of bones. He said, Fortunately, with the help of this brother, I was able to dig a way out of this mountain monster's body. Although it was a man's bone, but he can be considered a good man with an iron backbone. As soon as he finished speaking, not far away, a second figure descended from the sky. He fell heavily to the ground. This time, it was Pei Su. Actually, there were two of them. He was protecting Half Moon in the crook of his arm, and Half Moon was protecting the two black jars that contained GMO and Rongguang. Both of them were covered in dust. But it didn't seem to be a big deal. Soon, Pei Su got up and spat out a few mouthfuls of dirt. General. Crown Prince's Palace. Your Majesty. Pei Ming said, It looks like the mountain monster found our taste bad and vomited after eating it. Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan glanced at each other. Not necessarily. Maybe someone just told it to spit it out. Pei Ming walked a few steps and felt an unusual vibration. She frowned and said, What's going on with this mountain? Why are you shaking so badly? Xiao Yan replied, Because it's currently carrying us towards the copper furnace. Pei Ming walked to the entrance of the cave and looked outside. She said, So fast. Very good, it'll save us some energy. However, there was still one person missing. Xiao Yan asked, What about Ling Wen? Hua Cheng seemed to look with his right eye and said, The silver butterfly on his back was swallowed by the mountain monster. He disappeared. In other words, Ling Wen and the embroidered gown immortal could now move freely. Xiao Yan said, Hurry up and find him. Thus, the group of people ran around the body of the mountain monster. Hua Cheng released nearly 100 dead spirit butterflies to search the area. Finally, he led everyone to another cave entrance. This hole was forcefully created by someone, and its edges were extremely irregular. The scenery outside was rapidly retreating, and the howling wind poured into the mountain, making ghostly wails and wolf howls. Presumably, after Ling Wen was spat out by the mountain monster, he opened a hole here and ran away. Xiao Yan looked down from the edge of the cave and frowned. What should we do? The destructive power of the embroidered gown immortal is too strong. We can't just leave him like this. Hua Cheng said, Don't worry. In any case, he's going to go to the bronze cauldron in the end. It's just a different route to the same destination. Now that everyone had gathered, Xiao Yan briefly explained what he had just heard, omitting some of the details. After the speech, everyone sat on the ground in a daze. After all, there weren't any monsters to fight, and they didn't have to hurry on their own. Inevitably, they felt a bit empty and bored. Because Yin said he didn't know how to communicate with Quan Yizhen, seeing him gave him a headache. Xiao Yan also felt that letting Quan Yizhen out now wasn't a wise choice, so he temporarily let him maintain his tumbler form. Pei Ming was so bored that he played with the roly-poly toy. Xiao Yan saw that the roly-poly toy was swaying left and right as if it was a child being beaten. He felt a little pity for it and coughed lightly. "General Pei, stop playing." Pei Ming was the first to agree. However, when Xiao Yan felt sleepy, he leaned against the mountain wall to take a nap. Then, he started playing again. No one cared about him. Yin kept guarding the cave entrance, calculating how far they had walked. He looked at them from afar, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, he didn't say anything. Unexpectedly, extreme joy turned to sorrow. As Pei Ming was playing, Pei Su, who was at the side, suddenly fell with a dong sound. This was his descendant, so Pei Ming immediately lost the mood to play. He grabbed Pei Su and said, "Little Pei. What happened to you?" Yin took the opportunity to quietly walk over and pick up the tumbler, placing it next to Xiao Yan. Hua Qing said, "Why are you so noisy? You won't die. Can't you see that His Highness is sleeping?" As expected, Xiao Yan was woken up. In a daze, he found himself leaning on someone's shoulder. Hua Qing's voice was next to his ear, "Brother, you're awake." Xiao Yan rubbed his eyes. Beside him, Quan Yizhen's tumbler swayed back and forth. He casually put it away and said, "I fell asleep leaning on you." "I'm sorry." "What happened?" Hua Cheng's expression was calm as he said, "It's nothing. If you're tired, you can sleep again. We'll arrive soon." Xiao Yan saw Pei Ming grabbing Pei Su's collar and shaking him. He was slightly startled and woke up. Thinking that something had happened again, he hurried over to help. After looking, he said, "Oh, General Pei doesn't need to worry. Little General Pei is just hungry and tired." Pei Su was, after all, a human. He hadn't eaten or drunk anything for a long time, and he didn't have Xiao Yan's rich experience in enduring hunger. Finally, he couldn't hold on and collapsed. Pei Ming felt that Xiao Yan's understatement was very problematic. "What do you mean by, hungry and tired, can't hold on for a while?" That couldn't be helped. He wasn't boasting, but Xiao Yan could eat for 3 days with one meal. Even if he suffered 10 beatings, he could immediately get up and go collect trash as if nothing had happened. Which heavenly official had more experience in this area than him? Xiao Yan said, "This, cough. Does anyone have anything to eat?" No one answered. Only Ban Yu took out something and said, "I'm sorry, I only have this." When Pei Ming saw that it was the jar containing the luan, she immediately said, "Why are you still holding this thing? Who do you want to kill? We're about to lose it." Hua Qing turned to Xiao Yan and said, "You see, I said it'll be fine. It's better to sleep again." The mountain monster had carried them for half a day. Xiao Yan saw that the sky outside had already darkened. He asked, "How far have we walked? How long until we reach the copper furnace?" Yin answered, "We've already run nearly 800 miles. This was a lot faster than walking." Xiao Yan also stood up and walked to the side of the cave. At first, he was just casually looking around. Who knew that as his eyes swept over, he would suddenly see something? The hair on his back immediately stood up and he asked, "What is that?" In the dark of the night, looking down from the top of the mountain monster, on the ground below, there was shockingly a huge human face. This human face's eyes were curved and the corners of its mouth were raised, as if it was blooming a strange smile at him. Xiao Yan couldn't help but take a step back. Hua Cheng caught him from behind. His mind slightly calmed down, and when he looked again carefully, he discovered that the human face was actually a pattern formed by mountains, rivers, and ravines. It was nothing more than a visual illusion. However, this illusion was vivid and lifelike. Looking at it, one couldn't help but be astonished. Xiao Yan asked, "What's that groove that looks like an eye and a mouth?" Hua Qing said from behind him, "That's the Wuyong people call the Mother River. It originates from a high mountain and is a river formed by melting snow. Of course, it's completely dried up now. Since we're here, it means we're already very close to the copper furnace." Xiao Yan then asked, "What about that nose bridge?" Hua Qing said, "That's a bustling city on the banks of the Wuyong River. Do you want to go down and take a look?" Xiao Yan tilted his head and asked, "Is there anything good to see down there?" Hua Qing said, "That city also has a Wuyong shrine. I'm guessing that brother might want to go take a look. If there was a shrine, then there was a possibility of murals." Xiao Yan immediately said, "Let's go down." He couldn't wait to find out more about Crown Prince Wuyong. Pei Ming also said, "Let's go down. We need to find some food and water for little Pei." "But how do we go down?" The sword broke again. Hua Qing waved his hand, and a few silver butterflies appeared beside each person. They flashed with phosphorescence as they perched on their shoulders, backs, heads, and cuffs. When other people saw such small silver butterflies, they couldn't help but wonder whether or not they could carry them. However, Xiao Yan didn't ask a single question and threw out Wuxia to tie everyone together. This way, they wouldn't get separated in midair. The guiding jade opened the hole even wider, big enough to allow 5 or 6 people to enter and exit at the same time. After preparations were completed, the party arrived at the edge of the hole. Xiao Yan said, "Everyone, get ready." Pei Ming said, "Wait." Xiao Yan turned his head and said, "General Pei, is there anything else?" Pei Ming said, "What are the two of you holding?" Following his gaze, Xiao Yan looked down and saw his own hand. Only then did he discover that the red threads between his and Hua Cheng's fingers were still connected. Xiao Yan coughed lightly and said, This is a magical artifact used for communication." Pei Ming said, "Oh. Won't it be inconvenient to move? After all, it's a thread. If it gets tangled somewhere, there might be an accident." It made sense for him to remind her like that. How could Xiao Yan not know that as a martial god, the thing he hated the most when he made a move was to be tangled? However, for some subtle reason, Xiao Yan didn't want this thread to break. Seeing his slightly focused expression, as if he was conflicted, Hua Qing glanced at him and smiled. "That makes sense. This will indeed make it inconvenient to move." After he finished speaking, Xiao Yan saw the red threads between their fingers disappear. Hua Qing said, "It's much more convenient now." Xiao Yan stared at the area where the red threads disappeared and was slightly startled. The red threads were only connected for a short while before disappearing. Although it wasn't a big deal, no, it should be said that this was basically a sesame seed-sized matter, he still felt a little disappointed. Afraid that someone would see through him, Xiao Yan hurriedly smiled and said, "Let's go. Prepare to jump." The mountain monster was still fiercely charging forward, completely unaware that these grasshopper-sized people had quietly landed on its body. Surrounded by a flock of dead spirit butterflies, the group of people floated down to the ground, completely unharmed. The place where they landed was the nose bridge of the huge smiling human face. After getting up, Xiao Yan felt very strange. He looked around and said, "San Lang, is Wuyong Shrine and the city here?" Hua Qing said, "Yes." Xiao Yan doubtfully said, "But, there's nothing here." Seriously. He thought that after landing on the ground, he would see the scenery of a small town like the first shrine. He would be able to see streets, shops, residences, ancient wells, shrines, and so on. However, what he saw in front of him was a flat, empty space. It didn't seem like a city had existed before. Pei Ming carried Pei Su and stepped on a large rock. "Where is the bustling city?" Hua Qing said, "It's under your feet." "What?" Everyone gathered around. The rock under Pei Ming's feet was that rock. Xiao Lian said, "Could it be some kind of mechanism?" Hua Qing placed his hand on the hilt of his scimitar and slowly walked over. He said, "Come come come, stand over here." Everyone followed his instructions. They watched as he pulled out the scimitar Misfortune. The tip of the scimitar pointed downwards, and with lightning speed, it hacked into the ground next to the rock. The ground where the tip of the scimitar stabbed first cracked open into a layer of spiderweb-like cracks. Following that, the cracks rapidly spread out, growing larger and deeper. Finally, that piece of ground collapsed with a loud bang, revealing a cold black hole. Hua Qing took the lead and jumped down. Xiao Lian didn't expect him to suddenly rush to the side of the hole and say, "San Lang." After a short while, Hua Qing's voice came from below. It even carried a hollow echo. "There's nothing down there. You can all come down." It turned out that he had gone down to scout ahead. Xiao Lian let out a sigh of relief and immediately jumped down. Hua Qing held Xiao Lian's hand and pulled him up. Xiao Lian said, "It's so dark." As soon as he finished speaking, a few silver butterflies lit up in the darkness. Carrying phosphorescent stars, they fluttered away. There were also a few ghostly flames that instantly illuminated the depths of the cave. What appeared in front of everyone was a long street. 1,000 years ago, this should have been a bustling street with densely packed shops and tall houses. The large rock that Pei Ming had stepped on just now was the roof of a house. The others also jumped down one by one. Xiao Lian looked up and said, "So that's how it is. Was this city buried? Earthquake? Landslide? Or?" Hua Qing said, "Volcanic ash." Xiao Lian suddenly turned his head. Hua Qing said, "Volcanic ash as thick as 2 feet, burying the entire city underground. What you see now is the part that the demons and ghosts who came to Bronze Cauldron Mountain dug up. Most of it is still buried deep in the volcanic ash." Xiao Lian immediately thought of the mural on the second temple. The bright red color seemed to appear in front of his eyes again. The apocalyptic scene in Prince Wu Yong's dream had actually come true. Pei Ming put Pei Su on the side of the road and said, "Let's not care about that for now. Do you have water? Let him drink 2 mouthfuls first." Hua Qing said, "The surface river has dried up. However, I remember that there's underground water in the depths of this city. Let's see if we're lucky." Thus, Pei Ming, Ban Yu and Yin Yu went to find water. Just as Xiao Lian was deep in thought, Hua Qing walked over and said, "Brother, look at your hand." Xiao Lian subconsciously did as he was told. When he raised his hand, he discovered that although the red line between the two of them had disappeared, the dark red knot that Hua Qing had personally tied on his third finger was still there. It was as bright as ever, like a small red butterfly resting on the back of his hand. Hua Qing had clearly said that if the red line between the two of them was broken, the knot would disappear. Xiao Lian couldn't help but say, "This is," seeing his surprise, Hua Qing smiled and said, "The previous one was just a small smokescreen. Although the red line is hidden and the distance is not limited, we don't have to worry about being tied up. However, it is not broken." He raised his hand and showed Xiao Lian the same knot. As long as the knot is still there, it means that the person on the other side of the red line is safe and sound. The closer we get to Bronze Cauldron, the more dangerous it is. We still don't know what's waiting for us. So after thinking about it, I still can't remove the red line. What do you think, brother? Knowing that the red line was still there, Xiao Lian couldn't help but smile. However, he immediately suppressed it and said seriously, "Oh, right. This way, we can know at any time whether the other party is still safe or not. It's a very good and practical spell." Hua Qing also smiled. However, he immediately restrained his smile and said, "However, Your Highness, there's something I must say. I also hope you can listen to it." Seeing Hua Cheng's expression suddenly turn solemn, Xiao Yan also became serious and said, "What is it? Speak." Hua Cheng looked straight into his eyes and said, "I know that you won't die and you aren't afraid of death. However, no matter how strong you are, don't think that you won't get hurt." Xiao Yan was stunned. Hua Cheng continued, "Not dying doesn't mean you won't get hurt. It also doesn't mean you won't feel pain. If you see anything strange or dangerous, don't touch it. Look for me first and let me handle it." Xiao Yan suddenly remembered that when he used his hands to pick up the two skulls that were covered in corpse poison, Hua Cheng's expression suddenly became very ugly. Could it be that at that time, Hua Cheng was angry because of this? If it wasn't because of anything else, was it because he saw something dangerous and picked it up without a care? If that was really the case, then he really didn't know what to say. After a long time, Xiao Yan finally said, "All right. I won't do it again." Hearing his sincere answer, Hua Cheng seemed to be satisfied. He nodded slightly and turned around to walk forward. Xiao Yan said, "San Lang, wait." Hua Cheng stopped and turned around. Xiao Yan squeezed for a long time before he finally said in a low voice, You too. If you see something dangerous, I won't touch it. You also shouldn't touch it. Neither of us should touch it, okay?" Hearing this, the corner of Hua Cheng's mouth slowly rose. After Xiao Yan said this, he was a bit nervous and unconsciously smiled. He saw Hua Cheng walk a step closer and was about to say something when he suddenly heard Pei Ming say from nearby, "What is this thing?" "Ban Yu said, it seems to be a person." Pei Ming said, "It really is. But how can a person become like this?" Chapter 165. Pei Ming and the others entered the courtyard of a family. They probably wanted to see if there was a well. Xiao Yan stepped into the courtyard. He casually said, "The houses on this street are all so tall and imposing." Hua Qing said, "The copper furnace is located in the center of the Wuyong country, near the imperial city. This place is very close to the copper furnace, which means that it's very close to the imperial city 2,000 years ago. Naturally, it's a rich place because most of the people living here are officials and nobles. Rich families." There was indeed a well. However, the scene beside the well was very terrifying. 7 or 8 people were all lying by the well. It was as if someone who was about to die of thirst had moved to this place. They were still dead. When he walked closer, Xiao Yan was stunned. He said, "This. Rather than people, doesn't it look more like stone statues?" Of course, these weren't living people, but they weren't corpses either. They were not skeletons either, but rather, the most crude, grayish-white, stone statues. Xiao Yan was just about to go up and touch them. Hua Qing glanced at him from the side. He immediately remembered that the two of them had just agreed not to touch dangerous and strange things. He forced himself to hold back. Then, he thought about it again. Who would make so many frightening stone statues for no reason? They should indeed be people, but for some reason, they became like this. The door of this family was wide open. He looked into the house to the side and saw 2 people lying on the ground inside. Their postures were twisted and they were tightly hugging each other. Although their faces were blurry and their expressions couldn't be seen clearly, just from their movements, he could feel the extreme fear of these 2 people. Between the 2 of them was tightly hugging something. At first glance, it looked like a bundle. Upon closer inspection, Xiao Yan suddenly understood. That should be a baby. Things were very clear. Xiao Yan said, those outside are the servants of this family. The ones inside are the master's family of 3. Hua Qing said, yes. After the volcano erupted, the flowing water of the Wuxian River turned into surging magma. The residents living in the highlands weren't burned to death by the magma and fire, but they couldn't escape the ubiquitous volcanic ash in the air and suffocated to death. The overwhelming volcanic ash instantly enveloped their entire bodies, forming a layer of hard shell on the surface. It preserved the moment before people died, turning them into stone statues. The moment their lives ended, the husband and wife hugged their lover and child in horror, becoming one with each other. Of course, the ancient well had dried up long ago. Pei Ming wasn't interested in studying the dead man's model. She went out to fight Pei Su and continued to search for water. Suddenly, Xiao Yan noticed something strange. He entered the house and squatted down beside the petrified statue of the family of 3. Hua Qing also came in and asked, what do you want to see? Xiao Yan frowned slightly and said, I just feel that their movements are a little strange. These 2 adults are holding each other tightly with one hand, but the other hand. The other hand was placed in front of his chest, as if he was tightly grasping something. Hua Qing said, do you want to see what they are holding in their hands? Just as Xiao Yan nodded his head, Hua Qing slapped the petrified statue. Xiao Yan hurriedly said, wait a minute, isn't this a bit too? However, Hua Qing's movements were faster than his. In an instant, the family of 3 turned into a pile of grayish-white fragments. Hua Qing said calmly, you don't have to worry too much. He's already dead, and there's nothing left of him. There was nothing in that pile of debris. These stone statues were actually hollow. That made sense. Although the volcanic ash on the surface formed a hard protective shell, the corpses that were wrapped inside would eventually rot and decompose. After they finished rotting, all that was left was this layer of ash on the surface. What was once alive would eventually pass away, but what had never possessed life would instead exist eternally. Within the volcanic ash fragments, there were still some clothing that hadn't completely rotted and the jewelry on the owner's body, such as rings, earrings, necklaces, and so on. Xiao Yan felt that it wasn't very likely that this couple had grabbed these gold and silver jewelry before they died. Just as he was picking and choosing, Hua Qing picked up something from the ground and handed it to him. Xiao Yan asked, what is this? Hua Qing said, this is what they were tightly grasping in their hands. It was a pendant, and on it hung a shiny piece of gold and a bone-like ornament. There were patterns on the piece of gold. Xiao Yan gently wiped off the ash on it, and after looking at it attentively for a moment, he said, Mars guards the heart. What was engraved on this piece of gold was actually a diagram of the heavens. Gold as the sky, and agate as the stars. This was precisely the so-called Mars guards the heart diagram. In other words, it was the heavenly diagram of the Mars star staying in the heart for a long time. The Mars star had always been viewed by people as a star of war and death, and the Mars guard the heart diagram was even more of an inauspicious omen. This was especially true for rulers, emperors, and other rulers. Why would such a diagram of the heavens be engraved on an ornament? No, this shouldn't be an ornament. Xiao Yan searched through the empty shell fragments for a while and found another 2 identical pendants. There were a total of 3 of them, and even one belonged to the baby in the couple's arms. Normally, why would they prepare 3 sets of the same ornament? Xiao Yan said, this shouldn't be a protective talisman, right? Only a protective talisman would give people the urge to tightly grasp it before they died. In their fear, they would crazily pray for it with their last hope. Hua Qing said, exactly. I've also excavated a portion of this city, and found this protective talisman inside quite a few stone statues. Xiao Yan muttered to himself, the Wuxian people believe in their crown prince, so this should be the crown prince's protective talisman. But why draw this? What's the relationship between the crown prince and the Mars guard the heart? Hua Qing said, because on the day he was born, the heavenly diagram was that the Mars guard the heart. Thus, the Wuyong people used this heavenly diagram to refer to him. Xiao Yan asked curiously, how did San Lang know about this? Hua Qing flipped the gold piece over and smiled. It's written here. Sure enough, a row of words was engraved on the back. Hua Qing pointed it out to him and said, this line of words means Mars guard the heart, the saint is born. In our eyes now, the Mars guard the heart is an inauspicious omen, but 2,000 years ago, it might not have been so. Xiao Yan stroked the line of words, but his heart slowly sank. Because on the day he was born, the heavenly diagram was also that of the Mars guard the heart. Wasn't this a bit too much of a coincidence? Xiao Yan stood up and said, let's go to the temple. The two of them walked side by side down the long street. Pei Ming and the others didn't find anything in this area, so they also followed. There were many remnants of carriages and horses on the street. Some were properly resting by the roadside, while others were completely overturned on the ground. They also saw a few scattered petrified people lying on the ground in various postures. Most of the people had hidden in their homes to take refuge. These were either homeless beggars or passers-by who couldn't return home in time. The roars and struggles of the moment before death were all preserved. Everyone walked through this dazzling crowd. Hua Qing pointed out to Xiao Yan which were the residences of wealthy merchants and which were places for feasts and merrymaking. Xiao Yan couldn't help but ask, San Lang, the Wuyong country has been destroyed for more than 2,000 years. Before that, there were no descendants left in this world. How did you learn these words? He couldn't just learn them out of thin air. No matter what, there had to be a way. Hua Qing said, it wasn't too difficult. Brother can see that there are some Wuyong words that are very similar to the current words. Xiao Yan said, yes, the two words Wuyong are very similar to the current form. Hua Qing said, yes. That's why these two words were one of the earliest Wuyong words I learned. There are also some like this, mixed in with the sentences, so we can infer more new words before and after. There are also some that have the same form but have different meanings, but they are very few. Xiao Yan nodded. Hua Qing continued, then, there are those characters that appear more frequently. For example, these two. He pointed to two buildings on the side of the street and said, you can clearly see what this place is. The front of the words on the signboard are different, but the back is the same. With this, you can roughly determine the meaning of the last two words. If it's not a restaurant, then it's a restaurant. There are still many ways that brother wants to hear. When I have time, I'll tell you one by one. So that's how it is. There were actually people in this world who didn't need any help and relied on their own strength to figure out something. Xiao Yan couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. The Wuyong Temple was still the tallest and most imposing building in the city. The group of people arrived in front of the temple, but before they could enter, Pei Ming suddenly said, what's that sound? Squeak squeak squeak, squeak squeak squeak. The sound came from afar and dispersed far away. Xiao Yan said, a rat? Hua Qing said, it's not an ordinary rat. However, if there's a rat, it means there's water nearby. After entering the temple, this time, there were actually no scorch marks left on the walls. When they raised their heads, they could see large expanses of brightly colored murals. However, this time, there wasn't just one mural, but three on the left, center, and right. There was one mural on each of the three walls. Everyone arrived in front of the first mural and raised their heads to look. They saw Prince Wuyong sitting in the clouds, his entire body shining with a golden light. However, his expression was grim. His left hand was holding a ball of light, and within the halo was a small mountain spitting out flames. His right hand's 5 fingers were closed together, and his palm was facing forward, as if he was waving his hand. Below them was a palace, and inside the palace stood a dozen or so people. Their clothes and accessories were all incomparably gorgeous, and each person's movements were different. Some opened their arms, some wore armor and drew their bows, and some had excited expressions as they pointed into the distance. The details of the painting were complex, and the content was extremely broad. Xiao Yan looked at it for a while before turning his head and saying, "I'll tell you what I understand the meaning of this painting." The ball of light in Prince Wuyong's left hand has the scene of a small volcano erupting. This means that he told his dream to the people below him. As for the gesture of his right hand, it's clearly a negative gesture. He should be rejecting something. Pei Ming asked, "Then what exactly is he rejecting?" Xiao Yan said, "That depends on the actions of the group of people below. This palace is located in the mortal world, and it's magnificent and majestic. It should be the imperial palace. This group of people should be the nobles of Wuyong country. The one with his arms open, looking at the gesture, is expanding." Expanding what? That depends on what he's holding in his hand. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that he was holding a map in his hand. Pei Ming couldn't be more familiar with this. She said, "Expanding the territory." Xiao Yan said, "Yes." As for these generals, they were all dressed in military attire, as if they were ready to go into battle. There are also people beside them giving them directions. Look, their movements are very clear, as if they're saying, "Go there, attack there." In this way, the meaning of this painting is easy to understand. In summary, it's, Prince Wuyong told his prophecy to the ministers in the imperial palace. Once the volcano erupts, the consequences will be incomparably serious. It will be a disaster for the Wuyong country. The country's territory won't be enough because the volcano is located in the center, and the important cities will definitely disappear. So how should we solve this? Hua Qing said, "If our own territory isn't enough, we'll go and occupy other people's territory." Xiao Yan said, "That's right." So, the ministers proposed to expand the territory and attack the neighboring countries. However, Prince Wuyong didn't agree to do so. So, his right hand made a gesture of rejection. After understanding the first mural, everyone came to the front of the second mural. The color of this mural was much darker than the other two, perhaps because it depicted the scene of slaughter on the battlefield. On the battlefield below, blood flowed like a river as the soldiers of both sides fought fiercely. Xiao Yan could tell which side was the Wuyong country's soldier because their armor was the same as the generals in the previous mural. The Wuyong soldiers looked extremely fierce, trampling the enemy's heads under their feet and lifting the corpses on their halberds. They killed until the flesh of their arms and thighs flew everywhere. It was bloody and cruel. There were also soldiers who laughed sinisterly as they stretched out their hands towards the huddled children and women. It was enough to show the horror of war. Dark clouds covered the battlefield, but there was a sliver of white light within the dark clouds. Prince Wuyong stuck half his body out from the clouds and looked down at the scene below. He seemed to be somewhat angry, and he stretched out his hand, releasing many rays of golden light. Wherever the golden light went, the Wuyong soldiers would be collected. The meaning of this mural was a little easier to understand than the previous one. Xiao Yan looked for a while, then softly said, "It seems that the generals and ministers did not listen to His Highness the Crown Prince's advice and still sent troops to attack the neighboring country. The soldiers killed too many people and bullied the old, weak, women, and children of other countries." When the Crown Prince found out about this, he was very angry and once again intervened to stop the Wuyong soldiers' atrocities. When Pei Ming heard this, she softly said, "It's touching. But to be honest, if a country must be plunged into misery and suffering, there's nothing wrong with choosing to protect one's own country. The officers and soldiers charge and break through enemy lines. If they don't get hacked to death on the battlefield, they might first be angered to death by His Highness the Crown Prince. I don't want to fight for this kind of monarch." Xiao Yan laughed a few times and said a little helplessly, "What General Pei said, makes sense. Hua Qing slightly sneered. Pei Ming said, so, the volcano is about to erupt. What does His Highness the Crown Prince plan to do? He can't just let his own people wait for death. Xiao Yen said, let's look at the third mural. It should be able to be solved. Everyone finally arrived in front of the last mural. This mural formed a strong contrast with the colors of the previous one. Once again, it became extremely bright and was sprinkled with holy light. However, when Xiao Yen saw it for the first time, his heart trembled and his eyes widened. When Pei Ming saw it, she said, heavens, is this the idea that Prince Wu Yong came up with? Ha, he's really got guts. I admire him. On the third mural, the bottom part was the Wu Yong country. The Wu Yong River meandered across the land, and the Crown Prince and the 4 guardian deities were also on the mural. However, this wasn't the main point. The most eye-catching part of the whole mural was a bridge at the center. A gigantic bridge shining with white light was supported by the combined efforts of Prince Wu Yong and his 4 guardian deities. The people on the ground were currently rushing towards the bridge with faces full of smiles. Chapter 166. Xiao Yen couldn't help but be stunned. Pei Ming said, that works too. Hua Qing said, why not? The few of them looked at him. Hua Qing said, isn't it just to send mortals to the sky? He just needs to temporarily send the Wuyong people near the imperial city to the sky. When the volcano erupts after the dust settles, why not put them back? Pei Ming said, don't make it sound so easy. It's not like you don't know that summoning generals also consumes magic power. How many people does he need to summon? Summoning generals was actually using one's own magic power to raise the mortals that were summoned. For one's own use. Otherwise, if there were no restrictions, wouldn't the heavenly officials try their best to summon people to the sky? The emperor might as well summon all the civil and military officials in the court. The general might as well summon his entire army. Hua Qing said, judging from the ruins left behind, the entire Wuyong country has about 100,000 people. There are only a few tens of thousands near the imperial city. Xiao Yen said in a low voice, although it's difficult but we can barely fight, it might not work. Pei Ming said, even if there are tens of thousands of people, no heavenly official has ever dared to summon so many. If that's the case, it's hard to say if his courage is praiseworthy or extremely stupid. It can be said that there is no one who can surpass him in the future. Xiao Yen looked at the bridge on the mural, unable to take his eyes off it. The faces of the white-robed crown prince and the 4 heavenly protectors were in his eyes. The more he looked, the more it looked like his own and the 4 imperial tutors' faces. He thought of the appearance of Yinghua guarding the heart. This story that seemed to be repeating itself made him impatient to know what would happen next. However, he felt like he already knew. He didn't dare to look at the mural again. He turned his head and said, did you find water? Half Moon dragged Pei Su and said, that brother went to look for it. She was talking about the guiding jade. Xiao Yen looked at Pei Su, who had his eyes closed. After a moment of silence, he said, I think we should go to the copper furnace next. General Pei should stay here. Pei Su was in human form after all, and there were many inconveniences. Moreover, they didn't know what was waiting for them ahead. Pei Ming squatted down and looked at Pei Su. All right, I agree. However, Your Highness, please do not tell him the reason when you are in front of him. This child will understand. I'll talk to him about this. Xiao Yen said, General Pei, don't worry. I know about this. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said it before he woke up. After all, Pei Su was once a young martial god of the heavenly court with a bright future ahead of him. If he was to be placed here because he couldn't keep up with the team, he would definitely feel bad. However, if one did something wrong, he would have to accept the punishment. This was the taste of exile, so he could only endure it. The few of them stayed in the shrine and discussed for a while. Xiao Yan curiously asked, "Where's the guiding jade? Why hasn't he returned after so long? Haven't you found any water?" Hua Cheng, on the other hand, was staring at the few dead spirit butterflies resting on his fingertips. Those silver butterflies had just been put to great use, and now, they had returned to him and were accumulating energy. He raised his head slightly and said, "It won't take that long." Xiao Yan became vigilant. Standing up, he said, "I'll go take a look. General Pei will stay here and watch, and San Lang will come with me." Of course she would be with him. Thus, Xiao Yan left Ruo Xia behind and had it form a protective circle. The two of them left the shrine and walked deeper into the underground city. Along the way, there were quite a few houses and messy things. Xiao Yan picked up a jar that looked quite pleasing to the eye. Hua Cheng seemed to find it funny and asked, "Why did you pick this up?" Xiao Yan said, "In a moment, if we find water, we can bring some back for little General Pei." After all, he was used to collecting junk. He couldn't help but pat the jar in his hand and said, "Speaking of which, this is a 1,000-year-old antique." Hua Cheng laughed out loud and said, "If you like this kind of thing, you can come to my place later. I also have a few. You can take a look and see if there's anything you like." After the time it took for a stick of incense to burn, the two of them could faintly hear the sound of flowing water. Not long after, Xiao Yan said, "It's here." Sure enough, there was an underground river underneath. Xiao Yan placed the jar he picked up into the water and vigorously washed it. The 1,000-year-old dirt and grime had already condensed into a thick shell. It couldn't be washed off, but brushing off the dust on the surface was enough to make do with it. He filled the jar with water and lowered his head. Just as he was about to drink a mouthful, Hua Cheng, who had been carefully observing the surroundings, turned his head and saw him. He said, "Don't drink." Xiao Yan had already moved his face closer to the jar. When he heard him stop him, he doubtfully asked, "What?" At this moment, a voice suddenly said, "It's so hot." There were only the two of them present, so where did this third voice come from? Xiao Yan subconsciously looked towards the source of the voice. Unexpectedly, that voice was coming from the jar in his hand. He suddenly lowered his head and saw a pair of extremely small scarlet dots hiding in the water, staring at him. No matter how he looked at it, it was still a pair of eyes. Could it be that there was someone hiding inside? The moment he locked eyes with this pair of eyes, that thing fiercely rushed towards Xiao Yan's face. With a splashing sound, Xiao Yan's eyes and hands were quick. He immediately threw the jar several meters away, causing it to crash into the wall. Clang! With a sound, the 1,000-year-old antique was smashed open, and the thing hidden inside fell to the ground, instantly scuttling into the darkness. In his haste, Xiao Yan didn't see it clearly. He only felt that it was a large lump of black stuff. He asked, "What is that?" Hua Cheng blocked in front of him. Xiao Yan gloomily said, "There wasn't this thing in the jar from before, right? And why did it say, so hot? Shouldn't it be very cold in that water?" Hua Cheng replied, "No, it specially swam in from the water. There are often groups of things swimming in this underground river, so don't tell Big Brother to drink this water." Xiao Yan thought to himself, "Then I'll let little General Pei drink as he pleases." Suddenly, he felt a chill on his back and shouted, "Who is it?" In that instant, he heard someone cough in the distance. That definitely wasn't an illusion, so he immediately went on full alert. Not long after, a wave of whispers spread out like a tide. Around the two of them, pairs of red dots lit up one after another, surrounding them in the center. Hua Cheng said, "Don't worry. It's not a person." Xiao Yan thought to himself, "There's no need to worry if it's not a person." Listening carefully to those whispers, he could distinguish what those people were saying. "Cough cough cough, it's so hot, it's scalding me to death, woo woo woo, I'm going to suffocate to death. Is there anyone here? I can't move, I can't move. Although these voices were soft, they were clear and painful. They were like tiny ants that continuously drilled into people's ears. Xiao Yan was just about to place his hand on her heart when he suddenly heard a mournful voice cry out, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, where's His Highness the Crown Prince? Save me ah." Hearing the last sentence, Xiao Yan felt his blood run cold. For a moment, he felt as if this voice was calling out to him. Then, with a wave of Hua Cheng's hand, thousands of dead spirit butterflies suddenly spread out and pounced towards those pair of red glowing eyes. The silver light of the silver butterflies illuminated the countless things that were whispering in the darkness. As expected, they weren't people. They were actually rats. Hua Cheng pulled him along and said, "I said before, there are a lot of rats here. Let's go." As Xiao Yan walked, he asked in astonishment, "Are those rats? Why do I think they look more like cats?" Indeed, those rats were all larger than kittens. Their entire bodies were covered in pitch-black fur that resembled steel needles. In the darkness, their small red eyes flashed with an ominous glint. Many of them climbed up the walls and stared at them. Their mouths even spoke the human language. It was extremely strange. After the silver butterflies pounced on them, they began to fight at close quarters. Red and silver lights crisscrossed and flashed chaotically. Although they couldn't see the battle clearly, they knew it was extremely fierce and cruel. Xiao Yan said, "The guiding jade couldn't have been dragged somewhere by them, right?" Hua Qing said, "It shouldn't be that useless. It should have been held back by something else." After hearing the first half of the sentence, Xiao Yan slightly relaxed. However, the second half of the sentence made him worried again. He said, "It's fine if the rats are this big, but why are there so many of them? What did they eat to grow so big?" Hua Qing said, "It's simple. Naturally, it's the dead. These are all corpse-eating rats." It turned out that when this city was covered in volcanic ash, humans, cows, horses, sheep, and other large livestock had nowhere to hide. However, the rats had burrowed deep underground. Relying on the air and stored food in the depths of the cave, they were able to survive. After the dust settled, they once again burrowed out of the cave and ran around the city that had already turned into hell, looking for food. However, everything was destroyed. It was either buried in magma or covered in volcanic ash. The rats gnawed on a lot of things, and even after a long time, they couldn't find any food. Until one day, they smelled a rotting smell. The rotting smell came from those human-shaped petrified statues. Some of the corpses were wrapped in volcanic ash shells. The shells were relatively thin, so they began to rot. A strange smell wafted out, and corpse water flowed out. Thus, the hungry rats circled around the petrified statues. They bit a small hole in the surface of the stone statues and drilled in through this hole to eat the corpses inside. The lowliest things were often the easiest to survive. The corpses of the dead were wrapped in fossils. Their fear, anger, unwillingness, and other strong emotions were also wrapped in the fossils. The rats ate the corpses and ate these emotions as well. They began to speak the human language, saying what they wanted to say but couldn't say at the moment before they died. Xiao Yan suddenly said, "So that's why they said those words. I was wondering why they said those words." Unexpectedly, Hua Qing suddenly said, "What did you say?" Xiao Yan was startled and said, "What did I say?" Hua Qing stared at him and said, "What did they say? What did you hear?" Xiao Yan said strangely, "Didn't you hear, San Lang? It's so hot, suffocating, I can't move, save me, and so on." However, before Hua Qing could reply, he came to his senses. That's not right. Those corpse-eating rats were repeating the ravings of the Wu Yong people before they died. Naturally, it was the Wu Yong language. Chapter 167. Hua Qing learned the Wuyong language based on his own deduction ability. He could decipher the meaning of the words. But because there were no survivors who read the words to him, he couldn't match the sounds with the words. That was why he could not understand the mutterings of the rats. But Xiao Yan, who had never been to Mount Bronze Furnace, understood. What did this mean? Hua Qing knew what he was thinking with one look. He immediately said, "Brother, don't be nervous. I'll repeat those words again. Listen to them." Xiao Yan said. "Okay." Hua Qing had a good memory. As soon as he left the place where the rats gathered, he immediately repeated it clearly. Xiao Yan stared at his lips. He heard a string of strange sounds that were neither fast nor slow. This string of strange words was spoken with an ancient charm. It came out of Hua Qing's mouth. The voice was deep and beautiful. It was very pleasant to listen to. After a moment, Xiao Yan said, "I don't understand." This was very strange. He could understand the human language of the rats. But right now, Hua Qing was repeating it exactly, but he couldn't understand it. But the moment he understood it couldn't have been an illusion. Hua Qing continued, "Just now, when you heard those sounds, you understood it instantly and naturally, right?" Xiao Yan said, "Yes. At that time, my mind didn't go through the process of translation. That was why he didn't realize it was another language." Hua Qing crossed his arms and thought for a moment. "I understand." Xiao Yan asked, "What do you understand?" Hua Qing said, "What you understood wasn't the Wuyong language, but the emotions of the dead." Xiao Yan seemed to understand. Hua Qing continued, "That is to say, a long time ago, someone heard the voices of the dead, understood them, and remembered them. Then, unknowingly, they implanted this memory into you and used this emotion to infect you. Because that person understood the Wuyong language, he had already understood it. So, you don't need to understand the Wuyong language at all. These voices have always been hidden in the depths of your mind. The moment you hear them, you can be directly brought into that emotion." Xiao Yan felt that this was possible, so he said, "But, the problem is, who passed these memories and emotions to me? And when did you pass it on to me?" Pausing for a moment, he muttered. "Imperial Preceptor." However, Hua Qing said, "Not yet. Brother, you are already assuming that your master is from Wuyong. But have you ever thought of a problem? If that's the case, then why didn't they use the Wuyong language to communicate in the mountain monster's stomach?" This wasn't hard to explain. Xiao Yan explained, because the Wuyong kingdom was destroyed 2,000 years ago. In other words, in the last 2,000 years, if they really had been active in the world, they would have used the language of their descendants. When we communicate, we will naturally use the language we are more familiar with. Hua Qing hugged his shoulder and said in a more serious tone, "Brother, don't always lead yourself in that direction." Only then did Xiao Yan turn around and say, "Good. Then, San Lang, what are the requirements to transfer certain memories and emotions to someone else?" Hua Qing said, "2 conditions. First, you must have absolute trust in this person and not put up any defenses. Furthermore, if necessary, you must be willing to be guided by this person." After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yan had a candidate in mind. Hua Qing continued, "Second, you have no power to resist this person. You will be completely suppressed by the other party and you will have a deep fear of the other party. Brother, think about it carefully. In these past few years, among the people you know, who fits these 2 conditions?" Xiao Yan thought for a moment and hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "There are 3. Hua Qing said, "Okay, which 3? Xiao Yan said, "The first is the Imperial Preceptor." Although he deeply loved his parents and didn't put up any defenses, deep in his heart, he didn't walk the same path as his father. Therefore, he couldn't say he was willing to be guided by his father. However, the Imperial Preceptor who introduced him and taught him everything met this condition. This was within his expectations. Hua Qing said, "Then, the second one?" Xiao Yan said, "Jun Wu." He greatly admired Jun Wu. Needless to say, he also met the first condition. Hua Cheng's expression didn't seem to agree, but he didn't make any comments. He asked, "What about the last one?" Xiao Yan said, "The third one doesn't meet the first condition. Instead, it meets the second." Hua Cheng understood. He said in a low voice, "By Wuxiang." Xiao Yan closed his eyes and nodded. He rubbed his forehead with one hand and said, "I won't hide it from you. Although in everyone's eyes, I don't seem to have ever revealed this. Even when facing Feng Xian and Mu Qing, I didn't say anything disheartening, I actually. But in reality, deep in his heart, he deeply feared this thing. For a period of time, he even reached the point where he would tremble incessantly when he heard this name. However, Xiao Yan never dared to let anyone see a trace of it. That was because he was the only hope to resist by Wuxiang. If even he was afraid, wouldn't others be even more desperate? If that happened, then everything would be completely destroyed. Of course, everything was much better now. Hua Qing hugged his shoulder even tighter and said, "It's fine. Being afraid of something isn't shameful." Xiao Yan smiled and said, "It's just that I'm not brave enough." However, Hua Qing said, "If there's no such thing as fear, then there's no such thing as courage. You don't have to be so harsh on yourself." Hearing this, Xiao Yan was slightly startled. Hua Qing then said, "So, there are only these three people?" Xiao Yan nodded. In other words, the person who instilled him with the memories and emotions of the Wu Yong people during the volcanic eruption was one of these three. Hua Qing looked pensive and slightly frowned. Xiao Yan was silent for a while, then suddenly said, "More than that." Hua Qing turned his head and said, "What?" Xiao Yan took a light breath and said, "Actually, it's not just these three people. There's a fourth person. This person fulfills the first condition. However, he definitely has nothing to do with the memories and emotions of the deceased." Hearing this, Hua Qing completely turned around and said, "Oh. How can you be so sure? Your Highness also has a deep friendship with this person for many years." Xiao Yan thought that many years didn't count, but deep friendship, he thought it counted. However, he was embarrassed to say this, so he vaguely said, "In any case, he's probably the person I trust the most. I trust him more than my master and Jun Wu." Hua Qing said, "How does this count?" Xiao Yan coughed lightly and said a little embarrassedly, "I'm ashamed to say this. That's because, if I commit some monstrous mistake or make some earth-shattering mess, the first person I'll think of will definitely be him. Moreover, it's a different kind of trust that I have for my master and the emperor." Before he could finish speaking, he noticed that Hua Cheng's expression was a little strange. He stopped talking and hesitated for a moment. "San Lang." Only then did Hua Cheng return to his senses. Raising his eyebrows, he said, "Oh, nothing. I was thinking about something else just now." "Does your Highness really trust this person that much?" Although he usually raised his eyebrows in satisfaction or teasing, this raised eyebrow wasn't very natural. Xiao Yan nodded and said, "Yes, is there a problem?" Hua Qing slightly lowered his head and adjusted the silver wristband on his cuffs. Pretending to be careless, he said, "There's no big problem. However, my personal opinion. Brother, it's best if you don't trust others so easily." Hearing him say this, Xiao Yan wasn't sure if Hua Qing understood who he was talking about. However, he didn't dare to reveal it further. He just said, "Oh," after pausing for a while, he couldn't help but ask, "San Lang, aren't you going to ask who this person is?" Hua Qing said, Me. Since brother said that you trust him and firmly believe that he has nothing to do with this matter, then there's no need to ask." Xiao Yan rubbed the space between his eyebrows. Immediately after, Hua Qing said, "However, if brother is willing to tell me, San Lang is willing to listen." Although his words sounded appropriate, if Xiao Yan followed along and told him now, it would be a little awkward. It would be as if Xie Lian was asking him who he trusted the most. Xie Lian couldn't tell if it was just polite words or if it really didn't matter. Just at this moment, the necrotic butterflies that had just torn flesh and blood from the corpse-eating rats flew back. After experiencing a fierce battle, the silver butterflies were flying a little low, as if they were slightly tired. Xie Lian hurriedly went forward and reached out to catch an especially slender little silver butterfly. He said, "You've worked hard." As soon as he reached out, the butterflies slowed down in the air. In the next moment, as if they smelled something delicious, they crazily pounced towards him. Xie Lian held the little silver butterfly in his hands and was almost stunned. Hua Cheng coughed lightly. The butterflies froze again and obediently flew towards him. They landed on the silver bracer on his arm and fused with the silver butterfly engravings on it. The two of them continued to search for the guiding jade. After walking for a while, Hua Cheng suddenly said, "It can't be Feng Xian, right?" Xie Lian had already started thinking about other things. Hearing this, he was startled and said, "Ah. What?" Hua Cheng said, "The person that brother was talking about." Xie Lian immediately waved his hand and said, "Of course not." Hua Cheng's eyebrows twitched. He said, "It can't be Mu Qing either." A drop of cold sweat dripped down Xie Lian's forehead. He waved his hands even faster and said, "That's even more impossible." However, why did San Lang suddenly ask about it now? Hua Cheng smiled and said, "I thought about it and suddenly felt that the fourth person was the most suspicious. So, just in case, can I ask brother to tell me who your most trusted friend of many years is?" Xie Lian looked at the smile on his face and had an intuition that this smile was very fake. Just as he took a deep breath and was about to speak, the faint silver light on the bodies of the scouting silver butterflies suddenly disappeared. Their surroundings fell into darkness. Hua Cheng quickly took Xie Lian's hand and flashed to the side of the street. Xie Lian sensed that something was wrong and said in a low voice, "San Lang, is there something coming?" Although he suddenly fell into darkness and couldn't see, he still followed Hua Cheng's footsteps and accurately flipped into a house to hide. Hua Cheng's voice sounded in his ear, "It's coming." In the darkness, an extremely strange sound suddenly rang out. Thump, thump, thump. Although it was still very far away, each sound was extremely heavy. With each sound, the sound came closer by a large distance. The speed was astonishing. Xie Lian felt that this sound was inexplicably familiar. He had definitely heard it somewhere before. When the sound was not far away, he looked out. As expected. On the main street of the underground city, a girl wearing a wedding dress appeared. Although the girl was wearing a wedding dress, her clothes were tattered and looked mournful and gloomy. Although she had a long face and a proud and beautiful face, there was not a trace of life in it. On top of her head was a faint green ghost fire, which made her pale face look even greener. She was holding a child in her arms. His face was also deathly pale, but he was still much more alive than her. It was obviously a living person. Hua Cheng said, "I meet an old friend again." Chapter 168. They actually came to Mount Bronze Cauldron. Xie Lian said, "Gu Zi is here. Is Qi Rong here too?" Hua Cheng said, "Look at the green light on top of her head. There's no doubt about it." Gu Zi seemed to be a little afraid of Xian Ji and didn't dare to move in her arms. But maybe it was because Xian Ji's cold body was really uncomfortable, so he quietly twisted twice. Xian Ji said, "Don't move." As soon as she opened her mouth, the muscles on her face became more and more distorted under the illumination of the green willow, the wisp. Willow, the wisp was also one of the symbols of ghosts. This taste was really terrible. Xie Lian felt that any female ghost with normal taste and who cared about her image would refuse to put such a green willow, the wisp on her head. Needless to say, Qi Rong must have asked her to wear it. The green fire and the red dress formed a very visually impactful scene. This was even more frustrating than the sect leader forcing the disciples to wear the incomparably ugly school uniform. Guzi said with tears in his eyes, "Sister, I drank that water. My stomach feels a little uncomfortable." Water? Xiao Yan couldn't help but sweat. That underground water was something that corpse-eating rats swam in groups. Although it wasn't to the extent of being poisoned, children's resistance was weak. If they drank it, they might have diarrhea. Xian Ji didn't seem to be the type to like children. She didn't have much patience with him. She said, "Bear with it. We're already on our way back." Their backs melted into the darkness in front of them. Without saying another word, Xiao Yan and Hua Qing quietly followed. Not long after, they followed Xian Ji. After a few turns, they turned into another street. At the end of the street, there was an exceptionally gorgeous house with voices coming from inside. This must be their destination. Xiao Yan and Hua Qing hid in the dark and rushed to the roof of the house. They looked down through the cracks. Sure enough, Qi Rong was sitting in the middle of the hall of the mansion. He moved more than 10 stone people over and had their heads facing him. Because these stone people were all lying on the ground, it looked like they were prostrating themselves on the ground. As he enjoyed the worship, he happily gnawed on a bloody arm. There were 5 or 6 farmers sitting in the corner. One of them had his head lowered as if he didn't exist. It was Inu. He was indeed intercepted by Qi Rong. Although none of them were bound by ropes, there was a green will-o'-the wisp hovering above their heads. Upon closer inspection, those balls of will-o'-wisps were different from the ones on Xian Ji's head for ornamental purposes. They actually had facial features, and their eyes looked down with a sinister expression, as if they were evil little men closely monitoring the people below. Xiao Yan whispered, "There's something strange about that fire." Hua Qing said, "That's Qi Rong's ghost fire lock. After being stared at by the fire, if you dare to escape, they will scream loudly. As long as you activate the incantation, the hostage will be burned to death in an instant." Qi Rong was gnawing on his hand with relish when he suddenly heard Xian Ji's voice from outside, "Darren, I am back." He threw his hand away and wiped the blood from his mouth. Xiao Yan was slightly surprised. What kind of action was this? Afraid of being seen? There was actually a day when Qi Rong was embarrassed to let others see his table manners. Before Xian Ji came in, she put down the grains first. Guzi rushed in and ran to the front of Qi Rong. He pointed at him and shouted, "Father is secretly eating something bad again." Qi Rong said, "No." However, Guzi said, "I smelled it. If you eat it, your breath will stink." Qi Rong blew on his hand a few times. He must have smelled the blood in his mouth. Unable to deny it, he became angry and said, "Damn it. Xian Ji. Why did you suddenly bring him back? Didn't I tell you to bring him out to wander around a bit while I was eating?" Xian Ji quietly walked in and said, after he drank the water, he complained that his stomach wasn't feeling well, so I brought him back first. "Darren, please don't let me take care of children anymore. I also don't know how to deal with him." Qi Rong glared and criticized, "What? Aren't you a female ghost? How could a female ghost not like to take care of children? You are not qualified." Xian Ji said, "This isn't even my own child." Guzi grabbed the hem of Qi Rong's clothes and said, "Father, don't eat those things anymore, it's not good." Qi Rong was annoyed by him and scolded, "Get out, get out, get out. Don't be a nuisance here, a child is trying to control an adult. Go out and play by yourself." Guzi could only go out to play in the mud. Before he left, he looked at the person in the corner of the house. After he left, Xian Ji said, "Darren, I really don't understand. If you think this child is troublesome, why did you bring him along?" Along the way, he ate, drank, cried and fell sick. If it wasn't for the mountain monsters that gave us a lift, I'm afraid he would still be burdened now. Chi Rong chuckled and said, since my cheap son insists on calling me father, then let him. Bah, nonsense, of course it's because I want to eat this little idiot. Such a young child's flesh is fresh and tender. It's delicious even without seasoning. He. Xian Ji said, then why hasn't Darren eaten yet? Chi Rong's eyes glowed green and said, you don't understand. Fatten him up before killing him. The best is left for last. Besides, we still have so much food stored, there's no hurry. Speaking of food stored, Xian Ji stared at the jade and said, I think this newly captured person is very suspicious, very suspicious. Darren, have you found out where he came from? With Chi Rong's hatred towards Hua Cheng, if he knew that the jade was Hua Cheng's subordinate, wouldn't he be the first to eat him? However, he heard Chi Rong say, I've asked clearly. This kid also came with Master Rain to help. Not having a prominent presence and personality was sometimes a good thing. Normal people wouldn't associate Yin and Blood Rain Tanhua together. It seemed that Yin had successfully fabricated a lie to cover up his identity. Xiao Yan heaved a sigh of relief. Xian Ji's expression changed, Master Rain has already chased him here. Chi Rong said, no. This kid is the same as us, he accidentally found this underground city. Master Rain hasn't found us yet. Damn it. He suddenly cursed, why is this Master Rain so difficult to deal with? He chased us all the way here and forced us to hide underground. Didn't he just catch a few farmers from this broken village and eat them? Is there a need to be so petty? And he's even a heavenly judge. I knew that none of the heavenly judges in the heavenly court are good. Narrow-minded. He was always so self-righteous. First, he caught the farmers, then he blamed them for being narrow-minded and not giving him more to eat. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel his hands itch when he heard this. Xian Ji said, then should we let these people go? Chi Rong felt that this was very embarrassing. He glared at her and said, no. I've already eaten half of it. It's useless even if we put the other half back. We've already formed a grudge. Either we don't snatch it from the start, or we eat it all. If you push me too far, I'll burn them all down. None of them will have an easy time. Xian Ji said, I didn't expect things to turn out like this. Master Rain's personality wasn't like this in the past. It's not an exaggeration to say that everyone can be bullied. I thought that even if the people from Master Rain's village were robbed, they would swallow their anger and not dare to make a sound. Who knew that I would get into such big trouble that I can't even get rid of? Xian Ji actually knew Master Rain and didn't seem to think highly of him. It seemed that they had known each other since they were young. Thinking of all the legends, Xiao Yan whispered, could it be that Xian Ji is a general of Master Rain's country? Hua Qing said, brother guessed correctly. That's right. Xiao Yan said doubtfully, but that's not right. Master Rain is a descendant of Master Rain's royal family. His status is noble. Xian Ji is just a general, a lowly official. How could he dare to look down on someone from the royal family? And he even said that everyone can be bullied. At this time, Chi Rong said, who cares if he's a Master Rain or a Master Dog? When this Ghost King enters the copper furnace and successfully cultivates, I'll be born in an earth-shattering manner. Everyone in the world will kneel at my feet and eat the mud at my feet. When that time comes, I'll tear down the Ghost City and sink Blackwater Island. Even Junwu will have to give me face and be polite to me, ha 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 ha. Listening to him boasting and imagining the limitless future, Xiao Yan didn't feel anything but want to laugh. Hua Qing didn't even have the interest to laugh. Chi Rong said to Xian Ji, when that time comes, I'll cut off Pei Ming's penis for you to play with. He can only be your slave. Hearing that name, Xian Ji clenched his fingers. A trace of anger appeared on his pale face as he said, no need. As long as you promise to hand him over to me, Xian Ji will be extremely grateful. When it didn't involve Pei Ming, Xian Ji looked like a normal female ghost. However, when it came to General Pei, Xia Lian saw the shadow of that crazy female ghost from Mount Yujun. She actually placed such an absurd hope on Qi Rong. It could only be explained with love making one dizzy. Xia Lian raised his head and said, San Lang, the Yin Jade and these farmers are in Qi Rong's hands. What should we do? Of course, they could directly go in and violently beat up Qi Rong and Xian Ji. However, those farmers and the Yin Jade were hostages. Qi Rong was a scoundrel. If they hit him and he burned someone to death with a punch, they would be the ones to be passive. If it really was as he said, he might burn them all. Hua Qing calmly said, Qi Rong's ghost fire lock has a password. First, think of a way to get the password to unlock it. Xia Lian said, who's going to do it? How? We definitely don't have a way. Just as he finished asking, the two people's gazes coincidentally fell on Gu Zi, who was playing in the mud outside the house. After pausing for a moment, Xia Lian said, that won't do. It's too dangerous. Qi Rong originally wanted to eat Gu Zi. What if he sees some clues? However, Hua Qing said, with that brain of his, it doesn't matter if he can see anything. If he wants to make a move on this child, we can just save the child first. Gij, why don't you worry? This child has been by Qi Rong's side for so long. Has he been assimilated by him? Has his mind become abnormal? Xia Lian said, judging from Gu Zi's reaction just now, it shouldn't be. Then, why don't we give it a try? Thus, Hua Qing spread open his 5 fingers. An exceptionally small silver butterfly flew out from his palm and leisurely flew downwards. Qi Rong and Xian Ji continued to talk inside the house while Gu Zi sat on the ground outside and drew a picture. He drew an adult who was holding on to a little person. Suddenly, he saw a butterfly whose entire body was emitting a faint silver light fly over. In an instant, he raised his head and widened his eyes. Just as he was about to cry out, he heard the silver butterfly let out a soft human voice. Gu Zi, don't speak. If you speak, I'll disappear. It's me. Do you still remember me? If Gu Zi continued to shout, Hua Qing would have the silver butterfly use its light to confuse his mind. However, Gu Zi covered his mouth. Sure enough, he was obedient. In a small voice, he said, I remember. It's the voice of the rag and bone collector, Gij. Xia Lian said, ha ha ha, your memory is really good. Yes, that's right, it's me, the rag and bone collector. Quietly come over to the side. Don't let your father find out. Chapter 169. That silver butterfly flew to the side and hid. Gu Zi's eyes widened. He answered, I'm going to pee. Qi Rong sneered, kids just have a lot of shit and pee. Ignoring him, Gu Zi moved to the side. He whispered, Brother Tattered. Brother Tattered. On the roof, he said. Just call me Dao Zhang. Brother Tattered is a bit strange, ha ha ha. Gu Zi. The people your father caught were very pitiful. Moreover, they were subordinates of someone else's family. Other masters will chase after your father and beat him up. Can you help release them? Gu Zi nodded. I know. It's the people from the celestial family that rides the black bull. He scratched his head and said, I also want to release them, but my father is sick. He said he must eat human flesh to get better. Eating human flesh is a very normal thing. I'm still young and don't understand. When I grow up, you can teach me how to eat. But I don't think it's very good. It's more than not very good. Xia Lian thought to himself, what a close shave. Gu Zi was already starting to get a little crooked. If he continued to be led astray, he he might even get used to it and accept eating human flesh. He hurriedly said, "It's very bad. Eating human flesh will cause a very serious illness. The ghosts of the people who were eaten will haunt you and your father. Your father isn't sick. He's just greedy and refuses to quit. You have to think of a way. You must not let him eat anymore, or else you'll become a fatherless child." Gu Zi said, Then what should we do?" Hua Qing said to Xiao Yan, "Brother, I'll do it." He said a few words to the silver butterfly. Gu Zi listened and tried his best to remember. After he finished speaking, Hua Qing raised his head and said to Xiao Yan, "We have to lure Xian Ji away first." Inside the house, Xian Ji said to Qi Rong, "I still think this person is very suspicious. He said he's a subordinate of the Rain Master, but he's covered in ghost energy. I think he's most likely not telling the truth. I'll ask him again." Seeing Gu Zi slip away, Qi Rong took the opportunity to turn around and continue gnawing on his hand. He vaguely said, "Up to you. Don't look at how Xian Ji went crazy when she met Pei Ming. At other times, she was more careful and suspicious than Qi Rong. Moreover, Gu Zi was a little afraid of her. With her around, it would be easier for them to be exposed." Xiao Yan nodded and asked, "How?" The two of them looked at each other and said in unison, "General Pei." Xiao Yan clasped his hands together and said, "There's no other way. Please sacrifice yourself for the time being, General Pei. After everyone is saved, they will all thank you." Hua Qing laughed and said, "You should thank Big Brother." As he spoke, a necromancy butterfly appeared on his silver wrist guard. It flew to Xiao Yan's ear and a man's voice sounded. It was Pei Ming. It turned out that before Hua Qing left, he had left a few silver butterflies behind to transmit his voiceover. Xiao Yan listened attentively for a while, then said in a low voice, "Yes, yes. Let's take a screenshot and choose these few lines." With her back to the window, Xian Ji stared at the jade as she questioned. "You said with an honest face, I'm responsible for helping hungry ghosts who have nowhere to go in Yushir village. When they wander to the door, I give them a handful of rice and send them on their way. That's why I'm stained with ghost energy. The rest of the captives were the real farmers of Yushir village. Although Yushir village did have such rescuers, they were definitely not Inu. They knew that this person was talking nonsense, but no one said anything." Qi Rong shouted, "Ah! I'm also a hungry ghost. Why don't you help me? I only ate a few people and you're chasing me to death. Why are you pretending to be generous?" Xian Ji didn't think much of it and said, "There are so many hungry ghosts in the world. How can you help all of them? You're just pretending." At this moment, a silver butterfly with its light dimmed silently flew behind her and disappeared in a flash. All the captives saw this scene, but they were still very calm. They all pretended not to see it. Xian Ji wanted to ask more questions, but suddenly, she heard a man's voice faintly. "If that's the case, first, do you still have? Come." The original sentence was, "If that's the case, first roast this rat. Do you still have snakes? Give me a few." When Xiao Yan heard what Pei Ming said, his heart was filled with shock and sympathy. There must have been a corpse-eating rat that crawled over there and was killed by Pei Ming. Pei Ming treated it as a normal rat and prepared it as an extra meal for Pei Su. Would it be okay to eat this rat? It seemed like he had to hurry back and stop it. However, after Hua Qing blurted out a few words, the effect was very confusing. It seemed to be a little interesting, but it also seemed like he couldn't hear what it meant. Xian Ji's body trembled and she suddenly turned around. However, that silver butterfly was very cunning and nimble. It didn't shine in the first place. When she turned around, it had already flashed to the side and hid. Xian Ji was bewildered and turned around to question the captives. "Did you guys hear something just now? Did you see anything?" Yu took the lead and shook her head. The captives all followed and shook their heads, looking very honest. Qi Rong turned around with his mouth full of blood. What did you hear? Xian Ji was slightly confused and said, I think I heard Pei Ming's voice. Qi Rong said, Ah. Are you hallucinating? I didn't hear it. The silver butterfly was very close to Xian Ji. The others couldn't hear the human voice coming from it. Xian Ji said doubtfully, Really? I keep feeling that he might be nearby. She stared blankly for a moment, then sighed and said, Perhaps, this is the so-called telepathy. Darren, why don't I go out and take a look again? He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. Xiao Lian secretly clenched his fist and smiled at Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng also smiled at him. Unexpectedly, Qi Rong poured a bucket of cold water on him and said, Hey! Didn't you go out for a while just now? What telepathy? I think it's just an auditory hallucination. You think about him 800 times a day. Of course it's easy to have auditory hallucinations. It seemed like Xian Ji was a little convinced by him and gave up on the idea of going out. Although he failed, Xiao Lian wasn't discouraged because he still had a few lines that he hadn't released. Xian Ji was about to continue questioning Yinyu when she heard Pei Ming's voice again. You little idiot. Come here, I'll teach you. Immediately after, it was a young girl's voice. Forget it, General Pei. I've done it once and I have experience. Let me do it. Of course, it was Pei Ming who was teaching Half Moon how to roast the rats for little Pei. However, in Xian Ji's ears, it wasn't the case at all. Her original disgust and speechlessness turned into tenderness and helplessness, and her gloominess and rejection turned into bashfulness and timidity. Xian Ji screamed, her eyes instantly becoming bloodshot. The wisps on top of her head flared up like the flames of jealousy in her heart. She tore at her hair and said, It's him. That's right, it must be him. He's here, I can feel him, my heart can feel him. Pei Ming. You're doing this again. What kind of woman is it this time? I'm going to kill you. As she screamed, she dragged her broken legs and jumped out of the room. Qi Rong cursed loudly, Hey! Xian Ji! Damn it! How can you run so fast with a broken leg? Is it worth it for a stallion? Xiao Lian looked at Xian Ji's disappearing figure and felt a little sad and pitiful. Hua Cheng probably thought that he was worried about the safety of the people from the Temple of Light and said, Don't worry. The necromancy butterfly will lead her in the opposite direction. Even if she goes, with Ruoxi's protection, she won't be able to enter the circle. Let's finish this quickly. After Xian Ji retreated, it was Gu Zi's turn. He stood up and wiped his muddy hands on his buttocks. Xiao Lian was still a little worried and asked, Will it really be okay? Hua Qing said calmly, Big brother, trust me. This method won't work. Let's settle for the next best thing. If worst comes to worst, we'll make Qi Rong unable to speak forever. Then we'll slowly think of a way to extinguish his ghost fire. When Gu Zi entered the house, Qi Rong had already cleaned up the blood on his hands. When he saw him, he said, Son, come over and massage your father's legs. Thus, Gu Zi went over and massaged his legs. After obediently massaging for a while, he said, Father, these people in the corner, why are they not moving even though they're not tied up? This question made Qi Rong excited. Hee, of course they're afraid of you. I'm so afraid that my legs are so weak that I can't even walk. Gu Zi's eyes and mouth were wide open. So powerful. Qi Rong's vanity was greatly satisfied. He said, Of course. Listen well, today I'll let you know how powerful your father is. Do you see that ball of fire? As long as I give the order, they'll all be burned to death. Of course they're afraid of me. Also, there are 2 brats, remember this. Gu Zi nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Qi Rong said, one of them is called Hua Cheng, and the other is nicknamed Blackwater. They're two playthings with no ability. They're villains who got lucky. In fact, they don't live up to their name. Do you understand what does it mean to live up to their name? Let me teach you, this is an idiom. It means that they look powerful on the surface, but in terms of strength, they're no match for me. Gu Zi seemed to understand. Oh, Qi Rong continued, aren't they just lucky? If I had their luck, I'd be 10 times richer than them. Just wait. This time your father, I, must get through this hurdle. I'm going to slap their faces until they're swollen. No one can look down on me anymore. I'm the only one who looks down on others. He was in high spirits. Although Gu Zi didn't understand who he was talking about and what he meant, he still gave him face and said, Father, you can do it. Xiao Yan, who was on the roof, covered his face. Qi Rong's wise words really made people speechless. Thinking that no matter what, Qi Rong was still his cousin, he really felt embarrassed. He said to Hua Cheng, San Lang, Hua Cheng faked a smile and said, don't worry, brother. He has too many golden words. This is just the tip of the iceberg. To be honest, since ancient times, there was no man in the world who didn't love to brag. A gust of wind blew the handkerchief of a girl from Piaoxiang courtyard into his hand. Later on, he would say that he was obsessed with a famous prostitute whose beauty could cause the downfall of a city, that he was carrying shoes and polishing stools for the concubine of the emperor's concubine's uncle's grandson's cousin's concubine. When he went out, he would inevitably become an important steward of the imperial family. Therefore, men who didn't love to brag were rare and valuable. And men who loved to brag, first, liked to brag to women, and second, liked to brag to their sons. He still remembered that when Xiao Yan was young, his father often used all kinds of obscure or not obscure ways to tell him about his various achievements in government affairs. Because of this, he firmly believed that his father was an incomparably wise monarch who would be remembered for 100 generations. Later on, when he found out that he wasn't, he had a feeling of, you're only a so-so. The difference was so great that it led to rebellious thoughts when he grew up. Thinking of this, Xiao Yan shook his head and couldn't help but laugh. Why would I compare Qi Rong to my father? It was really inexplicable. Probably because they both liked to put themselves up in front of their sons. However, whether it was his father or others, at least they would brag within the normal range. Qi Rong had already reached the point of being shameless and self-confident. No wonder even He Xian, who had always been low-key, was so disgusted with him. Whenever he saw him, he would find an excuse to beat him up. Xiao Yan felt a little strange. Why did he only hear him scold others, but not himself? Could it be that he had changed? However, Xiao Yan seemed to understand a little why Qi Rong hadn't finished eating millet yet. If he bragged to a normal person or someone with a bit of age and experience, the other person might not necessarily buy it. Even if he agreed on the surface, it would still make people feel that he wasn't sincere, or that he was flattering him too much. See the reactions of the kids under Qi Rong. However, Millet's praise was different. Every word came from the bottom of his heart. He truly felt that this father of his was the most powerful in the world. It had probably been a long time since Qi Rong bragged to his heart's content. He was finally satisfied and threatened, you have to be obedient, understand? If you're not obedient, I'll put a ghost fire on you too. Sure enough, Millet was scared. He hurriedly covered his head and said, no, I don't want to wear it, that's right, father. He remembered what Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan had taught him. Trembling with fear, he said, this green fire, if you put it on, you won't be able to take it off, right? If he asked, if you put it on, can you still take it off? Qi Rong didn't necessarily speak the truth, but he asked, you won't be able to take it off, right? This sentence carried a questioning meaning. Of course, it was taught by Hua Cheng and Xiao Yan. Qi Rong kicked the hollow head of a petrified man on the spot and said, "Bullshit. If I want to lock it, I'll lock it. If I want to undo it, I'll undo it. Watch. Father will undo one right now for you to see." After he finished speaking, he pointed at a farmer and shouted, "Xiao Yan, you son of a bitch." Xiao Yan, Hua Cheng, the will-o'-the-wisp on the farmer's head was extinguished, and he leaped up. However, he had only taken a few steps when Qi Rong spat out a ball of green will-o'-the-wisp from his mouth, covering the farmer's head. Qi Rong laughed out loud and patted Millet's head. "How is it? Your father, is awesome, right?" Xiao Yan wiped his sweat on the roof. Hua Qing appeared indifferent, but his voice was awe-inspiring as he said, "This piece of trash wants to be even more thoroughly crippled." The joints in his fingers seemed to be cracking. Xiao Yan said, it's all right. It's much easier than I thought." Originally, they had taught Millet a lot of words to deal with Xiao Yan, but it seemed like they wouldn't be needed. No wonder Qi Rong hadn't scolded Xiao Yan earlier. It wasn't that he had changed his personality, but rather, he had set the words that he most often scolded Xiao Yan as the unlocking password. His emotions were truly deep. At this point, the two of them no longer needed to hide. They immediately broke through the roof and jumped down. A loud noise rang out, and Qi Rong fell down from his chair in fright. "Who is it? Who is it?" Focusing his eyes, he said, "Dog, dog." He probably wanted to scold, but when he remembered that it was an important password, he hurriedly covered his mouth. One after another, the farmers in the corner said, "He seemed to have shouted out the password just now. Why don't we try and see if we can unlock each other?" "That's right. Although it feels like we're letting this Xiao Yan down, he isn't here, so it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Hua Qing slightly raised an eyebrow and looked in their direction. A drop of cold sweat rolled down Yinyu's forehead as she said, regardless of whether he is here or not, I suggest that everyone better not shout out this sentence. Otherwise, the consequences will definitely be more serious than now." On the other side, Qi Rong grabbed Millet and used it as a shield in front of him. He corrected himself and said, dog possessed Xiao Yan. You're shameless. Eavesdropping. Despicable. Xiao Yan said gloomily, what the hell is dog possessed? Qi Rong became proud again. But, even if you know the password, it's useless. Do you know how to scold yourself? Hua Cheng, you can't say it out loud either, right? Hearing this, Hua Cheng's face darkened, and his knuckles cracked twice. Xiao Yan didn't notice it, and said inexplicably, I do. What's wrong with that? After saying this, he did not hesitate to repeat the password 5 or 6 times. It was the first time for a person. The prisoners already knew that he was the one who was scolded in the password. Seeing this, they couldn't help but give him a thumbs up in their hearts. You dare to humiliate yourself, a real man. However, the will-o'-the-wisp chains above their heads were not unlocked. Xiao Yan's expression changed slightly. Qi Rong laughed wildly, ha 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 ha. You've been tricked. Let me tell you, if it's not me, it's useless to unlock it. You've scolded me for nothing. Ha 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 ha. A silver butterfly flew in front of Gu Zi. His eyelids blinked twice, and he started fighting. Not long after, he fell asleep. Qi Rong was still laughing maniacally when he was suddenly hit by a sleeve. He spun 18 rounds and embedded into the wall. He blurted out, that bastard Xiao Yan. After he finished scolding, the will-o'-the-wisp above Yinyu's head disappeared. Yinyu jumped up and retreated a distance away. Qi Rong knew that he had accidentally said something wrong and immediately covered his mouth. Xiao Yan said pleasantly, Come. It's all right. Don't suppress yourself. Release your nature and continue scolding. As he said this in such a friendly manner, he rolled up his sleeves and grabbed Qi Rong. His posture made it hard to tell what he was going to do. Qi Rong shouted himself hoarse, "Hit me. Even if you beat me to death, I won't scold you like that again." But he heard Hua Cheng's eerie voice say, "Just what I wanted." Qi Rong turned around to look. Hua Cheng revealed a smile that couldn't be any more fake, but it disappeared in a flash. In the next moment, his head was smacked 3 inches into the ground. Hua Cheng pulled his head out from the ground. Qi Rong roared, "You guys dare to treat me like this? I'm going to throw caution to the wind. I'm going to burn everyone down. Everyone will perish together. Dog Flower City. Burn." It seemed that this Dog Flower City was a matching command to burn and kill. However, after he shouted, he didn't hear anyone scream. Puzzled, he opened his eyes and saw that the group of farmers were all standing in front of him, watching him. Qi Rong was stunned. "What's going on? Why haven't you guys died yet? Hurry up and die, go die for me. Who unlocked you guys?" Xiao Yen replied, "You did it yourself." As he said this, he pointed at a silver butterfly at the side. That silver butterfly was letting out the exact same roar as him. "You cursed for nothing. Ha ha ha." It turned out that this dead spirit butterfly had completely recorded and copied Qi Rong's voice, including his command. As long as he cursed once, it could be unlocked indefinitely. Hua Cheng coldly said, "You can go on your way. I won't accompany anyone else." With another critical hit, Qi Rong was smacked into the earth's core by his palm. After the smoke slowly dispersed, all the farmers gathered around. After looking for a while, they said, "This. Can we still fish this up?" Inu jumped into the deep pit that Hua Cheng had created. Not long after, he jumped back up with a green roly-poly toy in his hand. He said, "City Master, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Green Ghost Qi Rong has retrieved it." That oily green roly-poly toy bared its teeth, rolled its eyes, and stuck out its tongue as if it was mocking someone. It also looked like it was using its life to please the crowd. In short, its taste was so bad that even children would throw it to the side in disgust. It wasn't known if it was because of its own characteristics that it could only become like this, or if Hua Cheng had deliberately made it like this. Hua Cheng said, "Don't give this kind of thing to us. Just take it far away yourself." Inu said, "Yes." To be honest, Xiao Yen didn't really want to take this thing, so he picked up the grains on the ground. Several dead spirit butterflies flew over from the other side and landed on the back of Hua Cheng's hand. He looked down and said, "We need to quickly return to the temple." Chapter 170. Hua Cheng slightly raised his hand, holding up the silver butterfly, sending it to Xiao Yen's ear. As the silver butterfly flashed, he heard Pei Ming's voice coming from the other side, "Little idiot, did you hear a strange sound?" Probably because Pei Ming had been playing with flowers for a long time, even if he clearly knew that he didn't have that kind of feelings for Half Moon, it still gave people a subtle feeling. Half Moon gloomily said, "I'm not an idiot. I heard it. This sound is so strange, I think it shouldn't be General Hua and the others coming back." Of course not. Because that was clearly the sound of Xian Ji's broken leg jumping on the ground. After a few thuds, he heard the two people on the other side become silent. Instead it was the sound of a woman laughing wildly, hee, ha 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 ha. The laughter reverberated in the empty underground city and was transmitted through the silver butterfly. It was slightly noisy, but it was actually more terrifying than if it was right next to one's ear. Naturally, it was because she had finally seen Pei Ming. Xian Ji, who was ecstatic and hateful at the same time, was laughing. Xiao Yen said, "Didn't the silver butterfly lead her in the opposite direction?" Hua Cheng said, "She's smarter than I thought." It turned out that Xian Ji had been madly chasing after the dead spirit butterfly. Her speed was extremely fast as she rushed to the end of the street. She didn't see anything. After all, she was also a female general who had been on the battlefield. She immediately realized that she had been led away. Logically, she should have immediately returned to Qi Rong's place after realizing it. However, she wholeheartedly wanted to find Pei Ming, so she directly ran in the opposite direction, throwing her superior Qi Rong to the back of her mind. Xiao Yan found it inexplicably funny. It was hard to explain in a few words. He hurriedly brought the few escaped captives to the Weong Temple in the center of the city. That female ghost Xianji had waited for Pei Ming for far too long. Just by listening to her laughter, one could imagine what kind of crazy and twisted face she had right now. Pei Ming was probably also shocked by her. After being shocked for a while, she said, "You are." Xianji let out a cold laugh. Unexpectedly, after pausing for a moment, Pei Ming said, "Who are you?" Xianji was so angry that her voice was sharp and trembling. "You. Are you deliberately angering me? You actually asked me who I am." Xiao Yan wiped a drop of cold sweat from his forehead and said, "It can't be, right? General Pei. Was he doing it on purpose or did he really not recognize me?" Hua Qing said, "I'm afraid it's the latter." After all, if the legend was true, then Pei Ming had befriended at least 1,000 beauties over the past few hundred years. How could he remember every single one of them? What's more, it was an old flame from hundreds of years ago. Moreover, he had also left the matter of the ghost bride of Mount June to Xiao Pei to handle. He had not appeared at all, nor had he looked at Xianji. Xianji muttered to herself, "Yes. You're just pissing me off. I'm not falling for that. Heh. You want to lie to me that you don't remember me? You want to lie to me? Hee hee." After murmuring, her voice became sharp again as she questioned, "Pei Ming, who is this little bitch? Don't you always have high standards? Why, do you want to change your taste this time? Half moon, ? Pei Ming." Even though both of them had voiced their doubts, the resentful tone seemed to have awakened Pei Ming's memory. He frowned slightly and said, "Xianji. How did you become like this?" Only then did Xiao Yan remember that Xianji's hair must be disheveled right now. Her eyes were the crimson color of an evil spirit. She was wearing a bright red wedding dress with the hem unbearably dirty. She was crawling on the ground slowly and dangerously like a crocodile. What they saw just now was more or less the same. They really couldn't connect her to the valiant and heroic female general when she was alive. Hearing his question, Xianji became angry and said, "Why did I become like this? You actually asked me why I became like this. Isn't it all your fault? I did all this for you." Hua Cheng had been listening attentively the whole time. Not even the slightest movement could escape his ears. He said, "She threw herself at the protective circle." Xiao Yan was not worried and said, "Roxy can withstand it." As expected, a scream came from where the silver butterfly was. Xianji, who had thrown herself at Roxy, must have been bounced back by Roxy. Pei Ming's voice said, "Your Highness, this is really a good talisman. I'll refine one another day." Xiao Yan thought to himself, if you knew how to refine it, you wouldn't say that. Before he could dispel the thought, he heard Pei Ming shout again, "What are you doing? Stop!" Xianji also shouted, "Don't even think about hiding inside." Rumble rumble rumble. As Xiao Yan sped along, he asked in astonishment, "What was that sound? What collapsed? What did Xianji do?" Hua Qing continued to walk shoulder to shoulder with him. He said, "She pushed down the shrine. The stone ceiling collapsed." As it turned out, Xianji had been bounced back by Roxy's protective circle. Since she couldn't enter the circle, she threw a tantrum and caused the entire shrine to collapse. Xiao Yan asked, "Are General Pei and the others all right? Little Pei and Half Moon are also there. Especially Pei Su. Right now, he had the body of a mortal, so he couldn't be squashed flat." Hua Qing said, "They're fine. Pei Ming is protecting them." The moment the stone ceiling rumbled and collapsed, Pei Ming became a meat shield, protecting Pei Su, Half Moon, and the others. Xiao Yan let out a sigh of relief and said, "That's good. The protective circle still can't be broken." On the other side, Pei Ming punched the stone slab that was pressing down on him and angrily said, "Are you crazy? Even if the sky collapses, you still won't be able to enter." Xian Ji, on the other hand, started giggling. Half Moon was startled and said, "General Pei, be careful." Pei Ming said, "What?" This series of reactions seemed to happen in an instant. In this chaos, Xiao Yan heard the sound of a sword piercing through his chest. Without a doubt, it was Pei Ming who had been stabbed. He said, "What happened? Who stabbed General Pei? The protective circle was broken." "Impossible, wait, a sword." In that instant, he finally understood Xian Ji's goal. So that's how it was. Xian Ji laughed enough and coldly said, "Who said I wanted to come in?" Another voice suddenly came out and laughed, "Hey Pei Ming, look who this is. Your old lover Xian Ji is here." Rong Guang. Originally, Xian Ji didn't destroy the shrine because she was angry or crazy. She also didn't want to enter the protective circle. Her goal was to use the collapsed stone roof to smash the 2 jars that Half Moon had placed in the protective circle. That way, the ghosts sealed inside would be released and they would break out from the inside of the protective circle. After Rongguang escaped from the jars, he impatiently broke through the protective circle that Wuxia had formed and conveniently stabbed Pei Ming with his sword. Pei Ming seemed to want to pull him out, but Rongguang refused no matter what. He firmly stuck Pei Ming's body and said, "Don't even think about it. Die." Pei Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Half Moon State Preceptor. Is the other jar okay?" Xian Ji and Rongguang were attacking from both inside and outside. If there was another carving mill, then it would be completely over. Half Moon said, "No. The carving mill is still inside." The situation was critical. Xiao Yan felt a little anxious and was about to speed up his pace when Hua Cheng suddenly stopped. Xiao Yan froze and turned his head to ask, "San Lang?" Another dead spirit butterfly perched on the back of Hua Cheng's hand. It seemed to be quietly telling him about some new changes. After listening, he raised his head and said, "Brother, don't worry. I think it's fine if we don't hurry over." On the other side, Rongguang's Mingguang's sword had pierced through Pei Ming's chest. Xian Ji was like a red gecko as she grabbed onto his boots and climbed up his thighs. Her clothes, makeup, and the will-o'-the-wisp on top of her head made her look like a crazy female ghost. Pei Ming said, "You." Xian Ji muttered, "Pei Lang. Pei Lang." Her 2 broken legs and entire body were completely twisted as she wrapped around Pei Ming's body. In this position, it really wasn't known whether she wanted to ruthlessly strangle him to death or tightly hug him. Suddenly, from the corner of her eyes, she caught a glimpse of Pei Su who was behind Pei Ming. She recalled that last time, it was Pei Ming, this cold and indifferent descendant, who had suppressed her under a tall mountain. She clenched her teeth and said, "This little bastard." Just as her claw was about to descend, another hand suddenly appeared and intercepted her. These 2 wrists were also pale white. Looking closely, it was Half Moon. When Xian Ji saw that there was another woman beside Pei Ming, she felt her heart and liver burn. She said, "I haven't taken your life yet, you little slut, and you're delivering yourself to me." After cursing, she used her other hand to grab Half Moon's head. However, Half Moon was not one of those little brides who would obediently wait for her to scratch them to death. Xian Ji's other hand was accurately intercepted by Half Moon. Xian Ji was a female general when she was alive. She knew that she was inferior to many men in terms of strength. Ordinary female ghosts could only be beaten up by her. She did not expect that this little girl, who looked so thin and weak that a gust of wind could blow her away, had such terrifying strength that it seemed to be even stronger than her. Not only did she lock her wrists, she could not move at all. When their eyes met, Xian-ji was even more shocked. This little girl's eyes were actually filled with killing intent and ruthlessness. It was like a sandstorm, reminding her of the battlefield. Her heart palpitated and she flung her hand away. Half Moon grabbed Pei Su and used her strength to flip several feet away. She landed lightly and said, "Let go of General Pei." Rong Guang said in the bright ray sword, "Pei Ming, you are still so lucky. Did you see that? Two female ghosts are fighting for your affections." Ha ha ha. Xian-ji's whole body was like a scarlet python twisting around Pei Ming's body. Her 10 fingers locked onto Pei Ming's throat. She said coldly, "This little lover of yours has some ability." Pei Ming coughed out a mouthful of blood and said, "I did not. She is not my lover." Xian-ji said, "You still want to deny it. If she is not your lover, why did she ask me to let go of you?" Pei Ming said, "If my mother was here, she would also ask you to let go of me. According to you, does my mother count as my lover?" He could only blame himself for being frivolous and calling her little idiot. How could Xian-ji believe him now? She was so jealous that she was about to go crazy. What? You don't dare to admit it? Didn't you call her so intimately? Didn't you admit it when you have a new lover? You don't care about my heart at all. Confessing to me, do you know how painful it is? Why don't you dare to admit it now? Is it that you, General Pei, are afraid of death? Or do you really like her so much that you can't bear to let me touch even a finger of hers? Far away from the shrine, Xiao Yan watched this scene from afar. He felt that he couldn't just stand there and watch anymore. Turning his head, he said, "San Lang, how about we go up and save her first?" Hua Qing smiled and said, "Gidge, don't worry. Someone will step up for us. Moreover, even if we go up now, Xian-ji will still not let go of Pei Ming." That was true. With a hostage in their hands, it would be inconvenient no matter what. Yin Yu and the other farmers were also very nervous as they watched. One after another, they said, "That's right, I feel like that female ghost's love has turned into hate, and she's going crazy." "I don't think so, she definitely can't do it. Do you want to eat some melon seeds?" "Give me another handful, thank you." Xiao Yan said, "Why is everyone still in the mood to eat melon seeds?" Everyone said, "Your Highness, didn't you also eat a lot?" Ah. Only now did Xiao Yan realize that while he was watching, he had unintentionally taken a handful of melon seeds from the person next to him. He had already finished eating them. Holding his forehead, he said, This is really rude." On the other side, Pei Ming couldn't take it anymore and said, "Xian-ji, can you not think in that direction for everything? It's already been so many years, can't we just part ways? Why are you doing this?" Xian-ji's hands that were strangling his neck tightened. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she said, "No. You were the one who made me want to part ways." "No way." Pei Ming sighed and said, "You really haven't changed at all. It's precisely because of this that we can't have a good ending." Xian-ji suddenly forced her face in front of his and angrily said, "Me like this? Me like what? Am I not beautiful enough? You said I'm beautiful. Am I not willing to give you the map and secrets of the Rain Master country? You're the one who refused. Do I not love you enough? If you say you don't like me being strong, I can even give up my legs. Who can love you more than me? But you? You haven't even been willing to look at me in these hundreds of years. When have you ever come to see me?" Pei Ming pushed her face away and said, "It's because I know you'll go crazy if I see you, that's why I didn't come." Xian-ji grabbed the bright ray sword that was stabbed into his chest and pulled it out a few inches. Pei Ming vomited a few more mouthfuls of blood. Xian-ji's eyes lit up and she shouted, "Speak. Quickly swear in the name of your heavenly official that you'll only have me in the future. Swear that you'll never look at another woman again. If you do, one of your eyeballs will rot. Rongguang also gloated and said, hurry up and speak, Pei Ming. If you speak, you can get your little life back. Pei Ming scolded, shut up. Motherfucker. I didn't think that I wouldn't die on the battlefield or under the ultimate sword of the present age, but would die in the hands of a crazy woman. Not getting the answer she wanted, Xian Ji was completely enraged by him and grabbed the top of his head. Xiao Yan really couldn't wait any longer. He put his hand on the hilt of the heart sword on his back and said, San Lang, I feel that the situation is a bit urgent. Can the person you mentioned make it in time? If not, I'll go first. Hua Qing said, he can make it. Brother, look, isn't he here? As soon as he finished speaking, Xian Ji, who was about to go crazy with anger, froze. It was as if someone had cast a body-freezing spell on her. From her expression to her movements, everything was frozen. Pei Ming had already been stabbed back and forth 5 or 6 times by her. Blood was spitting out all over the ground. In the darkness, there suddenly came the crisp sound of cow hooves. Neither fast nor slow, they walked forward. Not long after, a person riding a black cow appeared in front of everyone. The person riding the black cow was a girl dressed in green. Her eyes were clear and her expression was calm. She slowly approached and slightly raised her head, as if she was looking far away. Pei Ming's lips were full of blood. He was startled and said, King of Rain Master. The girl slightly lowered her head and looked at him. Her expression didn't change. She smiled slightly and bowed her head to return the greeting. Xiao Yan was also shocked and said, King of Rain Master. Chapter 171. Xiao Yan replied, I've never had the fortune to meet the Rain Master. I didn't know the Rain Master was a princess. Over there. Xian Ji gritted her teeth and said, What did you do? Why? I can't move. The Rain Master looked away from Pei Ming and answered, I brought the Rain Dragon Sword. Xiao Yan asked, Rain Dragon Sword? Hua Qing said, the national treasure sword of the Rain Master country has been owned by the previous kings. Being refined by the Rain Master into a magical treasure would naturally intimidate the people of the Rain Master's country. Moreover, Xian Ji was a traitor, so she was afraid. With a guilty conscience, naturally, I could only kneel and do as you say. The Rain Master told Xian Ji not to move. She really couldn't move anymore. Rongguang said, You can't move, I'll do it myself. As he spoke, he was about to stab Pei Ming again. He had only pierced half an inch in. A burst of red smoke exploded, followed by a clang. The sword that had pierced through Pei Ming's chest disappeared. A small sword the length of an index finger fell to the ground. Rongguang said angrily, What's going on? Why can't I move? Xiao Yan and the others finally stopped watching from afar and walked out. Hua Qing glanced at the bright ray sword on the ground that was so small that it looked like a toy. He smiled and said, This is much more pleasing to the eye. The Rain Master said gently, Let go, Xian Ji. Xian Ji's hand uncontrollably moved away from Pei Ming's throat. But she was still unwilling. Her hand spasmed as she said, I won't let go. I've got it. I won't let go. The Rain Master said, If you have to catch something before you are satisfied, then I will not let you go. Why don't you pick it up from the ground and hold it in your hands again? After all, the power of the nation guarding sword was too strong. Xian Ji was forcefully pulled down. He fell to the ground. She was in a sorry state and her hair was disheveled. What qualifications do you have to lecture me? Do you really think you're the king? I think you have forgotten how your king came to be. I won't admit it, I won't admit you. The Rain Master closed his eyes and shook his head. Half Moon, who was at the side, saw the opportunity and threw out a jar, directly sucking Xian Ji in and quickly sealing it. At this point, the source of the mess was finally subdued. Xiao Yan walked to Pei Ming's side and helped him up. "Is General Pei alright?" Pei Ming said, "I won't die." "But, Your Highness," he said suspiciously, "I say, did you guys arrive a long time ago?" Xiao Yan. "Ha ha ha, how could that be?" He picked up the radiant sword that had shrunk to a few inches. Pei Ming looked at the thing in his hand and said, "Blood rain probing flower, is this seal of yours secure? Don't tell me it's going to break again." Hua Qing replied, "Of course. Unless you hold the hilt of the sword in your hand, input your mana, and at the same time, make up your mind to release it, otherwise, no matter what, you won't be able to release it unintentionally or be tricked into releasing it." Pei Ming heaved a sigh of relief. The farmers who had escaped from Qi Rong's place all rushed forward as if they had seen their parents. "Lord Rain Master." They turned around. Xiao Yan bowed slightly and said, "Rain Master Country Lord." Rain Master had already dismounted from the black bull. With one hand holding the rope, she bowed in return. "Your Highness." With this bow, Xiao Yan's gaze inadvertently swept over her neck. He was slightly startled and then said, "That year, during the drought of Xianlu, I was indebted to your Highness for lending me a rain hat. You provided me with charcoal in the snow, but I never thanked you in person. Today, my wish has finally been fulfilled." As he said this, he bowed even more deeply. Rain Master didn't move. She waited for him to finish before slowly saying, "I think that if your Highness didn't bow, you wouldn't be satisfied. Since you've done it, then forget about it." Her voice was clear and calm, and she spoke slowly with a slight smile. She seemed especially calm. Suddenly, a voice said, "Hey, Pei Ming, are you embarrassed? You want a woman to save you, and it's Rain Master Huang." "Heh heh, ha 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 ha." Rain Master's expression didn't change. She was still calm, but Pei Ming wasn't. The black bull suddenly breathed heavily at Pei Ming, shaking its head and swinging its tail. Although it wasn't aiming at Hua Cheng, Xiao Yan knew that bulls would get angry when they saw red. He remembered the painful experience of being pushed and chased by bulls. He quickly stood in front of Hua Cheng, afraid that the bull would become even more excited when it saw Hua Cheng's red clothes. At the same time, he quickly stuck a talisman on the small sword and sealed Rongguang's mouth. If Pei Ming didn't speak, it would be inappropriate. Thus, he rubbed his nose and said politely, "Many thanks to Country Lord Rain Master for saving little Pei." Rain Master was also very polite. He cupped his hands and said, "It's nothing." Half Moon came over and pulled on Rain Master's sleeve. "Lord Rain Master, Brother Pei Su has fainted from hunger." Hua Cheng looked up and said, "Let's return to the surface first." Finding the people of Rain Master Village to solve the problem of food and clothing was the most useful. Because Rain Master was in charge of farming, they often carried food with them. When they returned to the surface, the night had already passed and the sun had risen. Rain Master took out some seeds from the black bull's pouch and found a piece of land. He sowed them on the spot. Not long after, a small field of crops grew. The few who had been hungry for a long time cheered. Xiao Yan remembered that Guzi probably hadn't been eating well these past few days, so he woke him up. However, the first thing Guzi did when he woke up was ask where his father was. He thought that his father had abandoned him again and cried for a while. Inu had no choice but to let him play with the ugly green tumbler. When Guzi heard that this was his father, it was as if he had obtained a treasure. He no longer cried and hugged the tumbler while eating the sweet potato. Xiao Yan, Hua Cheng, Rain Master, and Pei Ming sat on the other side to discuss business. In front of them, they could already see the copper furnace. When they looked closer, they discovered that the mountain below them was actually scarlet in color. It was as if the entire mountain was dyed in blood. Above them, there was a thick layer of snow. Xiao Yan said, "If necessary, I'm afraid we'll have to climb the snowy mountain. Not only little General Pei, but Half Moon, Gu Zi, and the others will also have to stay here. We can't go any further. Pei Ming used a medicine bottle to block his wound as he shook his head. He sighed and said, "We've had a bad start. We've suffered setbacks one after another." These 8 characters were really a portrayal of his journey. He was really unlucky to death. It was very depressing. Rain Master sat by Xia Lian's side. After thinking for a while, he said, "Your Highness, this time, you came to capture all the demons and ghosts that might die in one fell swoop. In that case, I'm afraid you need to pay attention to one person." Xia Lian became spirited and said, "Did Rain Master encounter anything on the road?" Rain Master nodded slightly and said, "On the road, I saw a white-clothed youth." Xia Lian let out a soft, "Ah," and said, "We've also heard about the person you're talking about on the road. Many demons and ghosts are extremely afraid of him. We also almost encountered him. Did you see him with your own eyes? How did he escape?" Rain Master said, "I'm ashamed. It was all thanks to the astonishing leg strength of the Protector's mount. That youth also had no interest in tangling with us. Otherwise, it would be hard to say what the result would have been." Xia Lian asked again, "What did he look like?" Rain Master said, "I couldn't see his appearance clearly because his face was covered in bandages." His face was covered in bandages? Xia Lian was stunned. "Is it Lang Ying?" Pei Ming frowned and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince knows him." Xia Lian said, "I'm also not sure." He immediately turned to Hua Cheng and asked, "San Lang, Lang Ying is indeed in the Ghost City, right?" Hua Cheng's expression was also serious. He paused for a moment before saying, "She was before, but whether or not she is now is hard to say." "Brother, why don't you ask again?" Xia Lian continued to confirm, "Rain Master, this white-clothed youth with a face covered in bandages, is he a little over 10 years old? Or maybe he can be considered a little older. In short, he's a very thin and weak youth." Unexpectedly, Rain Master said, "No, that youth is about 16 or 17. That young man is about 16 or 17 years old, and his stature is close to that of your Highness." Ah! This was beyond Xia Lian's expectations. He said, 16 or 17 years old. Lang Ying isn't that old. Was it him or not? He couldn't guess anything based on the current information. Pei Ming threw away the finished medicine bottle and said, "In any case, it will enter the copper furnace in the end. We just have to wait." After all, he was a martial god. His recovery ability was extremely fast. After finishing the bottle of medicine, his serious wounds had already healed by 60 to 70%. At this time, Rain Master slightly tilted his head and said, "Why doesn't General Pei have a sword?" Pei Ming didn't seem to expect Rain Master to take the initiative to ask him a question. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. At the side, Pei Su, who had finally woken up, said while eating a roasted sweet potato, "Pei, General's sword was broken." Pei Ming said, "Eat your sweet potato." Thus, Pei Su didn't say anything. When Rain Master heard this, he thought for a moment before taking off his own sword and handing it to Pei Ming with both hands. She didn't have any strange expression on her face. Her words and actions were extremely appropriate. However, Pei Ming's expression changed slightly. It was as if she saw a poisonous snake being handed over. After hesitating for a moment, he said, "Many thanks. However, this is Rain Master Country's national treasure sword. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to hand it over to me." Rain Master gently said, "Rain Master Country has long been destroyed for 100 years. General Pei is a martial god and an expert swordsman. Since we are here to stop the Spirit King from coming into being, this sword will be more useful in your hands than in mine." Pei Ming hesitated for a moment before politely rejecting it. He said, "I thank the King of Rain Master. There's no need." Seeing this, Rain Master didn't insist anymore. The few of them chatted for a while. Rain Master even asked them if they had news of Wind Master. Only then did Xiao Yan know that Wind Master and Rain Master had a good relationship. Shiqing Xian often went to Rain Master's village to eat, drink and play. After the Black Water incident, he hadn't gone there for a long time. Rain Master also sent people to search for him, but to no avail. He couldn't help but sigh. Everyone agreed to rest for another 2 hours before continuing their journey. Xiao Yan walked for a while. He originally wanted to find a tree to lean against and lie down. However, Hua Cheng found a pile of rope and cloth from somewhere and made 2 swing beds between 2 trees. The 2 of them jumped on it and lay down comfortably. After lying down for a while, Xiao Yan used his hands as a pillow. He asked curiously, San Lang, why do you think General Pei didn't accept Rain Master's sword? If a martial god didn't have a weapon, why didn't he hurry up and find one? Was he waiting to be beaten? Hua Cheng also used his hands as a pillow. He leisurely said, people like Pei Ming, although he likes women, he doesn't think highly of them. As for being saved by someone, and a woman at that, a woman he knew before, he would definitely be very angry and feel ashamed. Moreover, Rain Master had taken his descendant before. He probably felt that Rain Master was purposely making fun of him this time. Why would he take the sword? Their swings creaked as they rocked back and forth. Xiao Yan said, ah, what an inexplicable pride. Oh right, San Lang, I don't know if you noticed, but there's an old wound on Rain Master's neck. Hua Cheng said, I didn't need to pay attention to guess. The princess committed suicide. Xiao Yan slightly stood up and said, as expected. Hua Cheng said, brother, did you notice that Rain Master speaks slowly? It's also because of the old wound on his neck. Xiao Yan said, ah, I thought it was because of his personality. Speaking of which, since she's a princess, why did she commit suicide? Xian Ji's words, have you forgotten how you became the monarch, also made me wonder how she became the monarch. How could she have become the monarch? Hua Cheng also stood up and said, it's a long story, let's make it short. As it turned out, although Rain Master Huang was a descendant of the Rain Master country's royal family, she was firstly a daughter, and secondly a daughter of a palace maid. Her status wasn't high, and she had a shy personality and wasn't good with words. The 15 older brothers and sisters above her, and the younger brothers and sisters below her, were all more favored than her. The Rain Master country's imperial training grounds was the Rain Dragon Temple. According to tradition, every generation's king would choose a descendant of the imperial family and send them there to cultivate. They would pray for good weather and peace for the country to show their sincerity. It sounded generous, but in reality, it was a hard job. Because the Rain Dragon Temple was a place of asceticism, they weren't allowed to bring any servants, and they still had to work. In the past, they would push it around. If they were really unlucky, they would spend a lot of money to buy a substitute to go in their place. When it came to this generation, they didn't even need to choose and directly decided on Rain Master Huang. Hearing up to this point, Xiao Yan shook his head. Although they were both members of the imperial training grounds, Rain Master's experience was very different from his. He said, no wonder Xian Ji didn't think much of Rain Master. Hua Cheng said, of course. Although Xian Ji isn't a princess, her background is illustrious, and she has many suitors. Among the nobles, she is much more valued than Rain Master Huang. However, now Xian Ji had made herself like this. No wonder she couldn't stand Rain Master who could still peacefully farm. Rain Master advised her to let go, but in her eyes, it was most likely a high and mighty sarcastic remark. In short, from then on, Rain Master passed his days in the imperial training grounds. Until one day, a few esteemed guests came to the Rain Dragon Temple. Su Li and Rain Master country didn't immediately shed all pretense of cordiality. Previously, they had been hypocritical and polite. In order to maintain the false peace, Su Li sent a few members of the imperial family, generals, and civil officials to attend the Rain Master Country's state banquet and visit the Rain Master Country's imperial training grounds. On this day, Rain Master Huang went to clean the roof tiles of the Taoist temple. When she was about to come down, she discovered that the ladder had been moved by someone. When the people below saw a person unable to come down, they all felt that it was very funny. Even the princesses and princes of Rain Master Country covered their mouths and laughed. Only a general from Suli Country laughed a few times before flying up and bringing her down. This general was naturally Pei Ming. Xiao Yan was thinking that General Pei was really quite a person when a voice suddenly said, "Pei Ming is like this no matter where he goes. He's like a dog that wants to pee everywhere." Xiao Yan was instantly pulled back by his vulgar metaphor that was full of malice. He turned around and picked up the small bright light sword that had shrunk countless times. He said, "General Rong, when did you break through the sealing talisman? It seems like you really want to talk." Rong Guang said, "Don't seal me. Let me talk. I know all the dirty things Pei Ming has done like the back of my hand. Even if I talked for 3 days and 3 nights, I wouldn't be able to finish it." He clearly knew that Suli Country was about to attack Rain Master Country, yet he still made the 7 or 8 beloved princesses of Rain Master Country fall head over heels for him. Don't you guys think that he's not virtuous? Indeed, it was quite unkind. Who would have thought that yesterday you were still talking and laughing with me? Today, you would lead the blood cavalry to flatten my home. Xiao Yan felt a bit of pity and said, "So, the king of Rain Master Country also had a good relationship with General Pei." However, Rong Guang said, "It doesn't matter. Pei Ming has only seen Rain Master Huang twice. There are too many beautiful women in Rain Master Country." The next day, he forgot about them. In this world, it wasn't just women who turned hostile quickly. Men turned hostile even faster. It was just that the consequences were different. When a woman turned hostile, it could end with a few slaps and a few scratches. But when a man turned hostile, he might end up dying without a whole corpse. He wouldn't even have the chance to complain. After Suli Country was no longer willing to maintain a false peace, they made up an excuse and Pei Ming directly led the army to the front of the imperial palace. At that time, the king of Rain Master Country was forced to hide in the depths of the imperial palace, stubbornly guarding the last line of defense. However, as long as Pei Ming exerted a bit of force, he could crush the fragile protective shell of the imperial palace like a snail. However, he didn't crush it so easily. Instead, he had more considerations. Under Rong Guang's suggestion, he did one thing. Su Li's soldiers captured several hundred prisoners on death row and disguised them as commoners. They escorted them to the front of the imperial palace and demanded that the king of Rain Master Country come out and kowtow 3 times. He would repent for preying on the commoners and commit suicide to atone for his crimes. In this way, he would let these commoners go and not touch the other members of the royal family. Otherwise, he would chop off these people's heads. He only gave the members of the royal family hiding inside 3 days. Within these 3 days, he would kill a group every day. After 3 days, he would first rush in and kill all the members of the royal family before killing the rest of the commoners. Xiao Yan said, "General Rong, this move of yours is truly vicious and beautiful." Rong Guang wasn't angry. Instead, he was pleased with himself. "I'll take that as a compliment." The reason why Suli Country attacked the Rain Master Country could be summed up as, the king of Rain Master Country is tyrannical and oppressive to the people. The heavens cannot tolerate this. Out of benevolence and righteousness, my Suli Country decided to take the initiative to save the people of Rain Master Country who were trapped in the abyss of suffering. It was awe-inspiring righteousness and beautiful. If the king of Rain Master Country wasn't willing to come out, then it would mean that the king was selfish, muddle-headed, and didn't care for his own people at all. The awkward thing was that this king of Rain Master Country had always declared that he treated his people like his own children. The ruthless contrast between his words and actions would definitely cause the commoners of Rain Master Country to feel resentment. They would feel that they had been deceived. Didn't you say that you treat your people like your own children? Why do you want all the commoners to sacrifice themselves for your royal family? Thus, their support for the royal family of Rain Master Country would dissipate. After killing this group of commoners, when the commoners of Rain Master Country were afraid that they would slaughter the entire city, they would then announce that these people were actually prisoners on death row in disguise and deserved to die. The purpose was only to expose the true selfishness and lies of the royal family of Rain Master Country. Such a huge contrast would instantly appease the terrified commoners of Rain Master Country and make them extremely docile. Following this, the process of Rain Master Country becoming part of Suli Country's territory would be much smoother. This was because the people's hearts had already turned cold. And if the king of Rain Master Country really came out to commit suicide, it didn't matter. They didn't have to kill him themselves and it would save them trouble. Moreover, Pei Ming and Rongguang both believed that the king of Rain Master Country definitely wouldn't come out to apologize for his crimes. It should be said that no noble would be willing to end their lives after suffering such humiliation. Kneel to the commoners and the enemy, admit that they were wrong, and then die. Dream on. Who knew that after just one day, just as Pei Ming was about to give the order to kill the first batch of commoners, the king of Rain Master Country really came out. The palace doors opened, and the king walked out with the national treasure sword. He knelt down to the commoners and kowtowed 3 times. Then, he pulled out the sword and committed suicide. Blood splashed on the palace doors. Xiao Yan had already guessed what was going on and said, "Is the one who came out Lord Rain Master?" Hua Qing said, "Yes." Later on, after carefully interrogating the palace servants and other descendants of the royal family who were hiding in the palace, he found out that this was the case. That day, Pei Ming, Rongguang, and the other soldiers were shouting outside the palace. They walked back and forth, laughing non-stop and extremely arrogant. Inside the palace, it was a mess. People were crying and wailing. The king of Rain Master Country naturally couldn't go out and commit suicide. He sat on the throne with an ashen face. A large group of brothers and sisters who usually fought for favor with each other until their heads bled were covered in tears. When they saw that he didn't move, they started to carefully persuade him one by one. There were all kinds of reasons, such as, this is for the country and the people, even if he dies, his name will be passed down through the ages, if this continues, the commoners will suffer, all of them came out. However, the persuasion didn't work. Seeing that the day was about to pass, a few of the sons became anxious and shouted at their fathers in agitation. The king wasn't dead yet, so he immediately became furious and waved his staff to hit back. Normally, the sons and grandsons wouldn't fight back or scold them. However, at this critical juncture, who cared about that? Thus, one of the princes couldn't hold it in and fought back. He didn't expect that he would hit back so hard that the king of Rain Master Country, who was already over 60 years old, was beaten until his head was bleeding and he couldn't get up. The group of princes and princesses were scared silly at first. Then, they realized that he was still breathing and relaxed. They started to discuss how to drag the king of Rain Master Country out, how to complete the difficult kowtowing and apology, and even the ridiculous method of hanging him like a puppet was discussed in full swing. The old king of Rain Master Country was so angry that he almost had a stroke on the spot. Later on, they decided to find 2 people to carry the old king of Rain Master Country to apologize. However, there was a new problem. Who should these 2 people find? This was too dangerous. Pei Ming might be unhappy and shoot him to death with an arrow. You're not willing, I'm not willing, none of us are willing. Incessant noise, incessant noise. At this moment, the 16th princess, who had been silent all this while and no one had been paying attention to her, suddenly said something to the old king who was lying on the ground. Yu Shi Huang said, "Please pass the position to me." The ruler of the Rain Master Country looked at his daughter, whom he had never looked at more than a few times, and a turbid tear finally fell from the corner of his eye. However, there was only one drop. Normally, everyone would fight for the position of king, but now, no one was fighting for it. Whoever stepped forward would die. Thus, less than an hour later, the most crude and hurried succession ceremony in the history of Rainmaster country, as well as the most unlikely monarch, was born. The new ruler of the Rainmaster country slit his throat with a single slash. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and it seemed like he would not survive. Pei Ming didn't expect things to take such a turn. She took the time to take a look while she was drinking, and she was stunned. Was that even possible? Rong Guang cursed his bad luck. How could it be like this? The king had indeed apologized, but he was not the original king. An unimportant person had died. There was no way to disperse the people's hearts, and there was no way to kill the old thief. Until now, Rong Guang still felt that it was inconceivable. I didn't think that there would be such a thing as a temporary succession. He found a scapegoat, how preposterous. Although the soldiers of Suli country couldn't bear to watch this ridiculous succession and took the initiative to save the people, the injuries were too severe, and the medical officers said that they couldn't save her. Pei Ming could only abide by her previous promise. She didn't touch the people outside the palace, and temporarily didn't kill the royal family. She wrapped the throat of this king and sent it to the Rain Dragon Temple. She would wait for her to die there, and then choose a better place to bury her in the Rain Dragon Temple's imperial mausoleum. That night, just as Yu Shi Huang was about to die, the statue of the Rain Master above her head let out a sigh. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. The new Rain Master had ascended. Chapter 172. This was the national treasure sword that Rain Master Huang used to commit suicide. It was a divine weapon, but it was also a weapon. Rong Guang said, Rain Master Huang was really bold. Either that, or he was purposely trying to scare him and remind him to actually give him the Rain Dragon to use. Would he dare? Ha ha ha. Xiao Yan couldn't help it and said, why think so darkly? He raised his hand and sealed his mouth with another talisman. Coincidentally, at this time Pei Ming said from afar, Your Highness, Blood Rain Tanhua, have you two rested well? The bed should be put away. Let's hurry. They didn't rest for long. They chatted for a while. The rest of them stayed here. Xiao Yan, Hua Cheng, and Pei Ming set off. Rain Master brought his mount. He offered to give them a ride. Xiao Yan happily thanked him when he arrived at the foot of the copper furnace. Thus, the black bull transformed into 2 or 3 times its original size. It could accommodate 6 people. Its front hooves landed first and it crouched down. Rain Master went up. He sat at the front. Pei Ming sat a distance away from them. Xiao Yan and Hua Cheng were the last. Xiao Yan sat on it. The black bull got up and left the ground. He touched the glossy black fur and said curiously, Lord Rain Master's mount is really magical. San Lang seemed to have mentioned it before. How did he transform? The black bull spread its hooves and started running. The scenery on both sides quickly retreated. It was fast and steady. Hua Qing sat behind him and gently hugged his waist as if he was afraid he would fall. He said, it was transformed from a side door knocker of the Rain Dragon Temple. It turned out that the Rain Dragon Temple had a small custom. If they saw a golden beast on the door knocker, they would go up and touch it. It could increase their popularity and accumulate good karma. Believers came one after another. Most of them touched the heads of dragons, tigers, cranes, and other immortal beasts. No one touched the bull head. It was very lonely. Thus, when Rain Master Huang cultivated in the Rain Dragon Temple, every time she passed by that door while carrying water, she would touch the golden bull head. The bull head on the door knocker was stained with her popularity. After Rain Master Huang ascended, the bull flew with her. As for the others, no one was named. The black yak sped forward. Xiao Lian's body leaned back slightly as if he was leaning into the black yak's embrace. He laughed as he listened. San Lang is indeed omniscient. It's as if nothing can stump you. Hua Qing also smiled and said, "What else do you want to know, brother? Don't you know what to say?" Pei Ming sat in front. The Rain Master didn't speak, so he didn't speak either. He listened to the movements behind him and said casually, "Your Excellency Ghost King is right. Your Highness, why don't you ask Blood Rain Tanhua about his past and see if he will answer you?" Xiao Lian's smile immediately faded. It wasn't very polite to ask about a Ghost King's past. In Xiao Lian's mind, it was almost the same as asking about another man's size. He was afraid that Hua Cheng would be unhappy, so he immediately changed the topic and said lightly, "General Pei." Pei Ming asked, "What?" "Xiao Lian, the road ahead is bumpy, be careful." Pei Ming asked, "What?" Just as he finished speaking, the black bull that the four of them were sitting on let out a long moo like a bell, and Pei Ming was thrown off. He said in astonishment, "How could this be?" He had never seen or heard of such a thing before. It was fine if he was thrown off, but why didn't he throw off the one sitting in front or the one sitting behind? Why did he throw off the one sitting in the middle? How could this happen under normal circumstances? The bull didn't stop. Xiao Lian turned around and shouted from afar, "I said the road ahead is bumpy, General Pei, be careful." After throwing Pei Ming off 7 or 8 times, the four of them finally rode the Rain Master's guardian mount and arrived at the foot of the Bronze Cauldron. The Bronze Cauldron was originally a lush green mountain in the center of the capital. The scenery was beautiful, similar to Mount Taizong. Below them was the majestic capital, the most prosperous imperial city. This imperial city was originally buried deep underground, but after a few earthquakes, it was shaken out and saw the light of day again. Xiao Lian sat on the black bull and observed for a while. Just as he was about to get off, he saw Hua Qing standing below and extending his hand to him. His heart skipped a beat and he gave his hand to him. He flipped down and said, "There should be a temple in the imperial city, right?" Hua Qing said, "That's for sure." Although Pei Ming had been thrown off 7 or 8 times along the way, he was still worthy of being a martial god. He was extremely tenacious and didn't even limp when he walked. He even reached out and patted the bull's neck, not noticing that the bull was dangerously baring its teeth at him. Pei Ming said, "If the tallest building in the city isn't the imperial palace, then it's the temple." Hua Qing said, "No. The Weiyong temple in the imperial city is on the mountain." He pointed. Sure enough, a corner of the eaves could be seen halfway up the Crimson Mountain. Most of the eaves were hidden in the red shadows. Xiao Lian said, "Why is the mountain scarlet red?" Before he could finish his sentence, the black bull, who had returned to its original form, suddenly roared. The few of them were already walking forward. When they turned around, they were startled. That bull fiercely shook its head and started rolling on the ground. The Rain Master didn't let go of its leash and asked, "What's wrong?" That black bull actually let out a human scream, "Ah!" When the Rain Master heard this scream, he pulled out his rain dragon and slashed it down at the black bull. The sword light streaked across and a black object was sent flying. With a bang, it landed on the wall on the side of the street and splattered a large scarlet flower of blood. A corpse rat. The one that had shouted just now wasn't that black bull, but rather the corpse rat that had jumped onto the bull's body when no one was paying attention and ruthlessly bit it. Although it was about to die, it was still screaming, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness, Your Highness, Your Highness. Save me, save me, save me." Bang! Xiao Lian's scalp went numb from its screams and his brain started to hurt. Hua Qing quickly moved behind him and slightly raised his hand. That corpse rat immediately exploded into a bloody mist. However, there was still a pair of small eyeballs stuck to the wall, emitting a scarlet and ominous glint. Hua Qing said, "Your Highness, Rain Master, I suggest you examine your mount." The Rain Master was already flipping the black bull's fur. He said, "It's a small injury." However, more and more voices began to gather from all directions, rising and falling one after another. "Cough, cough, cough, take me away, who's going to take me away? It would have been better if I had escaped earlier, I really can't accept this. Don't believe his nonsense, I died unjustly. Brother, brother. Your Highness." This sentence was exceptionally clear. It was Hua Cheng's voice. Only then did Xiao Yan regain his senses and say, "I'm sorry." Hua Cheng's expression was solemn as he said, "Did you understand what they were saying?" Xiao Yan nodded. Hua Cheng reached out to cover his ears and said, "Don't listen anymore. They're not talking to you." Xiao Yan's scalp was still numb, but he still managed to say, "I know." Tens of thousands of corpse rats were like a black tide as they spread towards the bull and the other three people in the center. This was the capital, so the population here was much denser than the previous underground city. There were also more dead people here, so the food reserves of the rats were also more abundant. As a result, their numbers and sizes were also more impressive. They were about to be surrounded by layers upon layers of rats. Pei Ming's expression became serious as a layer of faint protective spiritual light enveloped his body. He said, "You guys go first, I'll lure them away." Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, he saw a sea of corpse rats shriek as they charged towards him. They bypassed him and galloped backwards. When he turned his head to look, they were actually chasing after Rainshire. At some unknown time, Rainshire had already mounted the black bull again and was galloping in the opposite direction. That bull had already galloped several meters away. It wasn't too fast, so fast that the corpse rats couldn't keep up, but it wasn't too slow, so slow that the rats would surround and gnaw at it. Instead, it maintained a speed that was just enough to lure them away and allow them to catch up. Rainshire said from afar, "Everyone, please go first. I'll just lure them away." As Rainshire rode the bull forward, he scattered large amounts of snow-white rice along the way. After all, rats naturally loved to eat rice. Who knew how many years it had been since they'd seen such snow-white and plump grains? They swarmed over. This was originally what Pei Ming wanted to do, but Rainshire snatched it away first, leaving him with nothing to do. His expression was extremely subtle. Hua Qing let go and said, "Brother, let's go." As soon as Xiao Yan heard the sound of those corpse rats, his head started to hurt. When he couldn't hear them, he let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Pei Ming turned his head and said, "Wait. You're going to leave just like that?" Hua Qing raised his eyebrows and said, "What else?" Pei Ming frowned. "What about Rainshire? She can't handle it, right? Isn't she messing around by running away just like that?" Xiao Yan asked curiously, "Why does General Pei think that Rainshire can't handle it? Looking at the situation, Rainshire is clearly doing it with ease." Pei Ming seemed unhappy. In the end, he still said, "That won't do, right? It's not like there aren't martial gods here. There's no reason for a female official to go up. Your Highness, leave first. If you catch up later, we'll meet up at the Divine Hall." With that, he chased after them. Xiao Yan shouted a few times from behind. Hua Qing said, "Let's go, brother. There's no need to care. I just can't stand being protected by a woman. I have to get back at her." Taking advantage of the time, the two of them passed through King City and the countless empty shells of the petrified people and ran towards the large mountain. An hour later, they finally stepped onto the copper furnace. The reason this mountain looked like it was dyed with blood from afar was because the forest on the mountain was red. It was clearly not maple, but it was scarlet like maple, the color of fresh blood. Xiao Yan also faintly smelled the scent of blood. It was likely that the soil that nourished them had a lot of resentment and human blood. The fourth Wuyong Divine Temple was built on a slightly protruding rock halfway up the copper cauldron. As a result, it had escaped the misfortune of being swallowed by the magma. It was the largest of the 4 divine temples, and it was also the one that had been preserved the best. There were also many petrified people in different postures in the hall. They were probably the hall's attendants. The 2 of them went straight to the main hall. As soon as they entered, there were indeed murals on the walls. However, Hua Cheng took a look and said, "It seems that someone rushed ahead of us." Inside the main hall, there was only one mural. The other 2 walls were intact, but the surface of the walls had already been smashed into pieces. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. Slightly stunned, Xiao Lian asked, "Who did this?" They hadn't even figured out who painted the mural. Now, there was another unsolved mystery of who smashed the mural. But since they had already smashed it, it was better to look at the mural first. With just a glance, Xiao Lian hadn't even looked carefully when all the hairs on his back instantly stood up. What was this thing? The difference between this mural and the previous 3 divine halls murals was like heaven and earth. There was only one person on the mural. However, the color was dark, and the lines and face were incomparably distorted. It was impossible to see what this person looked like. He could only see that it was a commoner in ragged clothes. But this was still nothing. What made Xiao Lian's hairs stand on end was that this person's expression seemed to be in extreme pain. In his madness, he tore off his own clothes, revealing his body. And on his body, there were actually 3 faces, each one as distorted as his own. The human face plague. Under the huge impact, Xiao Lian's eyes were completely occupied by the blackness of the mural. He muttered, "It's practically, exactly the same." The citizens of Wuyong country had also encountered the human face plague. Why did Prince Wuyong, a person who had existed for more than 2,000 years, have such a terrifying degree of similarity to his? Seeing that the situation wasn't good, Hua Cheng stabilized him and said, "Your Highness, don't look at it for now." However, the impact of that distorted image was too great. The shadow left in Xiao Lian's heart by the human face plague was too heavy. He stared at the mural as if he was possessed. Thus, Hua Cheng simply pulled Xiao Lian over and pressed him into his embrace. With a strong yet gentle tone, he said, "All right. Your Highness, listen to me. Listen to me." Pausing for a moment, he lowered his voice and said, "Look, the previous few murals all developed in chronological order. There is a cause and effect. The last one was when Prince Wuyong built a heavenly bridge. The next one must be immediately after that. However, this mural can't be connected to the previous one, right?" Xiao Lian reacted very quickly and said, "Yes, there must be something missing in the middle. Someone came here before us and destroyed the other 2 murals." Hua Cheng said, "Since this person destroyed the other 2 murals, why didn't he also destroy this one? Why did he leave it behind?" Xiao Lian said, "There are 2 possibilities. First, he felt that leaving behind this mural wasn't important. He could leave it behind or not, and he wasn't afraid of me seeing it." Hua Cheng said, "What's the second possibility?" Xiao Lian slowly said, "Second, this person destroyed all 3 murals. The one he left behind is actually a fake. He painted it later on." Hua Cheng said, "That's right. There's no harm in thinking a bit more boldly. Perhaps all the murals along the way were lies. We're already very close to the answer. Before that, don't think too much about it, all right?" After being buried in Hua Cheng's embrace for a long time, Xiao Lian finally dug out that terrifying image from his mind. Only then did he notice the position of the 2 of them. He hurriedly prepared to pull himself out of Hua Cheng's embrace and said, "I'm sorry, Sanlang." However, Hua Cheng didn't let him escape. Instead, he hugged him even tighter and said with a smile, "There's nothing to be sorry about." However, he lowered his head and said, "Actually, there's a third possibility." The lower half of Xiao Yan's face was buried in Hua Cheng's shoulder. Hua Cheng's voice was right next to his ear, but it was suppressed to an extremely low level. Other than him, no one else could hear it clearly. Chapter 173. Hua Cheng's breath was warm, but his words made people feel a chill in their hearts. Hiding in the main hall. A thought flashed past in a flash. Xiao Yan immediately hugged Hua Cheng. Of course, he didn't hug him because he was afraid. Instead, if someone was really hiding here and they hadn't discovered him, then he must be a powerful character. If he sensed that they had already discovered some clues, he might fall into a passive position. If only Hua Cheng hugged him, being so close to him, it would be easy to arouse suspicion. The two of them hugged each other, looking more normal. Xiao Yan scanned his surroundings without leaving a trace. He whispered, "Where do you think it is?" There was only one door in the entire hall. It was the one they came in through. The hall was empty and could be seen at a glance. There was not a single table or box that could hide a person other than them. There were only the shrine attendants who had turned into stone men. The two of them whispered at the same time, "Shell." The insides of these petrified men were hollow. In other words, they could hide things inside. They couldn't hide people, but they could hide ghosts. After confirming this point, they thought of the same thing. Xiao Yan was about to speak. He inadvertently raised his eyes and saw a stone man 20 feet behind Hua Cheng. His pupils suddenly shrank. It seemed to be a young man with a high status. Because the stone man recorded the death of the Wu Yong people, therefore, most of their postures were holding their heads and crying, or curling up into a ball. This one was one of the few standing statues. However, what caught Xiao Yan's attention was not his figure, but his face. Although the face was blurry, he could still see clearly that this stone man's face. The left side was half a smiling face, while the right side was half a crying face. Xiao Yan blurted out, "It's this." He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword. Hua Cheng said, "Brother." The stone man was smashed into pieces by him, leaving only an empty shell on the ground. However, there was nothing inside at all. Xiao Yan didn't dare to let it go and rummaged through the fragments on the ground. Hua Cheng grabbed his hand and said, "Brother. What did you see just now?" Xiao Yan raised a few fragments and said, "This stone man, his face, is by Wuxiang's mask." Hua Cheng's expression changed slightly, but he still said, "Wait." He pieced the fragments together and formed a complete face. When the two of them saw this, they fell silent. Just now, Xiao Yan clearly saw a ghost face that was half crying and half laughing. But now, the face that Hua Cheng put together was incomparably blurry, no different from the other petrified people. Was it an illusion? Or was he under an illusion? They wouldn't get an answer even if they just sat there. The two of them searched the hall and smashed all the petrified men to check, but they didn't find any more clues. They pondered for a moment and felt that someone might have gone up the mountain before them. They decided not to wait for Pei Ming and went straight to the top of the mountain. The body of the copper furnace seemed to have a strange attraction force. The two of them tried to climb it, but the silver butterfly could not carry a person here. Perhaps it would not work even on a sword. Thus, they could only climb on foot. As they climbed higher and higher, the mountain path became steeper and colder. First, he stepped on a thin layer of snow. The higher he went, the thicker the snow became. It could even cover half of his boots. 4 hours later, the snow was knee-deep, making climbing more and more difficult. Because of the large amount of walking, Xiao Yan didn't feel cold at all. On the contrary, a thin layer of sweat had formed on his body. His face was pinkish-white with a slight blush. He raised the back of his hand to wipe his sweat. Just as he was about to turn around and speak to Hua Cheng, he suddenly felt the soles of his feet hit nothing. His entire body was shorter by 2 feet. Fortunately, Hua Cheng had been following behind him the whole time. As if he had been prepared, he pulled him up and said, brother, be careful. Xiao Yen stood at his side and turned around to look at the place where he had fallen. Unexpectedly, there was a large depression there, revealing a pitch-black hole. He didn't know where it led to. If Xiao Yen hadn't grabbed the edge in time, or if Hua Cheng's movements had been slightly slower, he would have definitely fallen down. Hua Cheng then said, "This mountain is full of holes. Just follow me slowly and you'll be fine. Brother walked too fast just now." It turned out that the mountain under the snow was actually very fragile. There were holes of all sizes everywhere, and no one knew how many there were or how deep they were. Yet, Hua Cheng actually remembered the distribution of these holes. Xiao Yen exhaled and suggested, "Okay. Then let's get closer. We can't shout on the snowy mountain. If we're not careful and encounter something, it won't be good to call for help." Unexpectedly, before he could finish speaking, he heard an angry roar from above. "Are you done? Which dear friend dared to shout on this kind of steep and dangerous snowy mountain?" Xiao Yen looked up with a dumbfounded expression, only to see that in the snow that covered the mountains and plains, there were two small black dots that were engaged in a chaotic battle. One of them held a longbow and shot out a string of arrows. The other person held a horse-slaying long sword and brandished it vigorously, blocking all of the arrows. The wind generated by the sword and the arrows were all wrapped in a layer of spiritual light. The two people were shouting and cursing at each other. The person holding the sword cursed, "I told you that brat was killed by someone else. I'm also looking for them." It was actually Nan Feng and Fu Yao. Before he could think about why they were here, Xiao Yen blurted out, "Shut up." However, his reaction was very timely and he swallowed his words before he could shout them out. If he roared as boldly and unrestrainedly as the two of them, with the three of them shouting at each other, would this snowy mountain still be able to hold on? Hua Cheng crossed his arms and raised one of his eyebrows. Do they not know that roaring on a snowy mountain might cause an avalanche? Xiao Yen replied, They shouldn't be that stupid. They should know, but that's just how they are. When their anger reaches their heads, they don't care about anything else." Nan Feng and Fu Yao were extremely angry. They cursed and fought at the same time. Because they were too far away, they couldn't clearly hear what they were arguing about. They also didn't notice that new people had arrived below them. Xiao Yen wanted to rush up and pull the two away, but the accumulated snow had sealed off the mountain. The snow was also full of deep pits, so there was no way for him to rush over immediately. After running 2 steps, he almost fell into a pit. He could only stop and say, "We can't let them continue fighting like this. We have to stop them." Just as he finished speaking, a silver butterfly leapt out from behind him and flew up like a sharp arrow. Xiao Yen stared blankly for a moment before his heart relaxed. He inwardly thought that this was a good idea. They couldn't go up immediately by themselves, so wouldn't it be fine if they let the dead spirit butterfly fly up and send a message first? Sure enough, that silver butterfly was extremely fast. In just 3 sounds, it had already rushed over. However, before Xiao Yen could send a message, he saw Hua Cheng's expression turn cold. He sensed that something was wrong and asked, "What's wrong?" The smile on Hua Cheng's lips completely disappeared. His expression was as cold as the snowy mountain. Xiao Yen continued to ask, "San Lang, what's wrong?" Hua Cheng's lips slightly moved, but before he could answer, Xiao Yen suddenly felt his heart palpitate for no reason. He abruptly raised his head and looked up, his eyes widening. On the towering snowy wall, a large piece of the White Mountain trembled and collapsed. On the other side, Nan Feng and Fu Yao, who were fiercely fighting, also felt this silent pressure. Both of them raised their heads and finally realized what was about to happen. In the next moment, that mountain was like a 1,000-kilometer-long dike collapsing. Carrying with it a monstrous wave of snow and a whistling sound, it tumbled down towards them. It really was an avalanche. Xiao Yen grabbed Hua Cheng's hand, turned around, and ran. After running 2 steps, he remembered that the 2 people above were closer to the peak of the avalanche. He suddenly stopped and turned around to look. Sure enough, both of them stopped fighting and ran away together. Fu Yao hadn't run 2 steps when he stepped into a pit. Half of his body sunk in, and the white snow buried his chest. Nan Feng ran faster than him, so he also turned around. He hesitated for a moment, as if he wanted to go back and save Fu Yao. However, during this moment of hesitation, the huge wave of snow had already arrived. Just as they were about to be swallowed up, Xiao Lian threw Wuxia out. That long white silk flew out, and in an instant, it accurately wrapped around Fu Yao and Nan Feng, dragging them out of the sea of snow. Hua Qing glanced at them, his eyes filled with anger. He said, "Gidge. Leave them behind. Don't worry about them." Xiao Lian tightly grabbed onto Wuxia and dragged the 2 of them. As he ran, he said, "We can't. If we don't handle it well, we'll be buried for 100 years. Hua Qing said in a low voice, "It's too late." Xiao Lian was shocked. What? When he turned around, he saw an overwhelming snow-white shadow falling down from above. In the end, Xiao Lian was still held back by Nan Feng and Fu Yao. That ice-cold and heavy wave of snow surged endlessly, separating him and Hua Qing. Xiao Lian was swayed left and right by the wave. Mixed with the white wave, he tumbled a few times, but he was still able to tenaciously struggle. However, the amount of accumulated snow was too great, and the impact was too fierce. From time to time, it would pass over Xiao Lian's head, causing him to suddenly feel suffocated. Xiao Lian shouted one last time, "San Lang." In the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and was swallowed by the huge wave of snow. After an unknown amount of time, the snow-capped mountain finally calmed down once again. After a long time, on a flat snowy ground, the accumulated snow moved twice. Suddenly, a hand rushed out. This hand randomly searched the snowy ground for a while. Then, an arm drilled out, then a shoulder, and finally a head. With a face full of snow, the person took a deep breath and coughed repeatedly. Not long after, this person finally crawled out with great difficulty. Shaking his head, he sat down on the snowy ground to the side. It was Xiao Lian. The feeling of digging himself out from a thick layer of snow was similar to digging himself out from a grave. Xiao Lian's face and hands were frozen red. They were practically numb. He casually rubbed his hands a few times and took a few breaths of hot air. Then, he raised his head and looked around in a daze. In the boundless white snow, he couldn't find that dazzling red. However, if he couldn't find Xiao Lian, he couldn't just randomly shout where he was. If another avalanche happened, then he would be done for. He could only stand up and walk alone in the world of ice and snow. As he walked, he quietly shouted, "San Lang. San Lang. Nan Feng. Fu Yao." Speaking of which, it was strange. They were clearly on the same mountain, but now that he was walking alone, it seemed much colder than when he was walking with Hua Qing. He didn't know when Wuxia had let go of him. Xiao Lian was very puzzled. Wuxia shouldn't have let go. Even if he let go, Wuxia would still entangle him. How could this be? In his heart, he felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what it was. He continued to walk in a daze. After walking for an unknown amount of time, in the wind and snow ahead, a person suddenly walked towards him. White clothes and black hair fluttered in the wind. He lowered his head and slowly walked over. Seeing this person, Xiao Lian's heart was slightly happy. He went up to him and said, "Friend. You." As soon as he said these words, that person raised his head. On his face, there was shockingly a white mask. Half of it was smiling, the other half was crying. Xiao Lian felt as if he had been stabbed in the face. He loudly shouted. As soon as he shouted, he opened his eyes and suddenly sat up. After gasping for breath, he discovered in shock that at this moment, he wasn't walking alone in the snowy mountains. Instead, he was lying in a pitch-black space. So it was a dream. No wonder he always felt that something was wrong in his dream. Xiao Yan let out a long sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. After feeling around for a while, he discovered that there seemed to be grass and stones under his body. Her maiden heart was hanging by his waist, and Wuxia was also clearly wrapped around his hand. Xiao Yan calmed his mind and raised a palm flame to illuminate his location. Immediately, he said, "San Lang. Are you there?" Unexpectedly, when the flame lit up, he immediately discovered that in the darkness next to him, there was unexpectedly a person standing there without a sound. This shock wasn't small. Xiao Yan immediately broke out in a cold sweat and instantly grasped his maiden heart. There was a person standing right in front of him. No matter what, it was impossible for him to not notice. However, when he looked carefully, the cold sweat on his body disappeared. It turned out that this wasn't a living person, but rather a stone statue. Moreover, this wasn't a petrified human statue formed from the corpses of the victims of the volcanic eruption. It was clearly a statue made by a human hand. Holding up the palm flame to illuminate his surroundings, Xiao Yan became more and more convinced. The place he was lying in was a grotto used for cultivation. He had once secluded himself from the world and cultivated in peace in this kind of place, so he wasn't unfamiliar with it. Then, the statue inside the grotto wasn't an ordinary statue, but a statue of a god. The statue of a god stood in an arched doorway. It had a slender figure, graceful bearing, and graceful posture. Its right hand was placed on the hilt of the long sword at its waist. Even the flowing lines of its clothes were carved very exquisitely. However, there was one very strange thing. The face of this statue of a god was covered by a layer of fine gauze. That gauze flowed like mist. Although it covered the statue's face, making it look very strange, it didn't make it look ugly. Instead, it added a mysterious sense of beauty. However, Xiao Yan had never seen a statue of a god with its face covered. Subconsciously, he reached out his hand to remove the gauze. Suddenly, a voice came from behind him, "Brother." Xiao Yan quickly turned his head and saw that at some point, a figure dressed in red had appeared at the grotto entrance. It was Hua Cheng. He immediately threw the statue's face to the back of his head and went to greet him, "San Lang. That's great, I was just wondering where you were. Are you alright? Are you hurt? That avalanche just now was too sudden." Hua Cheng walked in and said, "I'm fine. Where's brother?" Xiao Yan replied, "I've always been fine. What is this place?" Only after he went out did he discover that this place wasn't just as big as a small grotto. There was also a long corridor outside. It didn't look short, but he didn't know where it led to. Xiao Yan had long since gotten used to Hua Cheng being able to answer all of his questions. However, this time, Hua Cheng said, "I don't know. It's most likely under a snowy mountain." Xiao Yan was surprised. "I thought this was a refuge San Lang found." Unexpectedly, even you don't know what this place is? This was truly the first time he had encountered such a place. Hua Cheng even clearly remembered how many holes there were on the mountain road and how to get there. However, he didn't know where this place was. This grotto wasn't small either. Could it be that he had never discovered it before? Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel that it was strange, but he didn't ask much. He raised the flames in his palm a little higher and asked, "How did we get here?" Hua Cheng also summoned a few silver butterflies. They glowed faintly as they fluttered in the air. In a calm voice, he said, "The avalanche missed its mark and we probably fell into a hole." He could only think of it this way. Otherwise, it could only be that someone had specially brought them here. At this point, Xiao Yan couldn't help but think of the dream he had just had. A chill ran down his spine. Then, he thought of something else and asked, "We're here, but what about Nan Fong and Fu Yao?" Hearing him mention those two people, a ruthless expression flashed across Hua Cheng's face. Then, he said indifferently, "They were probably buried by the snow. Don't worry about it. In any case, they're heavenly officials. They won't die." Xiao Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, "Although they won't die, if no one dug them out, being buried for dozens of years wouldn't feel good. Maybe they also fell in. Let's first look around here." "That's right, San Lang, when your silver butterflies went up, did they hear what they said?" Hua Qing sneered, "It's nothing more than a quarrel. What good words could they have heard?" However, Xiao Lian still felt that it wasn't that simple. Otherwise, he couldn't explain why Hua Cheng's expression suddenly changed after the dead spirit butterfly flew over. Even now, when Hua Cheng sneered at them, his gaze was still extremely unfriendly. However, since he didn't say anything, Xiao Lian didn't ask. The two walked along the long corridor of the cave. After walking for a while, they realized that the terrain of the snow grotto was far more complicated than they had imagined. It wasn't a single path that led to the end. Instead, there were many forks that led to different grottos of different sizes. In every grotto, there was a statue of a god. These god statues were made by youths and young adults. Their postures were all different. Some were lazily reclining, some were drunkenly leaning, some were sitting upright and still, some were dancing with their swords. Their clothing was also ever-changing. There were luxurious clothes, plain clothes, ragged clothes, half-naked clothes. Furthermore, they were of different standards. Some were clumsy and extremely crude, while others were abnormally exquisite. They were so detailed that it made one's hair stand on end. They probably weren't made by the same craftsman. However, there were so many of them and the variety was spectacular. Along the way, Xiao Lian couldn't help but exclaim, "This is a myriad gods grotto. I wonder who chose to build a grotto here. It must be an extremely devout believer." However, all the god statues had a strange similarity. All of them had a layer of veil covering their faces. Some had veils covering their entire bodies, revealing only the hem of their skirts or feet. Xiao Lian was really curious. He wanted to remove the veil from one of the god statues to see what was on its face. However, Hua Qing said from behind him, "Big brother, I suggest we don't." Xiao Lian turned around and asked curiously, "Why?" "San Lang, don't you think these god statues are strange?" Hua Qing walked over with his hands behind his back and said, "It's precisely because they're strange that it's best not to. Since the face is covered, there must be a reason why it's covered. The head is where the spiritual energy of the human body gathers. If it's removed and these strange god statues gather spiritual energy, I wonder what will happen." After a pause, he said again, "Big brother, aren't you looking for your two servants? Since you haven't found them yet, it's best not to touch them for now to prevent more complications." Although these words sounded strange, they weren't without reason. If removing the veil awakened these god statues, it wouldn't be fun at all. Xiao Lian wasn't an ungrateful person. After thinking about it, he put down his hand and said, "I'm just a little curious about what kind of god these are." He also found it strange that with Hua Cheng's personality, he wouldn't be afraid of more complications. If he wanted to see, then let him see. He didn't expect that he would actually use this reason to persuade him. Hua Qing said lightly, "This is the Wuyong country. Maybe it's the Wuyong prince's god statue. It's not unusual." However, Xiao Lian said, "I'm afraid not." Hua Qing said, "Oh. Why do you think so?" Xiao Lian looked at him and said, "From the murals we followed along the way, the Wuyong prince and the Wuyong people's clothing style is distinctive. After all, it's a country from 2,000 years ago. It's ancient and rough, and also a little wild. It's different from the exquisite clothing style of these god statues. So, I think these god statues probably have nothing to do with the Wuyong prince. It's even possible that they didn't come from the Wuyong people. Hua Qing said with a smile, really? Big brother is really careful. Xiao Yan also faintly smiled and said, no, no. It's just that the style of these god statues, whether it's the carving, the clothing, or the way they handle the details, are more similar to the style of the later generations. Moreover, it's the style that I'm more familiar with, the style of the Xianlu country. Hua Qing raised his eyebrows and said, it seems that Big Brother's attainments in this area are also quite profound. Xiao Yan said, not at all, not at all. After seeing too many god statues, you'll inevitably have some experience. Although he didn't know why, his intuition told him that from just now, Hua Qing seemed to be a little off. And speaking up to hear, he finally realized what was wrong. Chapter 174. However, he still didn't ask. Since San Lang thinks it's better not to look, then we should be cautious. Hua Qing nodded slightly and the two continued forward. At this time, they encountered another fork in the road. Hua Qing directly went left. Xiao Yan stopped. He didn't follow. Hua Qing turned around and asked, what's wrong? Xiao Yan asked, San Lang has never been to this grotto before, right? Hua Qing replied, naturally. Xiao Yan asked, then why is San Lang so sure to choose the left? Hua Qing replied, I'm not sure. I'm just walking around blindly. Xiao Yan asked, since I've never been here before, how can I walk around blindly? How can you walk around blindly? Shouldn't you carefully consider which side to choose? Hua Qing smiled. It's precisely because I've never been here before. That's why I'm walking around blindly. In any case, I don't know anything about the situation here. It's better to boldly try my luck. And my luck has always been better. Although this was indeed the case in the past, every time the two of them went out together, they would always look at Xiao Yan. It was rare for Hua Qing to take the initiative to lead the way. Xiao Yan nodded. The two of them were about to step into the tunnel on the left. Suddenly, Xiao Yan said, wait. San Lang, did you hear that? Hua Qing asked, what? Xiao Yan said, on the right. There's a voice. Hua Qing's expression slightly changed. After listening attentively for a while, he said, brother, I'm afraid you heard wrong. There's no voice. Xiao Yan said, there really is. Listen carefully, it's a man's voice. Hua Qing listened for a while more before frowning. I really didn't hear it. Xiao Yan was startled. He thought, could it be another illusion? Hua Qing said, Your Highness, this is strange. I'm afraid it's a trap. I suggest we leave first. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Yan said, no. It might be Nan Feng and Fu Yao. I'd better go take a look. After he finished speaking, he dashed forward. Hua Qing shouted behind him, brother. Don't walk around randomly. However, listening to the faint shouts, the other party must have fallen into an extremely dangerous situation. Xiao Yan didn't dare be careless and quickly ran into the right path. The deeper they went, the clearer the man's roar became. Xiao Yan was delighted. It really is Nan Feng and Fu Yao. After walking around for a long time, he finally found the source of the sound. It was a large stone cave. There was no statue of a deity in this cave, but there was a deep pit. Nan Feng and Fu Yao's voices came from the bottom of the pit. It seemed that both of them were trapped at the bottom of the pit and couldn't climb up. However, they were still cursing each other down there in high spirits. Their lives shouldn't be in danger for the time being. It was too dark to see clearly. Xiao Yan was on top, his hands cupped around his mouth as he shouted down, Hey! What's wrong with you guys? When the two people at the bottom of the pit heard that someone had come, they immediately stopped quarreling. Fu Yao's voice said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince. Is that you? Pull us up." Nanfeng didn't say anything. Xiao Yan asked curiously, "You guys can't climb up? This pit isn't deep. What's going on down there?" Perhaps it was because of the quarrel along the way, Fu Yao's anger was burning. He said, "Nonsense. If they could climb up, they would have done so long ago. Your Highness, can't you see for yourself?" Xiao Yan narrowed his eyes and said, "I can't see clearly. Do you guys still have mana? Can you use a palm flame to see what's going on down there? If you guys can't do it, I'll throw a flame down." Unexpectedly, before he could finish, the two people below shouted in unison, "No." Their cries to stop him were simply horrifying. Fu Yao said again, "Don't light a fire." If they couldn't light a fire, then they could only use other methods of illumination. Xiao Yan's first reaction was to turn around. San Lang, however, Huaqing didn't follow. There was no one behind him. Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He first felt a little uneasy, then he found it strange. There was no way they would lose him, right? Ever since they entered Myriad God's cave, Huaqing had become completely strange. Xiao Yan couldn't tell what was wrong. He looked left and right and suddenly realized that there was a small silver butterfly perched on his shoulder. He tentatively touched it and said, "How are you?" The dead spirit butterfly flapped its wings after being touched by his fingertips, but it didn't fly away. It was as if it was just flapping for him to see. Along the way, Xiao Yan had heard from Huaqing that his silver butterflies were divided into several types. He didn't know what type this one was or what it was responsible for, but no matter what type it was always possible to illuminate it. Thus, he asked, "Can you help me go down and take a look?" Sure enough, that silver butterfly flapped its wings and flew down. Xiao Yan said, "Thank you." When it flew to the bottom of the pit, a faint silver light illuminated the situation below. Xiao Yan couldn't help but slightly widen his eyes. The bottom of the pitch-black pit was covered with a thick layer of silk. It was a vast expanse of white. Nanfeng and Fuyao were practically wrapped in two cocoons of silk. They looked like two flying insects stuck in a spider's web. Furthermore, their noses were swollen and their heads were bleeding. He didn't know if it was caused by the fight just now. Xiao Yan couldn't help but think that it was fortunate that he wasn't impulsive. Otherwise, if he threw a flame down, the entire bottom of the pit would probably burn in an instant. He said, "What's going on? Is that spider silk? Could this be the spider spirit's nest?" Fu Yao said, "I don't know. In any case, I can't break free." He was in a hurry to get away. Nanfeng's expression was a bit subtle. It seemed like he wanted to open his mouth to ask for help, but when he saw that the person who came was Xiao Yan, he sullenly swallowed his words and said, "You shouldn't come down for now. This silk is very tough. Once it touches your body, it'll be very hard to shake it off." Xiao Yan said, "I'm not coming down." After pondering for a moment, he tied one end of Wuxia to the hilt of his Fang Xian sword and prepared to try hanging the sword down. Who knew that when Wuxia was stealthily exploring, it would be detected by the spider silk. The spider silk would quickly come up to meet it, as if it wanted to teach it a lesson. Wuxia was so scared that it immediately shrunk back. However, it was still a step too late. It was entangled by the spider silk, tied into a knot, and suddenly pulled down. Even Xiao Yan, who was holding onto it, was pulled down. He absolutely didn't expect this. This spider silk was actually this strong and sensitive. The moment Xiao Yan fell into the pit, the white silk quickly pounced over and tied him up. The rest of the spider silk slowly flowed and crawled, reinforcing the cocoons on Nanfeng and Fu Yao's bodies. Fu Yao was furious and said, "Why did you also fall down? This is great. The three of them are all dumbfounded. Let's all die here together. Nan Feng said, what do you have to complain about? Wasn't it all for the sake of saving us? Xiao Yan rolled on the ground and said, ha ha ha, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. The other two looked at him in astonishment. Fu Yao said, did you injure your head when you fell down? Did you go crazy? Tears spilled out from the corners of Xiao Yan's eyes as he reluctantly said, no, no, ha ha ha, what's going on with these spider silk, what are you doing, it's so itchy, I can't take it anymore, ha 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 ha. The moment he fell down, the silk bed below him very softly caught him. The spider silk that wrapped around him was also very gentle and lingering. Although it was tying him up, it scratched and scratched him, making it seem as if it was tickling him. Xiao Yan curled up into a ball and tenaciously resisted. He said, don't, wait. Stop. Stop. I'm scared. Stop. Only then did the white silk tie his hands behind his back, making him unable to move. Nan Feng and Fu Yao both looked at him. After a while, Fu Yao said, why are these spider silk tying us so tightly, but tying him so casually? His face isn't even covered. Xiao Yan finally managed to catch his breath with great difficulty. He said, you guys, aren't your faces also not covered? Fu Yao rolled his eyes and said, before, we covered our faces. After we woke up, we used our teeth to tear it open. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to shout. Xiao Yan tried to struggle, but the spider silk was indeed incomparably tough. In addition, he had laughed too hard just now, causing his ribs to ache faintly. He temporarily couldn't exert any strength, so he decided to rest for a while. Lying flat on the ground, he said, how did you two get here? Fu Yao said, I don't know. Just now, there was an avalanche. When the snow fell, it was as if the sky had collapsed. When we woke up, we were already here. Xiao Yan said, no. What I'm asking is, why did you two come to Mount Bronze Furnace? As soon as he mentioned this, Fu Yao became angry. I came here to chase after the female ghost, Lan Chang, that mother and son fetus spirit. Who knows why he came here? Nan Feng said, me. I also came here to track down that mother and son fetus spirit. Fu Yao roared, then you go chase after them. Why did you hit me? My family's general already said that the fetus spirit had nothing to do with him. He didn't kill it. You really treat kindness as malice. You can't be a good person. Xiao Yan was used to this. He said, all right, stop arguing. I understand the situation. You two should stop fighting and stop arguing. Just now, the snowy mountain collapsed because of your argument. Can't you two stop for a while? Let's think of a solution together. Nan Feng was also angry. Don't you know what kind of conduct our family's general usually has? He can't blame others for suspecting him at this time. Fu Yao glared at him. What did you say? If you have the guts, say it again. Nan Feng glared even more fiercely than him. I have more guts than you. I'll say it again. You don't have any good intentions at all. It's just that you thought of giving kindness to people you don't like, so you're secretly proud. You just want to satisfy yourself and wait to see others become a joke. Stop saying kindness is treated as malice. Don't pretend to be a good person either. A true good person isn't like you. You've never been one. Blue veins appeared on Fu Yao's forehead. The corner of his mouth twitched as he said, you're simply imagining things and talking nonsense. Nan Feng said, whether I'm talking nonsense or not, you know it in your heart. Do you think I don't know you? Fu Yao's blue veins climbed all the way to his neck. What qualifications do you have to say that to me? Standing so high up and looking down on others, aren't you afraid of accidentally breaking your legs? Nan Feng said, I'm stronger than you no matter what. Do you think no one knows about the lousy things you did? When he mentioned this, Fu Yao seemed to become angry out of humiliation. Yes. Fine, I admit it. But how much stronger are you than me? Flaunting your loyalty, isn't it just because you have a wife that you forgot your boss? Wife and son are the most important. Everyone is doing it for themselves, and they are the most important. You're always harping on my lousy matters, aren't you ashamed? Hearing him mention wife and son, Nan Feng flew into a rage. Motherfucker. You. Me. You. Although the two of them couldn't move, they had already gone crazy from arguing. Unknowingly, the way they addressed each other had already changed from your family's general and my family's general to you and me. Because they were too agitated, they didn't realize they had exposed something. However, Xia Lian had long since stopped talking. Nan Feng and Fu Yao simultaneously turned their heads to look at Xia Lian. They only saw Xia Lian silently roll over on the silk bed. Turning his body over, he gave them the view of his back. That. I didn't see anything. No, I didn't hear anything. Xia Lian faced the stone wall and warmly said, "Do you guys still want to continue?" About that, regarding what you just said, I won't comment on anything else. However, I feel that my wife and son are the most important. That's human nature. Let's not talk about old matters anymore. Let's think of a way to get out of here first. Fu Yao interrupted him. Did you already know? Seeing that he really couldn't brush it off, Xia Lian could only say, yeah. Fu Yao asked in disbelief, when did you discover? How did you discover? Xia Lian couldn't bear to tell the truth and only said, I forgot. The real answer was a long, long time ago. Ever since that time at Mount Yujun, he had a faint suspicion. And when he arrived at Banyu Pass, he had already confirmed this matter. What little military official from the Middle Heaven? He didn't exist. Nan Feng and Fu Yao were nothing more than two small clones created by Feng Xian and Mu Qing. Fu Yao seemed to be unable to believe that his true identity had been exposed like this. He unrelentingly said, when did you discover it? How did you find out? There has to be a turning point. Just where is the flaw? Xia Lian really couldn't bear to tell the truth. There simply wasn't a need for a turning point. These two people were full of flaws. After all, the three of them could be considered to have grown up together. How could Xia Lian not be familiar with their words and actions? From those unintentional aliases to the identical personalities, it was really too easy to guess. If he couldn't guess who was under these two skins, wouldn't he have lived all these years in vain? However, there were some things that he couldn't say and some things that he couldn't do. For example, he had to take care of his image as a heavenly official, so he couldn't casually roll his eyes or curse people. But if he changed his identity, he would be much more relaxed and unrestrained. Therefore, Xia Lian felt that there was no need to expose them. Chapter 175. He looked as if he couldn't think it through. Xia Lian thought for a moment. Actually, this isn't a big deal. He tried to enlighten her, it's not a big deal. Mu Qing laughed coldly and said, I was indeed right. Was it interesting? Did you enjoy watching me perform? To be frank, tear off the fake skin and pull out the real skin. Nan Feng, no. Feng Xian also had an awkward expression on his face. But he really couldn't bear to listen to him anymore. What kind of tone is that? Mu Qing's face was pale and his skin was thin. When his blood and qi surged, it was very dazzling. His whole face turned red. He suddenly turned his head and said, what kind of tone is that? Don't forget that you're also one of the jokes. You've been entertaining him for so long without any complaints. I'm not as careless as you. Xia Lian replied, I'm not here to watch you guys make a fool of yourselves. Feng Xian also said, don't think others are as petty as you. His Highness the Crown Prince still wanted to help you after you were sent to prison. Mu Qing said, "Ha, then I really have to thank you. But isn't it your son's fault that I'm in prison?" "What? You want to fight? You dare to live, but you don't dare to talk about it." He mentioned his son. Feng Xian really wanted to beat him to death, but unfortunately, the three of them were all wrapped up in the spider silk and unable to move. They had completely lost their poise, so they could only curse at each other. Feng Xian was so angry that his neck turned red. Xiao Yan was afraid that once he got agitated, he would start cursing at the martial god. With great difficulty, she twisted her body and rolled to Mu Qing's side. Mu Qing. Can you see if you can turn around a little?" Mu Qing stopped cursing and took a deep breath. "What are you trying to do?" Xiao Yan said, "Feng Xian is too far away from me, so I can't roll over. Since these spider webs can be torn open with my teeth, I'll try to see if I can untie your hands first." Mu Qing glared at him for a long time. His face suddenly turned cold. He looked at the sky like a dead fish and said, "No need." Xiao Yan helplessly said, "I really want to help." Mu Qing said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince's precious body, I cannot afford to trouble you." Feng Xian cursed, "Fuck me. Why are you still making trouble at a time like this? Do you think he owes you anything now that he helped you?" Mu Qing suddenly raised his head and said, "Who needs his help?" Xiao Yan. "Why do you always appear at this time?" Xiao Yan was slightly startled. He suddenly vaguely remembered that Mu Qing had asked him this question a long time ago. What was his answer then? He couldn't remember. He said, "What's wrong with appearing at this time?" Mu Qing lay back down and said, "I don't need your help anyway." Xiao Yan asked, "Why?" "Sometimes, you need someone else's help to get through it." Feng Xian said, "Ignore him. He's so stubborn that he thinks he'll lose face if you help him." On the other side, Mu Qing and Feng Xian were pinching the necromancer butterfly that was emitting a faint silver light as it leisurely flew around Xiao Yan. He thought of something and immediately changed the topic. "You guys, stop arguing. It would be a joke if someone saw this. Someone will come looking for us later." Mu Qing said, "This damned place has no response from the heavens or the earth, who would come to save us? Unless..." Before he could finish his sentence, he thought of someone and stopped himself. Feng Xian directly asked, "Did the blood rain Tanhua come with you?" Mu Qing suspiciously asked, "You trust him that much? Will he come?" Xiao Yan said with certainty, "He will come." Although Hua Cheng's behavior had been a bit strange along the way, to the point where he almost suspected that the person beside him was a fake Hua Cheng several times, his intuition told him that was impossible. Mu Qing then said, "Even if he comes, can he find this hole?" Feng Xian suggested, "How about we roar a few more times? With more people, we can roar louder." Xiao Yan said, "No need. We'll just sit, no, lie down and wait. Because there is a red line between me and Hua Cheng." Before he finished speaking, he saw Feng Xian and Mu Qing's faces twitch, as if a bug had crawled into their ears. Xiao Yan said, "What's with your expressions? Don't misunderstand, the red line I'm talking about isn't something exaggerated like the red line of fate. It's a magic weapon, nothing more." Only then did the two stop their twitching faces. Feng Xian said, "Oh, so it's like that." Mu Qing asked, "What kind of magic weapon is that? What's its use?" Xiao Yan said, "It's quite useful. It's a red line that's tied to our hands. There's an invisible link between us. One person can follow this red line to find another person. As long as there's a breath left, the red line will never break." He hadn't finished speaking when the two people couldn't bear to listen anymore. They interrupted him, "What's the difference between this and that red line of fate? They're basically the same thing." Xiao Yan stared blankly and said, that can't be. It's not the same. Mu Qing said, think about it yourself, what's the difference? It's very similar, okay? Xiao Yan carefully thought about it and discovered that it was true. The more he thought about the definition and use of this magic weapon, the more he felt that it was similar to the so-called red line of fate. Just when he felt that he couldn't think about it anymore, a voice came from above. Gidge? Are you down there? Hearing this voice, Xiao Yan's heart relaxed. He immediately raised his head and said, San Lang. I'm here. Then he lowered his head and said to the other two people at the bottom of the hole, you guys see, I said he would find us. Seeing him beaming, Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions became very subtle. Hua Qing didn't poke his head out, but the three of them could hear his helpless voice. Gidge, I said, don't run around. What should we do now? Hearing his tone, Xiao Yan was startled. Retracting his happy expression, he said, is this spider silk very troublesome? Even misfortune can't be cut off. He seemed to vaguely hear Hua Qing say, the troublesome part isn't this silk. However, he wasn't sure if he said it or not. After a short while, Hua Qing calmly said, right now, misfortune's condition isn't very good. Xiao Yan felt strange in his heart. Last time, misfortune was still full of energy and vigor, so why wasn't his condition good now? To the side, Mu Qing snorted and said, you don't need to ask him. How could Scimitar Misfortune's condition be bad? It's clear that he doesn't want to help find excuses. Xiao Yan said, don't say that. In fact, he felt that it was more likely that misfortune had been taught a lesson, so Hua Qing didn't allow it to come out. Just as he thought this, a black shadow flashed above them. In the next moment, a figure dressed in red silently landed next to Xiao Yan. Bending down, the figure held his hand. Xiao Yan focused his eyes and hurriedly said, San Lang, why did you jump down too? Be careful of those spider silk. Sure enough, white silk surged out from the bottom of the pit. Hua Qing didn't even turn his head. He casually waved his hand, and hundreds of silver butterflies protected behind him. They formed a butterfly formation and tangled with the spider silk. Hua Qing tore off the white silk binding Xiao Yan. His left hand wrapped around Xiao Yan's waist, and his right hand shook out a red umbrella. Let's go. When the other two saw that he had no intention of coming over to save them, they were both stunned. Didn't you guys forget something? Before Xiao Yan could say anything, Hua Qing turned around and said, oh, I forgot. After he finished speaking, the maiden's heart wrapped in layers of spider silk directly flew over and fell into his hands. Hua Qing handed the sword to Xiao Yan and said, Gidge, your sword. Forgot was actually this. Feng Xian and Mu Qing said, hey. Hua Qing hugged Xiao Yan even tighter. With a swing of his right hand, he opened the red umbrella and said, Gidge, hold on to me tightly. That umbrella actually carried the two of them up into the air. Xiao Yan followed his words and tightly hugged him. They flew 2 meters above the ground. When he heard the two people below shouting, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He said, I won't forget. His right hand tossed out Wuxia. The white silk wrapped around the 2 large white cocoons at the bottom of the pit. In the air, Feng Xian said, wait. Wait. I still have something I left down there. Xiao Yan shouted from above, what is it? Feng Xian said, a sword. It fell in the corner. Xiao Yan looked down. Sure enough, he could faintly see a sword hilt in the corner of the white silk. Thus, he had Wuxia stretch out a bit to wrap around the sword and bring it out. At this point, the 4 of them finally returned to the ground. Wuxia threw the 2 thick cocoons on the ground and immediately retracted back onto Xiao Yan's wrist. It coiled itself up, as if it was frightened by the white silk that looked a bit like it, but much more ferocious and evil. It shivered in fear. Xiao Yan comforted it while he cut off the spider silk on the 2 people. As soon as Feng Xian and Mu Qing could move, they immediately jumped up and madly pulled at the spider silk. Xiao Yan handed the sword that Wuxia had brought up to the surface to Feng Xian. Lowering his head to take a look, he said in surprise, "This is Hong Jing. Nan Feng, has your family's general fixed this sword?" He had said it without thinking, but after saying it, he realized something was wrong. Right now, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were still in their Nan Feng and Fu Yao forms. However, Xiao Yan had accidentally forgotten that their identities had already been exposed and was still subconsciously acting with them. Although his original intention was to be considerate, the effect of this consideration wasn't good at this moment. The two people were bewildered into silence. Feng Xian couldn't hide his expression. With an embarrassed expression, he transformed back into his original form and took the sword. He said, "I've fixed it. After all, there are many ghosts in Bronze Cauldron Mountain. It'll be more convenient to use it as a mirror." Xiao Yan glanced at the culprit who had shattered the red mirror. He lightly coughed and said, "It must have been hard on you." After all, it had already been smashed into pieces, yet he was still able to fix it. It really wasn't easy. Mu Qing also transformed back into his original form. Patting off the spider silk on his sleeves, he said, "It's good that it's been fixed. After all, most demons and ghosts know how to disguise themselves. If you don't like to use your brain, you can always use a red mirror to look at yourself. That way, you won't be tricked." Feng Xian wasn't happy. "Who are you secretly saying is brainless? Do you think I can't tell? Here it goes again." Xiao Yan shook his head and said to Hua Cheng, "San Lang, I ran too fast just now and left you behind. I'm sorry." Hua Cheng closed the umbrella and said, "It's fine. I just hope that brother won't run like this again." Xiao Yan smiled. Suddenly, he saw Mu Qing's gaze sweep over Hua Cheng. Mu Qing's gaze froze and his expression seemed a little strange. He changed his words and said, "Mu Qing. What's wrong?" When he asked this, Mu Qing immediately came back to his senses. He looked at him and said, "It's nothing. I've never seen the blood rain Tanhua like this before. It's just strange." Xiao Yan didn't really believe this explanation. Although this was indeed Mu Qing's first time seeing Hua Cheng's complete form, it wasn't like he hadn't seen a 16 or 17-year-old Hua Cheng before. There wasn't much of a difference between Hua Cheng's two appearances, so why would he reveal that kind of expression? The four of them exited the grotto. They hadn't walked a few steps when Feng Xian asked in astonishment, "What is this place?" Mu Qing was also stunned. He said, "What's going on?" Just now, they were trapped at the bottom of the spider silk pit and didn't have the chance to investigate the situation outside. Thus, when they came out, they saw the successive grottos and the different deity statues. When they thought about how there was actually such an uncannily crafted secret realm at the bottom of this snowy mountain, they were all extremely shocked. Xiao Yan said, "This is a cave of 10,000 gods." Mu Qing looked around and muttered, "I don't know how many years and how much blood and sweat it took to build this cave. It's really. It was as if he already couldn't find the words to describe what he was feeling. Xiao Yan could understand his feelings. After all, this grotto was used for cultivation and to worship deities. In the past, his parents had also opened a grotto for him. There wasn't a single heavenly official who wouldn't be shaken when they saw this enormous cave of 10,000 gods. If they could worship a statue of their deity in this kind of place, it would definitely greatly increase their realm. Feng Xian asked in confusion, "What kind of deity is this grotto worshipping? Why is every single one of them covering their faces?" Xiao Yan replied, "Naturally, it's because they don't want people like us to see them." Mu Qing said, "That's strange. Then they could directly smash the head of the deity statue, so why did they do this? If they really wanted to see, a thin veil wouldn't be able to stop them." As he spoke, he was about to lift the veil of the nearest deity statue. Xiao Yan didn't even have time to say anything to stop him when he saw a cold light flash. A curved silver blade hovered less than half an inch in front of his finger. The sudden killing intent caused the atmosphere between the four of them to instantly become tense. Feng Xian vigilantly asked, "What are you doing?" Although the blade was in front of him, Mu Qing didn't reveal the slightest bit of fear. He said, "Isn't your curved blade perfectly fine?" "What do you mean by, not in good condition?" Behind him, Hua Cheng unhurriedly said, "Didn't anyone teach you not to touch things when you're in someone else's territory?" Mu Qing said, "This isn't your territory, why are you trying to uphold justice?" Hua Cheng indifferently said, "I just don't want to cause more problems. After all, this is Bronze Cauldron Mountain. No one knows what will happen if the veil is lifted." Mu Qing said, "What kind of arrogant person is Blood Rain Tanhua? Would there be a day where he would be afraid of causing more problems?" As he said that, his wrist moved downwards, wanting to touch the clothes of the deity statue. The curved blade of the misfortune scimitar also moved downwards, once again opposing him with equal harshness. Mu Qing said, "This time, I'm not going to lift his veil. I just want to see the stone material. Why does Blood Rain Tanhua still want to stop me?" Hua Cheng faked a smile and said, "To stop you from causing trouble." Xiao Yan cut in between them and said, "Stop, stop. They built a grotto here to worship some deity. It's not like we have to look. This place isn't suitable for us to stay for long. Let's get out first. Don't forget, we all have important matters to attend to." Hua Cheng stared at Mu Qing's hand and said, "Since Gage says so, then I won't argue with him if he stops first." Xiao Yan said, "Mu Qing, stop." Mu Qing glared at him and said, "Are you kidding me? Why isn't he the one to stop first? What if he doesn't stop after I do?" Between the heavenly priest and the ghost, Feng Xian naturally chose to stand on the heavenly priest's side and said, "At most, I'll accept both sides stopping at the same time." Hua Qing didn't budge an inch and said, "Wishful thinking." Seeing that neither side was willing to back down, Xiao Yan put his hand on Mu Qing's arm and said gently, "Mu Qing, let go. After all, you were the one who started the fight, so you should also let go first, okay? Even if you give me some face. I promise that if you let go, San Lang will definitely keep his promise." Although Mu Qing wasn't convinced, after being deadlocked for a while, he still slowly let go and returned to the road. At this point it was as if a taut bowstring had finally been released. Xiao Yan also let out a sigh of relief. Coincidentally, there was another fork in the road ahead. He asked Hua Cheng, "Which way do you think we should go this time?" Hua Cheng seemed to randomly choose a path and said, "Let's go this way." Feng Xian and Mu Qing walked behind them. It seemed like they were at odds again. In a gap, Mu Qing asked, "How did you guys choose? Why this way?" The two people in front turned their heads and said, "We randomly chose." Feng Xian frowned and said, "How can you randomly choose? It's better not to walk around blindly. Be careful not to get dragged into a pit again." Hua Qing smiled and said, "Even if we enter a pit, I still have a way to bring His Highness out. You guys can follow, or you can walk on your own. But to be honest, I don't really want to save you guys again. You." Hua Cheng's way of speaking was like this. Even if he wore a refined and courteous smile on his face, it would still feel fake. The more fake his smile, the more infuriating his tone would be. Feng Xian was so angry that he put on his bow. Xiao Yan knew that he wouldn't really make a move and said, "I'm sorry, Feng Xian. But in this situation, it doesn't matter which way we go." Hua Cheng laughed loudly and said, "Scary, scary. Looks like I'll have to walk further away." As he said this, he raised his eyebrows at Xiao Yan and indeed walked further away. Xiao Yan knew that he was just trying to get away from the two people behind him. He smiled and shook his head. Just as he was about to follow, Mu Qing suddenly raised his hand and pulled him back. Xiao Yan turned around and asked curiously, Mu Qing. What's the matter? Unexpectedly, Mu Qing didn't reply. He grabbed Xiao Yan and ran towards the other path, shouting, do it. In front of them, Hua Cheng also felt that something was wrong and turned around. Meanwhile, Feng Xian had already punched the stone wall. With a crash, a few large pieces of rock fell down and blocked the path. The two of them quickly moved forward and in a flash, slapped more than 50 talismans on the falling rocks. In this way, Hua Cheng and the three of them were separated by this pile of large rocks. It turned out that the two of them hadn't been at odds with each other just now. Instead, they had planned this sudden attack. Xiao Yan was stunned and asked, what are you guys doing? He broke free from Mu Qing and wanted to see Hua Cheng, who was blocked by them. However, Feng Xian tripped him. Then, he and Mu Qing each grabbed one of Xiao Yan's arms and dragged him as they ran. As they ran, they shouted, hurry up and go. Those talismans won't be able to hold on for long. Mu Qing reprimanded, you actually asked why. Can't you see that there's something strange about him? Xiao Yan asked, what's strange? Mu Qing replied, I think you're really stupid. The word strange is written all over his body. You're the only one who can't see it. Feng Xian roared, stop talking and run. Motherfucker, it looks like there's a dead spirit butterfly chasing after us. Mu Qing shouted, block the cave entrance. Thus, Feng Xian ran and fought as he ran. Several of the cave entrances were tightly blocked by the large rocks he had knocked down. The two of them dragged Xiao Yan through the long underground corridor. Xiao Yan was about to become dizzy from all the twists and turns. He shouted, stop! Stop! After running for a long distance, the two of them finally stopped to catch their breaths. Taking advantage of this gap, Xiao Yan said, wait, you two, why are you suddenly pulling me and running? Did you guys discover something? Feng Xian's hands were still on his knees as he gasped for breath. He said, let him tell you one more time. Mu Qing straightened his back and said to Xiao Yan, it's so obvious. Haven't you noticed? The pearl. Do you remember that pearl? Xiao Yan asked, what pearl? Mu Qing said word by word, the Upper Yuan Sacrificial Heaven's Journey, the martial artist's clothing that pleases the gods. That pair of deep red coral pearl earrings, the pearl that you lost. Xiao Yan couldn't remember for a long time. Pinching his earlobes, he asked in a daze, were my earrings red coral pearls back then? Did I ever lose them? The corner of Mu Qing's mouth twitched. He angrily said, you two even wrongly accused me of stealing that pearl back then. How could you not remember something like that? Xiao Yan said, after all, it's been 800 years. Feng Xian retorted, don't talk nonsense. No one wrongly accused you of stealing it. You're the one who's suspicious. Xiao Yan waved his hand and said, don't quarrel, don't quarrel. Why are you suddenly telling me about that pearl? Mu Qing said, because we found that pearl. Did you see the red pearl that Hua Cheng used to tie his hair? Xiao Yan's eyes widened. You're saying that's... Mu Qing resolutely and decisively said, that's it. So that was why Mu Qing had a strange expression when he saw Hua Cheng. Xiao Yan said, why is that red coral pearl with him? Are you sure you didn't remember wrong? Mu Qing interrupted him and said, I searched for that pearl for an entire year, and I've been searching for it ever since. No matter who remembers wrongly, I won't. Xiao Yan put his hands in his sleeves and thought for a moment. Then, he frowned and said, I still think you might be mistaken. There's no reason for that pearl to be in his hands, right? Don't red coral pearls of good quality all look the same? Moreover, San Lang has always liked to collect rare and precious treasures. He even has antiques that are thousands of years old. Mu Qing nodded and said, okay, okay. You think I'm mistaken, right? Okay, then take a look at this. He stood next to a statue of a deity. As he spoke, he suddenly pulled down the veil covering the statue's face and said, "Then take a look at what this is. You can't be mistaken, right?" The moment the veil was pulled down, Xiao Yan's eyes swept over the statue and his pupils suddenly shrank. The face of that statue of a deity wasn't deformed or frightening. It was a smiling young man. His eyebrows were gentle and he was in high spirits. However, when Xiao Yan looked at this face, his scalp immediately exploded with a layer of goosebumps. How could it not be frightening? That face was carved from the same mold as Xiao Yan's. Looking at this statue of a deity at such a close distance was simply like looking into a mirror. Even that originally pure and kind smile had become incomparably strange. Xiao Yan couldn't help but feel his scalp go numb. He said, "This," Mu Qin coldly said, "Do you still want to say you're mistaken?" With great difficulty, Xiao Yan squeezed out a sentence. "Why is there a statue of me here?" However, Mu Qin said, "One. That's not all. Look carefully." As he spoke, he also pulled down the veil covering the face of another statue of a deity. This face was also shockingly Xiao Yan's face. Consecutively, he pulled down the veils covering the faces of 5 or 6 deities. Unexpectedly, they were all exactly the same. Mu Qin said, "This is indeed a cave of myriad deities, but in reality, there is only one deity worshipped here. It's all him." With his own face all around him, Xiao Yan felt as if he had fallen into an illusory and strange dream. After feeling dizzy for a long time, he suddenly remembered something and said, "Wait, Mu Qin. You didn't have the chance to see the faces of these deities before, right? Just now, when you wanted to pull down the veil, wasn't it stopped by him?" Mu Qin snorted and said, "I don't even need to see the faces of these deities to know that they're carving you." Xiao Yan said, "What do you mean?" Mu Qin crumpled the pile of veils into a ball and threw them to the side. Blue veins appeared on his forehead as he said, "What do you mean?" "Because in the past, I was responsible for all of your clothes, accessories, and daily necessities. I washed and mended them for you. None of your clothes were the same under the heavens. These stone statues were carved with too much detail. Everything was carved on them, and they were all exactly the same. Of course, when I saw the clothes, I knew whose face it was." Xiao Yan covered his forehead and began to think back to the strange behavior of Hua Cheng. To the side, Feng Xian said, "The fact that he didn't let us see these deities means he was very clear that there was something strange about these deities. I'm afraid that whatever avalanche saying we accidentally fell in is all nonsense. He definitely knows what kind of place this is." Mu Qin said, "Not only that, I think he might have been the one who threw us into that pit full of spider silk. He really did want to kill us." Xiao Yan said, "But, what's going on with these deities?" Upon closer inspection, every single deity statue here was vivid and lifelike. The details were so detailed that it was practically to the point of making one's hair stand on end. One could imagine just how meticulous the sculptor's observation of the deities was. Xiao Yan dared to say that even the deities carved by the most famous craftsmen in Xianlu country back then hadn't reached this level. It was as if the craftsman's mind was completely filled with this person, and his eyes could only see this person. The three of them were surrounded by these deities with the same face. Feng Xian's face turned cold as he said, "Honestly, I'm scared, too damn similar. Moreover, there were so many of them." Mu Qin said, "I suspect that these deities are tools needed for some kind of sorcery. Let's destroy them first." After he finished speaking, he was about to chop down with his hand when Xiao Yan's thoughts were pulled back. He stopped him and said, "Stop." Mu Qin looked at him. "Are you sure? This sorcery might be aimed at you." Xiao Yan thought for a moment before saying, "Let's not act blindly without thinking first. I feel that the possibility of it being sorcery is very small." Feng Xian said, I feel that it's quite large. I'm really fucked up. Aren't you afraid looking at these things? Mu Qing and Xiao Yan looked at each other and said, what's the basis? Xiao Yan shook his head and said, there's no basis. It's just that these deity statues are carved quite well and with great care. If we rashly destroy them before we've figured it out, I'm afraid we'll regret it. Pausing for a moment, he then said, San Lang. Perhaps he's hiding something from me. However, I think that at the very least, it won't be something harmful to me. Mu Qing simply found this inconceivable. Did he really cast some kind of spell on you to confuse your mind? I think that even if he wrote the word suspicious on your face, you would still become illiterate. While the two of them were talking, Feng Xian suddenly acted as if he was facing a great enemy. He said, careful. Xiao Yan and Mu Qing both became alert and asked, what's wrong? Feng Xian said, that spider silk is coming again. Sure enough, the light from the flame in his palm shone on the stone wall in front of them. The wall was covered in a large and densely packed white silk. The three of them thought in their hearts that this wasn't good. They were afraid that another fierce battle was about to break out. Who knew that the white silk wasn't as ferocious as it was at the bottom of the pit just now? It didn't move at all, nor did it attack. Unexpectedly, it was no different from an ordinary ivy. The three of them waited for a while before Xiao Yan said, these silk nets don't seem to be alive. Feng Xian asked, if they're not alive, then what are they used for? Xiao Yan had a plan in his heart. He walked forward to investigate for a moment before confirming, they seemed to be covering something. The three of them arrived in front of the stone wall. Xiao Yan tried to pull it and tore off a large piece of white silk. Sure enough, that white silk was extremely tough. It wasn't easy to tear it off, but it wasn't completely impossible. The true appearance of the statue of God was hidden under the veil. Then, what would be hidden on the stone wall? The other two people also joined the team tearing apart the spider webs. The three of them were in charge of different areas. Not long after, a stone wall appeared on Xiao Yan's side. He said, it's a mural. On the stone wall, there were large patches of murals that were covered in layers of spider silk. The entire stone wall was densely packed with lines, colors, and small people. They were divided into many small pieces, and the styles of the paintings were all different. Some were rough, some were graceful, some were exquisite, and some were strange. After looking for a while, Xiao Yan said, this was painted by him. Mu Qing asked, him? Hua Cheng. Are you sure? Xiao Yan softly said, I can. There are words on it, and the words were written by him. He pointed at a small blood-red person on the wall. Next to it was a pile of messy, twisted words that he couldn't understand. It seemed like he had written it to vent his emotions when he was delirious or in extreme pain. Based on the words, one could roughly guess that this blood-red person was watching himself. However, for some unknown reason, he had drawn himself to be extremely ugly. Feng Xian glanced at it and couldn't help but say, these words, they're so ugly I'm blind. I dare say that I can write them better than him. If it was even uglier than what Feng Xian had written, then it was truly so ugly that no medicine could save it. Xiao Yan's eyes were dazzled, and he didn't know where to start. However, once he confirmed that this was Hua Cheng's handwriting, it was as if he had suddenly discovered an enormous treasure. Even his fingertips were slightly trembling. At this moment, Mu Qing seemed to have discovered something not far away and said, Your Highness, quickly come over. Quickly come over and see. Only then did Xiao Yan regain his senses. He asked, what's wrong? Feng Xian and Mu Qing were already speechless. They could only point at a painting on the wall for him to see. That painting could be considered one of the largest on the entire wall. In the middle of it was a tall city tower, and below it was a sea of people crowding around an extravagant platform. The lines were simple, but the strokes were extremely precise. Mu Qin pointed at the center of the painting and said with a trembling voice, "So, it's him?" Xiao Yan was also staring there. The entire painting was colorless. Only the two people in the painting had color. Below, there was a small person. It was white, and its entire body seemed to be glowing. It looked towards the sky and stretched out its hands, about to catch a person who had fallen from the city tower. As for the little person, it was blood red. Mu Qin muttered. "Is it him? Is it him? The child who fell from the Upper Yuan sacrificial heaven tour. How could it be him? It's actually Blood Rain Tanhua. It's him." Feng Xian madly slapped the two of them and pointed to the side. "There's more behind." Xiao Yan walked over and saw another painting. It was a dilapidated small monastery. On the altar was a statue of a deity. Its entire body was also covered in a faint layer of white light. One hand held a sword, while the other held a red umbrella. Below, there was an ugly blood-red person who was holding a bouquet of flowers with both hands and offering it to him. Xiao Yan suddenly felt his head hurt a little. He pressed a hand against his throbbing temples and continued to look down. The next painting seemed to depict a battlefield. Large groups of soldiers were fully equipped and ready to go. In the sky, there was a small white person holding a long sword, looking majestic and awe-inspiring. And among the dense army below, there was also a blood-red person who raised his head to look at the person in the sky. Xiao Yan was lost in thought when Feng Xian's incredulous voice rang out from the side. "This red person, they're all the same person, right? They're all him. They're all from Flower City. Motherfucker, he's always been following you." Mu Qin also had a look of disbelief on his face as he said, "He's not only following me, he's also keeping an eye on me. He's watching me very closely, very closely. Everywhere, he's everywhere. Look, there's even a main street here. It's not a forest, what is this? Back slope. My God, those statues of gods couldn't have been carved by him, right?" As Feng Xian looked down, his hair practically stood on end. He said, "Motherfucker, what kind of person is this? He's been keeping an eye on you since 800 years ago. And he's still following you today? Fuck me. This is too terrifying. Has he been possessed? What does he want to do? A normal believer wouldn't go this far, right? What exactly does he want to do?" Mu Qin said, "There's a conspiracy, there's definitely a conspiracy. Hurry up and continue looking, we'll definitely be able to find some clues here." Xiao Yan had already been shaken silly. He stared at the blood-red person on the wall. Before he could even react, he felt many memories that he hadn't forgotten, yet he hadn't cared about, rush into his brain one after another. Even his breathing was almost unable to keep up. At this moment, he heard two people shouting from the other side. Xiao Yan quivered and asked, "What is it now?" Feng Xian and Mu Qin were both standing in front of a stone wall, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Seeing that he was about to go over, Feng Xian hurriedly turned around and stopped him, pushing him back. He said, "Fuck me, don't look." "Xiao Yan. What's wrong? What's that? Why can't I look?" Mu Qin's face also darkened. He said, "Don't look. There's nothing to look at, hurry up and run." The two of them each grabbed one of his arms and madly ran. Xiao Yan was being dragged by them. He said, "What are you guys doing? I haven't even finished looking at that mural yet." Feng Xian angrily cursed as he ran, "No need to look. You can't look at that kind of thing. Fuck me, really. I've really never seen such a thing before. This kind of person." Xiao Yan was baffled. "You've never seen what? What's wrong with San Lang?" Mu Qin scolded, "What San Lang? Stop shouting. You can't even run. Don't go near him in the future, he's not normal, he's sick, he's a lunatic. Xiao Yan couldn't bear to listen anymore. He said, why are you guys scolding him like that? It's not that I'm saying this, but no one's normal, okay? Feng Xian said, don't ask. You don't understand. He's different from us. He's crazy. He, to you. Xiao Yan said, what about to me? Can I trouble you to put me down and let me go back and look at it myself? One wanted to take back, while the other two wanted to pull him down. The three of them were in a deadlock when a cold voice suddenly came from in front of them. Didn't I say before, when you're in someone else's territory, don't touch things? The three of them stiffened and turned their heads to look. They only saw a figure dressed in red standing in front of them. Hua Cheng was currently leaning against the stone wall, blocking their path. He smiled and said, otherwise, I can't say for sure what kind of end you'll end up with. Although he was smiling on his face, there wasn't the slightest hint of a smile in his eyes. Instead, they were dark and cloudy. He was hugging one of his arms, while his other hand was absent-mindedly playing with a small object. Chapter 176. The hundreds of talismans and the piles of boulders couldn't stop him. Feng Xian and Mu Qing's reactions were extremely fast. Feng Xian shot out a string of arrows. Mu Qing's blade slashed through the air and sent out an attack. Then, he grabbed Xiao Yan and ran. Feng Xian used the same old trick, madly striking the falling boulders as he said, fuck. How did he find this place so quickly? Mu Qing said, how would I know? Red line. Red line. His hand is still connected to that red line. The two of them seemed to wake up from a dream. They simultaneously went to grab Xiao Yan's hand. How could Xiao Yan let them succeed? His other hand grabbed the one with the red line. I can't untie it. Feng Xian said, Your Highness, if you tie this red line, he will find you. If you don't want him to catch up, you have to untie it. Xiao Yan held his own hand. Even if he catches up, there's no need to be afraid. I want to go ask him. Mu Qing's eyes widened. You still want to ask him? I think you'll only know how powerful he is if you get eaten alive by him. Xiao Yan said, isn't he already very powerful? You guys won't tell me what the mural is about, and you want me to not go near him. You can't convince me at all. Mu Qing said, he's the Ghost King. His behavior is strange. He doesn't need anyone to convince him. Most people just need to see these two to know they shouldn't go near him, right? Xiao Yan stretched out 2 fingers. 2 choices. Either let me go back and ask him clearly, or let me go back and look at the mural. Feng Xian and Mu Qing seemed to think of something terrifying. One's mouth twisted while the other's eyebrows jumped. They blocked in front of him. In unison, they said, both won't do. Thus, Xiao Yan rolled up his sleeves and said, I can't say it. Then let's use fighting to solve this. Who wants to go first, or both of you? Mu Qing said to Feng Xian, you first. After saying that, he retreated to the side. Feng Xian didn't seem to have much confidence in winning against Xiao Yan, but in order to save the retarded youth, he threw caution to the wind. His hand tightened on his bow and said, okay. Your Highness, please of me. Xiao Yan also said, all right. Who would have thought that before the opening pleasantries could be finished, he felt his back heat up. Behind him, someone shouted, freeze. Don't speak. His entire body stiffened like an iron board. Not only that, he couldn't even make a sound. Mu Qing flashed out from behind him and said to Feng Xian, pull him away. This talisman can stop him for a while, but not for long. Feng Xian was slightly stunned. Why did you sneak attack him? Didn't we agree to fight one-on-one? Xia Lian didn't expect that Mu Qin would immediately go back on his words. If it weren't for the fact that he trusted these two former subordinates of his, he wouldn't have fallen for it so easily. Mu Qin said, "There's no time for you to fight one-on-one right now. He's doing this on purpose. It's obvious that he's trying to stall for time for Hua Cheng to catch up. Didn't you see what he looked like? He's clearly possessed. No matter what you say to him now, he won't know what's good for him. Maybe when Hua Cheng coaxes him a few words when they meet, he'll believe it. It's like he's been bewitched by a vixen." Feng Xian thought about it and felt that what he said made sense. He sighed and said, "Your Highness, it's not that we intentionally hid it from you. It's just that his feelings towards you are really unbearable to look at. We can't say it out loud. You should come with us." Mu Qin also said, "Let's go." This sentence from Mu Qin wasn't a suggestion or a request. It was an order. When he slapped Xia Lian's back just now, he must have stained his palm with the obedience talisman drawn with his blood. The obedience talisman could make the target follow the instructions of the caster. However, in reality, it could only carry out a few simple instructions, such as, don't speak, follow, stop, run, etc. More complex instructions were difficult to carry out and couldn't confuse the target's mind. Only a great demon like the embroidered gown immortal could do that. The two of them brought Xia Lian along for a while. Suddenly, their path was blocked by a pile of rocks. Feng Xian saw that there was no way out and said, "Why is there a rock blocking our path? Can't we go?" Mu Qin said, "Weren't you the one who hit this rock? Why are you asking me?" Feng Xian questioned, "But aren't you the one leading the way? How are you leading the way? We've been to this place before, why did we come back?" Mu Qin didn't accept his questioning. "What a joke, I don't even know the way here, how am I supposed to lead the way? Weren't we running all over the place just now?" Seeing that they were about to quarrel again, Feng Xian waved his hand and said, "Forget it, I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Let's dig." Hua Cheng was chasing behind them so they could only move forward and couldn't retreat. Otherwise, it was very likely that they would bump into each other. It was easy to block a path but hard to open a path. The two of them had Xia Lian obediently stand in a corner. Feng Xian punched wildly, peng peng. Mu Qin, with the veins on his forehead bulging, used his impressive lang to chop the large rocks into pieces. In 2 or 3 moves, they had dug a path through. Rocks rolled and dust flew everywhere. They were about to call Xia Lian over when, unexpectedly, after the dust settled, they saw a figure dressed in red standing in front of them. Xia Lian's eyes instantly lit up. It was Hua Cheng. His eyes were cold and he stood with his hands behind his back. He didn't say a word. Feng Xian immediately blurted out, "Why are you haunting us like a ghost?" This was a genuine ghost haunting them. Just now, he had clearly been left behind, how did he suddenly appear in front of them? They didn't know when he had been guarding this place, but he had actually waited silently for them to dig through the obstacles and deliver himself to their doorstep. Wasn't he haunting them like a ghost, extremely strange? Feng Xian and Mu Qin instantly retreated a distance. Hua Cheng didn't look at them. His gaze shifted to the side and he took a step towards Xia Lian. Feng Xian and Mu Qin realized who he was coming for and in a flash, they blocked Xia Lian's path and said in unison, "Don't come over." Hua Cheng's face was extremely gloomy. If it was on a normal day, he wouldn't care about anyone who dared to tell the Blood Rain Tanhua not to go over. It would be strange if he didn't laugh and insist on going over to take a look. But this time, it was as if he was really afraid and didn't dare to act blindly without thinking. He stopped in his tracks. After a while, he slowly said, "What do you two mean by this?" His tone was still considered calm. However, Feng Xian very straightforwardly said, "You don't need to pretend anymore. This is your lair. We've already seen what's going on with these statues of gods. Also, we've seen all of your paintings. Hua Cheng had turned his body sideways to block their path. When he heard this, the hands behind his back seemed to slightly twitch. It was as if two of his fingers had unnaturally curled up. He slightly lowered his head and softly said, "Your Highness, you also saw it." This voice was extremely low. Although the tone sounded calm, it carried a bit of hoarseness. It was obvious that something was wrong. Xiao Yan inwardly said, "I didn't." In reality, he hadn't seen much. However, at this moment, Xiao Yan couldn't move or make a sound. He could only obediently lean against the stone wall in the corner, as if he was hiding behind the two people. He didn't dare to come out and face Hua Cheng, nor did he want to talk to him. Feng Xian drew his bow and said, "Not bad. What kind of thoughts you have, we clearly understand. We respect you as a ghost king. If you still have a bit of self-respect, then please don't go near His Highness the Crown Prince." At this moment, Xiao Yan's mood was like a thatched hut on fire, thick smoke billowing. Hua Cheng should be able to discover that something was wrong with him. Xiao Yan only hoped that Hua Cheng would speak up and ask him if he had discovered that something was wrong. However, Hua Cheng didn't seem to be in the mood to carefully examine this. He coldly said, "Don't go near him. The two of you, what status and qualifications do you have to say these words to me?" Without waiting for them to reply, Hua Cheng suddenly raised his eyes and said, "You two have actually reminded me. Let's continue to settle our debts." As soon as he finished speaking, countless silver butterflies flew towards the two people with sharp whistles. When faced with this kind of storm-like attack, the only choice was to activate the magic shield. Feng Xian and Mu Qing shouted, "Open the shield." The rain of butterflies was blocked by the invisible magic shield. In the air, they scattered into sparkling silver lights before quickly condensing into new silver butterflies. They attacked once again, unexpectedly without any signs of stopping. While they blocked and retreated, Hua Cheng steadily approached them step by step. His black hair was blown about by the fierce wind in the execution field. His eyes were filled with rage and viciousness, which could be seen clearly under the illumination of the silver butterflies that were as bright as day. If they continued to block one-sidedly like this, they would be too passive. Feng Xian and Mu Qin glanced at each other and decided to take the initiative to attack. Holding their magic shields, they rushed forward and each took out their weapons. The three people began to fight in this cave that wasn't very wide. Feng Xian dealt with the necromancy butterfly, while Mu Qin faced Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng extended his hand. His left hand transformed into a scimitar, misfortune, and faced the attack head-on. This was the first time Xiao Yan had seen misfortune fight seriously. The scimitar was long and slender, cold and austere. The silver light was deadly. It was indeed a bewitching blade that overflowed with evil energy. This battle was truly marvelous. Hua Cheng wasn't at a disadvantage even when fighting one against two. Xiao Yan watched with bated breath. Not long after, the tip of misfortune's scimitar rose up, bringing Mu Qing's horse-slaying sword into the rock. Although Mu Qing's hand was still holding the hilt of the scimitar, he actually couldn't pull it out. He was startled, but Hua Cheng's fist had already landed on his lower jaw, sending his entire body flying into the sky. The hilt of his scimitar finally slipped out of his hand. On the other side, Feng Xian's arrows were also cut by the necromancy butterfly's sharp silver wings. In the end, there were too many of them and it was difficult to deal with. Victory and defeat had already been decided. Countless white silk crept out from the corner and once again wrapped the two people into two large white cocoons. The more they struggled, the tighter and tighter they became. Mu Qin madly pulled at the silk as he said, "As expected, you were the one who threw us into that pit." Feng Xian said, "This isn't spider silk. This is..." Xiao Yan also had an epiphany. It was cocoon silk. The step before breaking out of a cocoon and becoming a butterfly was to transform into a chrysalis. Those strange white silk that resembled spider silk was something that Hua Cheng had created. It might even be related to these extremely fierce necromancy butterflies. The battle was already decided. Hua Cheng put away his scimitar and mocked, "I threw you guys in there to take refuge. In the end, if you guys hadn't roared loudly on the snowy mountain and caused an avalanche, you wouldn't have had the opportunity to enter this cave of myriad gods. Aren't you going to thank me for saving your lives?" Hua Cheng's original plan was to wait for the avalanche to pass and the snowy mountain to calm down before bringing Xiao Yan out, leaving Feng Xian and Mu Qing behind. Who knew that the two of them would bite open the cocoon and quarrel, leading Xiao Yan to discover them. This led to the series of events that followed. Otherwise, Xiao Yan might really have followed him out without even looking at a single statue. But now, it had become the worst situation. All his secrets had been torn out and exposed to the light of day. Xiao Yan was anxious, but his body still obediently sat where he was. The coldness in Hua Cheng's eyes grew heavier as he looked down at Mu Qing from above. He said softly, "It seems that the one with talent in using a saber is me, not you." Mu Qing's throat was entangled by a few white silk threads. His face alternated between green and red as blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He managed to say, You. So that's how it is, I understand. Feng Xian also gritted his teeth and said. You. What do you understand? Mu Qing said, I understand, why this kid hates me so much. You might have the same reason. Feng Xian said, What? What reason? Mu Qing said hatefully, because he's crazy. Have you forgotten what was drawn on the mural? He's that little soldier that His Highness the Crown Prince wanted to guide after returning from the back slope. His Highness said that his saber skills are not bad, suitable for using a saber, Feng Xian said, What does this have to do with him hating you? Mu Qing didn't say anything. With a bang, Hua Cheng punched him in the face and said in his place with a sinister smile, because he chased me out of the military camp. He didn't expect Mu Qing to do such a thing. Feng Xian was shocked. What the fuck? Why did you chase him out of the military camp? Did he offend you? Mu Qing's face was covered in blood as he said, I only wanted him to go back. Going to war is not a good thing. How would I know that he would be this crazy, holding a grudge until now? Before he could finish, another ruthless punch came. With a bang, his face was almost crooked. Hua Cheng smiled and said, Do you think I can't guess why you chased me away? Mu Qing's eyes flashed. Hua Cheng giggled and said, Now that things have come to this, it's very clear who's the trash, isn't it? Mu Qing spat out a mouthful of blood as if his foot had been stabbed. He said word by word, Fortunately, I chased you away. Otherwise, if I let you stay in the military, let you slowly get close to the Crown Prince and stare at him all day, I don't know what kind of filthy things you're thinking about. That's too disgusting. Xiao Yan's heart suddenly tightened. When Mu Qing said the first sentence, Hua Cheng had already raised his fist. When he said the last sentence, disgusting, Hua Cheng's hand froze in midair. Blue veins appeared on the back of his pale white hand. His 5 fingers clenched and loosened and clenched again. After a long time, he said in a cold voice, I won't argue with you about this matter for now. Tell me honestly, was what you guys shouted before the avalanche was true? Mu Qing suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Feng Xian. Feng Xian also looked at them, his eyes wide open. The two of them didn't know how to answer. Hua Cheng sternly said, My patience is limited. I'll give you 3 times to answer. 1. 2. He actually acted so swiftly and decisively. At this moment, Mu Qing had an idea and shouted, Your Highness, quickly run. As soon as these words came out, Xiao Yan, who had a blood seal on his back, responded and ran. Hua Qing immediately turned his head. 2 white threads shot out from the corner and wrapped around Xie Lian. He didn't even run 2 steps before he fell to the ground. From the looks of it, it seemed that he had been scared stiff, unable to accept the situation, or unwilling to interfere in the battle. After standing there for a long time, he finally decided to run, but he didn't succeed. But in reality, he didn't even think of running. Xie Lian's hands and feet were tightly bound by the white threads. He lay on the ground, his black hair and white sleeves scattered on the ground. His bamboo hat rolled to the side. Hua Qing slowly turned around and paused for a long time before walking towards him. He hadn't taken a few steps when Feng Xian couldn't help but say, "Hua Qing." Hua Qing's footsteps paused and he slightly tilted his head. Feng Xian braced himself and said, You let His Highness go. He's already very miserable. You, don't do this to him. Hua Qing didn't say anything. He walked to Xie Lian's side and picked him up by his knees and back. Chapter 177. Xie Lian was carried in Hua Qing's arms. They walked into the dark depths of the grotto. The light source beside the 2 of them. There was only that silver necromancer butterfly dancing in the air. Xie Lian couldn't see the expression on Hua Qing's face, but he could feel that Hua Qing's arms and body were stiff. It wasn't that Hua Qing hadn't hugged him before, but it was obvious. Something was different now. Hua Qing didn't even touch his neck or hands. Xie Lian kept looking at Hua Qing's face. He blinked hard, but Hua Qing avoided his eyes. He didn't meet his gaze. He went to a grotto. There was a stone bed in the grotto. He immediately put Xie Lian on it. He was about to let Xie Lian lie down. He suddenly sensed something and checked Xie Lian's back. Did they cast a curse on you? Xie Lian was overjoyed. He was finally discovered. However, he only noticed that something was wrong with Xie Lian now. It could be seen that Hua Qing was caught off guard. Xie Lian was waiting for Hua Qing to help him erase the life-obeying talisman. Who knew? Hua Qing's hand had already reached out, but he stopped halfway. In the end, he took back his hand and placed Xie Lian on the stone bed. Probably to let Xie Lian not worry, he said in a deep voice, Your Highness, don't worry. I won't kill those 2 trash for the time being. Even though I really want to kill them. The stone bed was still covered with a thick layer of soft new grass. Xie Lian was lying on top of it, not the slightest bit uncomfortable. However, his internal organs were so burnt that they were emitting smoke. He was extremely puzzled as to why the curse wasn't lifted. Just as he was struggling with all his might, he saw Hua Qing's hand reach towards the belt on his waist and untie it. Coincidentally, at this moment, Xie Lian felt the effect of the life-obeying talisman on his back begin to fade. He moved his leg forcefully and let out an "ah." Although it looked like a dead fish suddenly struggling on its deathbed and making a protest, Hua Qing immediately froze and retracted his hand. He said, I won't. As if he felt that his tone was too harsh and was afraid of scaring Xie Lian and making him resist, Hua Qing took a few steps back and slowed down his tone. His expression was uncertain, cautious and patient. He said in a deep voice, Your Highness, I won't do anything. You, don't be afraid. Xie Lian understood. Hua Qing was not sure what kind of response he would get from Xie Lian after he undid the curse, so he simply ignored the response. Hua Qing seemed to be restraining some sort of impulse. Once again, he used a swearing tone and said in a low voice, Your Highness, trust me. Although this, trust me, didn't sound very confident compared to what he had said in the past. Xie Lian still wanted to answer him, but he couldn't. He struggled, but he was afraid that he would misunderstand even more. He could only lie flat on the ground, motionless, and obediently wait for the fate talisman's power to pass. Seeing that Xiao Yan was no longer resisting, Hua Cheng walked up to him once more, reached out, and with a rustling sound, untied Xiao Yan's belt. Xiao Yan thought to himself, San Lang. Of course, he completely believed that Hua Cheng wouldn't take advantage of him. However, this development was completely out of his expectations, and he couldn't help but widen his eyes slightly. Although Hua Cheng untied Xiao Yan's clothes, he tried his best not to touch his body, so he didn't do it too quickly. After a long time, he finally took off his outer clothes, and then his inner clothes. It wasn't until a necromancy butterfly flew to Xiao Yan's shoulder and perched on it that a warm and itchy feeling crawled up his skin. Using the corner of his eye, he noticed that his shoulder was slightly purple and swollen. Some areas were even slightly cracked. After the necromancy butterfly perched on it, his condition slightly improved. It was actually frostbite left behind from crawling and rolling around in the ice and snow. Xiao Yan himself didn't notice it at all, because he wasn't very sensitive to pain anymore. If it was cold, then so be it. Even if he noticed it, he would probably just leave it there and wait for it to heal on its own. However, Hua Cheng knew better than him where he was injured. He still remembered this matter and insisted on treating his wound. Just as he was slightly lost in thought, Hua Cheng once again lifted his arm. There were more frostbite on his hands and feet, and because of the intense running and pulling, some areas were already bleeding. Xiao Yan wasn't afraid of pain, but he was afraid of itchiness. Moreover, in his mind, he couldn't help but recall fragments from many years ago. In the pitch-black cave, the youth's trembling and scalding hands, his flustered and careless touching, his messy breathing and heartbeat. These memories had already been diluted to the point where they couldn't be any more diluted. He had long sealed them away and thrown them into a corner. Now that he recalled it, it actually had a completely different feeling. It made him want to hug his head and scream, especially now that Hua Cheng was almost doing the same thing in front of him. Xiao Yan's face and brain were about to burn up. He was really afraid that Hua Cheng would see it. However, Hua Cheng didn't look at him. As expected, he kept his promise and didn't cross the line. He slightly turned his head, not looking at the half-exposed shoulder. Unexpectedly, at this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind Hua Cheng. Hua Cheng. You lunatic, what do you want to do to His Highness the Crown Prince? This is too disgusting. Hua Cheng suddenly turned his head. Xiao Yan also walked past him and looked at the entrance of the cave. The one who spoke was actually Mu Qing. Feng Xian was also beside him. The two of them were wrapped like a cocoon by Hua Cheng just now. It was unknown how they broke free and found this place. When they saw the scene in the cave, their faces all turned pale. Xiao Yan's face also turned pale. This scene was too terrible. Feng Xian pointed at Hua Cheng, then pointed at Xiao Yan who was half undressed. After a while, he finally squeezed out a few words, you, let go of him. Hua Cheng quickly pulled Xiao Yan's clothes back up and said coldly, you two pieces of trash still dare to come here. Are you tired of living? Mu Qing mocked, take your dirty hands off me. You're a toad lusting after swan meat. Not to mention that you've been dreaming for 800 years, even if you yearn for another 1,000 or 10,000 years, don't even think about touching a finger of the crown prince. Hearing this, Xiao Yan's heart thumped. At the same time he was slightly angry, he also faintly felt that something was wrong. What was going on with these two people? Even if Hua Cheng had beaten them up just now, there was no need for them to speak so viciously. Especially Mu Qing, it was as if he was deliberately angering Hua Cheng. Angering Hua Cheng would not end well for them. They couldn't beat him, so what was their purpose? Moreover, their words vaguely pointed the spearhead at Xiao Yan, as if they were afraid that the world would not be in chaos, afraid that Hua Cheng would not do something to Xiao Yan out of anger. As expected, Hua Cheng was enraged. His pale face turned black. He said softly, since you're courting death, Xiao Yan saw the undisguised killing intent in his eyes and was greatly shocked. Don't. It was too late. The scimitar was unsheathed, and a fatal cold light flashed past. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were both startled, and subconsciously lowered their heads. Luckily, there were no wounds on their bodies. Who knew, before they had the time to heave a sigh of relief or counterattack, in the next moment, their upper bodies fell to the ground with a thud. Fresh blood spurted out, covering the ground. Xiao Yan did not expect things to turn out this way. He was paralyzed on the stone bed, stunned. Hua Cheng had actually chopped Feng Xian and Mu Qing in half. The two were not completely dead yet. They rolled on the ground, one gritting his teeth, the other roaring in anger. The scene was too horrible to look at. Hua Cheng put away the scimitar with a cold expression. Only a small part of his face was stained with blood, and the wisp of red made the demonic aura between his brows even more eye-catching. He stood in the pool of blood for a moment, then turned around and walked towards Xiao Yan. Seeing Hua Cheng walk closer and closer with a gloomy expression, Xiao Yan finally came back to his senses. At this time, Hua Cheng was already in front of him. He grabbed one of his hands and forcefully pulled him into his embrace. He said in a low voice, "How can I let go?" Xiao Yan was hugged tightly by him and couldn't speak. Hua Cheng whispered something into his ear. His heart was beating wildly, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Suddenly, he felt his body relax. The life-obeying talisman that Mu Qing had drawn on his back was finally erased. Although he said he would not let go, after removing the life-obeying talisman, Hua Cheng still loosened his grip slightly and let go of Xiao Yan. Xiao Yan took a deep breath and jumped into the pool of blood on the ground. He said, "Feng Xian. Mu Qing. How are the two of you?" Mu Qing's injuries were even more serious. Blood was already flowing from the corner of his mouth, and his gaze was unfocused. Feng Xian still had a breath left. He tightly grabbed his hand and said, "Crown Prince. Your Highness." Xiao Yan also tightly grabbed his hand. He said, "What? What are you trying to say?" Feng Xian swallowed a mouthful of blood and gritted his teeth. "Be careful. Hua Cheng. Don't go near him. He's a monster." He seemed to have risked his life to say this warning before he died. Unexpectedly, Xiao Yan's expression gradually calmed down. He said, "Monster." He let go of Feng Xian's hand and stood up. He said, "I'm very curious. Is he as strange as you?" Hearing this, Feng Xian was startled. Just as he finished speaking, Xiao Yan pulled out her heart with lightning speed and pierced it through Feng Xian's chest, nailing him to the ground. Feng Xian's face was full of disbelief. He said, "Your Highness, you." Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped breathing. Xiao Yan pulled out the heart from his chest, causing blood to fall. He retreated to Hua Cheng's side and pointed the tip of his sword at the two corpses on the ground. He said, "You've already seen blood. Don't talk with these two skins, okay?" Ha ha ha. On the ground, a burst of cold laughter suddenly came. It was Mu Qing's corpse, which had been cut into two at the waist. He turned his head and laughed. His upper body was lying on the ground. Even if he wanted to turn his head, he could only touch half of his face on the ground. However, his head was completely turned around, and he was laughing at Xiao Yan with his face facing upwards. As expected. These two were not the real Feng Xian and Mu Qing at all. Instead, they were two impostors who had appeared out of nowhere. The real Feng Xian and Mu Qing were still trapped in the big white cocoon, trying to bite their way out. Just now, when Hua Cheng came over to help Xiao Yan remove the fate-obeying talisman, he had whispered in his ear about this matter. Their pale faces weren't because of shock or fear, but because they weren't human in the first place. Xiao Yan had already unsheathed his sword. Feng Xian and Mu Qing both smiled eerily and said in unison, "As you wish." After saying that, they turned into two puddles of pus and blood. Hua Qing stood in front of Xie Lian. The two puddles of pus and blood flowed on the ground and fused together. Gurgling, gurgling, it was as if they were boiling. Then, they gradually condensed into a human shape. Watching this lump of matter twist and take shape bit by bit, growing bigger and bigger, a chill ran from Xie Lian's waist to his back. In a flash, the Feng Xian and Mu Qing in front of them disappeared. In their place was a tall and slender youngster dressed in white. Looking at his figure, this youngster was about 17 or 18 years old. He wore a mask on his face. Half of his face was crying, and the other half was smiling. Although his face couldn't be seen, a clear and bright voice of a youngster came from behind the mask. He warmly said, "Hello, Xie Lian." Xie Lian's lips unconsciously moved. His entire scalp felt numb. Hua Qing stood in front of him and slashed at him with his sword. Facing the demonic edge of the curved blade, misfortune, that person in white was completely fearless. He dodged it by a hair's breadth and instantly appeared behind Hua Qing. He extended his hand towards Xie Lian, as if he wanted to touch his face. A silver light flashed and Hua Qing once again stood in front of him. He coldly said, "Take your filthy hand away." He actually returned the same words. That person in white's right hand was cut off by the misfortune blade and fell to the ground. However, this didn't affect him at all. With a shake of his wide sleeve, he covered his severed arm. With another hand, a brand new hand grew out of the severed arm. His fingers formed a claw as he directly reached towards Hua Qing's right eye. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Hua Qing also dodged extremely quickly. However, two bloody marks were still left on one side of his face. This was the first time that Hua Qing actually couldn't completely crush his opponent in speed. His eyes trembled and he immediately changed his strategy. He summoned thousands of dead spirit butterflies and crazily pounced towards his opponent. Countless silver butterflies wrapped that person in white into a shiny silvery humanoid cocoon. However, it probably wouldn't be able to last for long. Just as Hua Qing was about to pull Xie Lian up, he heard those silver butterflies shriek and explode into thousands of sparkling silver powder. Seeing the slight change in Hua Qing's expression, Xie Lian knew that the situation was probably not good for him to destroy so many dead spirit butterflies at once. After exploding the dead spirit butterflies, the person in white hid behind the silver powder that was scattered all over the sky. He suddenly stretched out his new hand and once again dug towards Hua Qing's right eye. This time, it was Xie Lian's turn to pull out his heart and slash down. This slash didn't just cut off that person's arm, it almost cut off half of his body. Taking this opportunity, Hua Qing said, "Your Highness, let's go." Xie Lian also knew that he couldn't continue fighting, so he stopped while he was ahead. The two of them rushed out of the stone cave together and sprinted in the pitch-black cave without any obstruction. Xie Lian said while running, "It's him. He really didn't die." Hua Qing was leading the way, so his speed was faster, but he was also calmer. Along the way, he set up layers of obstacles with the butterfly formation and cocoon silk. He said, "It might not be the original one." Xie Lian stopped in his tracks and hugged his head slightly. He said, "No. I can feel it, it must be the original one." Not only did he not die, but he also became stronger. Something made him reborn. Otherwise, how could he directly transform into Feng Xian and Mu Qing's appearance? It's very difficult to impersonate an ascended heavenly judge. It's almost impossible to make their fake skin. Hearing that his tone was a little off, Hua Qing also stopped in his tracks and turned around to pull him. He said, "Your Highness. Don't be afraid. It might not be that he became stronger. There's another possibility, which is that he is very familiar with Feng Xian and Mu Qing. That's why he could make their fake skin." This person, you must be. Before he finished speaking, Xiao Lian's gaze fell on the hand that Hua Cheng was holding on to. Seeing this, Hua Cheng's words and expression froze. He restrained his expression, retracted his hand, and put it behind his back. He turned around and continued to walk forward. Xiao Lian didn't follow. He said, "San Lang." Hua Cheng's figure stiffened and he stopped in his tracks. However, he didn't turn around. He only responded, "Your Highness." His voice sounded relatively calm. Xiao Lian stood behind him and said, "Just now, a lot of things happened." Everyone was a little flustered. Hua Cheng said, Xiao Lian continued, "Although we're still very flustered right now, I still want to take this opportunity to ask you a question. I ask that you answer me truthfully and seriously." Hua Cheng said, "Okay." Xiao Lian solemnly said, "Who is the noble person of golden branch and jade leaf?" Hua Cheng's finger, which was tied with the red knot, twitched unnoticeably twice. After remaining silent for a while, he slowly said, "Since your Highness already knows, why ask again?" Xiao Lian nodded and said, "So that's how it is. I didn't wrongly accuse you. It really is like that." Hua Cheng didn't say a word. After pausing for a moment, Xiao Lian said in a flat tone, Don't you want to know what I think about this?" Hua Cheng slightly tilted his head. It seemed like he wanted to turn his head, but it seemed like he still didn't dare to look Xiao Lian in the eye. He only revealed the two bright red streaks of blood on his face as he said, "Your Highness, can you not tell me?" His voice was hoarse. Xiao Lian said, "I'm sorry. This matter, if I don't explain it clearly, it won't do." Hua Cheng didn't need to breathe, but after hearing this sentence, he still took in a deep breath. Although his face was extremely pale, he still smiled and said in a rather gentlemanly manner, "That's right. That's fine too." Like a prisoner on death row waiting to be sentenced, he closed his eyes. Who knew that not long after he closed his eyes, those eyes would suddenly open again. Behind him, a pair of hands suddenly wrapped around him and hugged him tightly. Xiao Lian buried his face behind Hua Cheng's back and also didn't say a word. Although he didn't say anything, it was enough. After a long time, Xiao Lian felt the person he was hugging turn around. Turning from guest to host, the person tightly hugged him. Chapter 178. At this moment, there was another explosion in the depths of the cave behind the two of them. In the distance, a white light cut through the darkness and the screams of silver butterflies could be heard. The two of them looked up, their expressions changing slightly. Xiao Lian let go of Hua Cheng's sleeve and said, "We'll talk about it later." Thus, the two of them continued forward. However, this time, there was an extra action of holding the other's hand tightly. Xiao Lian's face was still hot. He forced himself to be calm and said as if nothing had happened. "San Lang, how did you find out that Feng Xian and Mu Qing were fakes? How are the real ones now?" Hua Cheng's state was similar to his. He said, "I left two dead spirit butterflies to guard those two pieces of trash. How could there be two more? Your Highness, don't worry. They're very good. They won't die." Xiao Lian said, "We have to release Feng Xian and Mu Qing from the cocoons first. Otherwise, if they run into them and can't fight back, it'll be bad." Hua Cheng said, "This way. Follow me." The myriad gods' cave was indeed his territory, even if there were 5 or 6 forks at the intersection. Even if there were 5 or 6 paths at one intersection, he could immediately and accurately determine which path to take. In the distance, he heard the two of them criticizing each other again. "Why did you let His Highness run? Now, he took him away. If he didn't run, were he going to stay here and wait to be killed? What? You just want him to lure Hua Cheng away, right?" Xiao Lian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The two large white cocoons on the wall were biting and cursing at each other. When they saw him return, they were so shocked that they forgot to spit out the white silk in their mouths. How did you escape? Xiao Lian's bamboo hat was still on the ground. He hurriedly picked it up and carried it on his back. The heavy white silk let go of the two people and retreated into the darkness. Feng Xian and Mu Qing were beaten black and blue. When they landed, they saw Hua Cheng walk out from the darkness behind Xiao Lian. They probably felt that they were going to be beaten again and things were going to be troublesome. Their faces twitched. Feng Xian was about to grab Xiao Lian's arm and pull him back when Xiao Lian grabbed Hua Cheng first. Feng Xian. Your Highness. Hua Cheng was already leading the way. Brother, this way. How could the two of them dare to follow him? Feng Xian asked, Your Highness, why are you still with him? Mu Qing said, I told you he was bewitched and lost his mind, right? Xiao Lian didn't clash with them. He just gently but firmly pulled Hua Cheng back and said, There's no time to explain. In any case, let's go first. There's an enemy behind us. Hua Cheng's eyes flickered as he was pulled back by him. After a while, he smiled and said, I suggest you guys cut the crap and just follow me. I'm in a good mood, so I won't argue with you for now. Seeing this, the two of them had expressions of disbelief and speechlessness. With their train of thought, they couldn't figure out how Xiao Lian could still walk with such a terrifying person who had been spying on him for more than 800 years, and whose mind was filled with unspeakable thoughts all day long. That was simply playing with fire. Mu Qing was dubious. Finally, he chose another important point and asked, You said there's an enemy? The Myriad God Cave was his territory. What enemies could there be? The wound on his face was inflicted by the enemy. There aren't many people in this world who can injure the blood rain Tanhua. Xiao Lian said, It's by Wuxia. Hearing this name, Feng Xian and Mu Qing's expressions changed. Without saying another word, they followed Xiao Lian and left. That was because they knew all too well that Xiao Lian could use anything as a joke or a scam. Only this person would never do such a thing. He definitely wouldn't make a mistake. Just a moment ago, this group of people had been fighting until their heads were bleeding. Yet now, they were running together. Mu Qing said, What exactly happened? Xiao Lian told them about how the man in white had transformed into the two of them. The two of them were extremely shocked. Transformed into our appearance? How is that possible? Xiao Lian said, It's absolutely true. Although I was in a hurry and didn't get a good look, at first glance, I knew it was the two of you. Feng Xian was stunned. But why is Bai Wuxiang still in this world? Wasn't he killed by the emperor? Mu Qing said, Even if you think about it, this kind of thing is so easy to kill. Perhaps he was killed back then, but when the opportunity arises, he can still rise from the ashes. Xiao Lian thought of something and turned to Hua Cheng. San Lang. Previously, not long after we entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain, you suddenly woke up from your slumber and urged us to immediately avoid something. The person you sensed at that time was him, right? Hua Cheng nodded slightly. It was him. Xiao Lian muttered, as expected. Later on, he chose the fork in the west. The one who killed thousands of demons and ghosts in the east was also him. He was reborn, but he was still a little weak. He needed to kill the demons and ghosts that entered Bronze Cauldron Mountain as a stepping stone for him to accumulate spiritual energy. Now, he has recovered and is probably even stronger. After all, that was the world's first desperate ghost king. As they spoke, Mu Qing realized something was wrong. Your Highness, do you know where he is taking us? We don't seem to be on the way out. Hua Qing said, Of course this isn't the way out, because we can't get out now. Feng Xian was shocked. What? Isn't this cave your territory? Don't tell me you're also lost. Xiao Lian said, of course not. Hua Qing said, because Bai Wuxiang is currently blocking the only way out of this cave. If you think you can beat him in your current state, then don't follow me. I definitely won't stop you. Please. After all, Feng Xian and Mu Qing were from Xianlu Kingdom. Just like Xiao Yan, they had an indelible shadow over that thing. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they definitely didn't want to go against him. Feng Xian looked up at the top of the cave and said, "Can we directly punch through the top of the cave?" Hua Qing sneered. "Above us is a snowy mountain. Do you want another avalanche?" Unfortunately, the Earth Master shovel was left behind for emergencies and they didn't bring it. They also didn't study how to use it. Otherwise, they would be able to silently dig their way out. Feng Xian asked, "Then why are we randomly walking around?" Xiao Yan said, "As long as we randomly walk around, he will catch up and leave the only way out. At that time, the others will be able to take the opportunity to leave." Mu Qing said sensitively, "Wait, the others? You mean we should split into two? One will be bait to lure him away, and the other will escape." Xiao Yan said, "Exactly. We must inform the Emperor of Bai Wuxiang's reappearance. After you guys leave, think of a way to bring this news to the heavenly court." Mu Qing interrupted him. "Wait a bit. You've already decided who will be bait and who will leave?" Xiao Yan shook his head and said, "It's not my decision. It's Bai Wuxiang's decision." Mu Qing understood and didn't say anything. Choosing who to chase and attack really wasn't up to them to decide. If they had to choose who Bai Wuxiang would be most interested in chasing and attacking, then it would definitely be Xiao Yan. Feng Xian said without hesitation, "I'll stay behind and help you deal with him." In the past, if anything happened, Mu Qing would definitely be the one Xiao Yan sent back to report, while Feng Xian would definitely be the one to stay behind and assist him. Right now, it seemed like this scene was about to reappear. Xiao Yan looked at Hua Qing and said, "Many thanks. However, there's no need. San Lang will stay behind." Feng Xian blurted out, "How can he stay behind?" "He." Hua Qing's brows slightly trembled. Xiao Yan said, "He can. I trust him." His tone was gentle, but his attitude was incomparably firm. Feng Xian couldn't help but be startled. He said, "Your Highness." Xiao Yan patted his shoulder and said, "You guys go together. Bronze Cauldron Mountain has already closed its doors. It's hard to say whether or not you can break out. Moreover, aren't you still looking for Lan Yi and her son?" After being reminded, Feng Xian's face turned ashen. A necromancer butterfly flew out from the totem on Hua Qing's wrist. Hua Qing said, "Follow it." The two people looked at Hua Qing, then looked at Xiao Yan. Finally, Mu Qing threw down a sentence, "You guys pay attention." Then he turned around and followed the silver butterfly into another tunnel. A short while later, Feng Xian also followed. The four people split up at this fork. Xiao Yan had just watched their backs disappear when another burst of explosions came from the distance. The remaining two people looked at each other. Hua Qing said in a low voice, "They're coming." Xiao Yan said, "Take me with you." Sure enough, that white-clothed person was heading straight for Xiao Yan. Along the way, Hua Qing continuously set up necromancer butterfly formations to form obstacles. He ensured that the white-clothed person would always be a certain distance away from them. At the same time, he monitored the situation on several different paths. Every time he heard the sound of explosions and the shrill cries of the necromancer butterflies, his expression would become a bit more serious. Xiao Yan also felt a slight pain in his heart when he heard it. After many twists and turns, they finally arrived at a cave. He couldn't help but say, "We actually lost so many silver butterflies." Although those necromancer butterflies didn't have a good reputation outside, in Xiao Yan's eyes, they were just cute and obedient little monsters. To launch such a suicidal attack just to stop the enemy's footsteps for a moment, Xie Lian couldn't help but feel his heart ache. Hua Qing sneered. His gaze seemed to penetrate the layers of rock walls as he said in a low voice, "Don't worry. If he kills one, I'll create 10 more. Like a storm, I'll never stop. Let's see who will be the first to give up." Xie Lian's heart inexplicably moved as he thought. Not good, not good. Although this expression of Hua Cheng's was inadvertently revealed, Xie Lian really couldn't handle this kind of ruthless and rebellious self-confidence. After a while, Hua Cheng slowed down his footsteps. As if he had received some sort of signal, he said to Xie Lian, "I've lured him away. Those two are about to leave." Xie Lian said, "Excellent. We can slowly think of a way." Hua Qing said, "MHM. There's no need to rush. We've already thrown him off by quite a distance. Right now, we can first hide here and think of a countermeasure." Who knew, all of a sudden, the atmosphere between the two of them would become a bit awkward. It wasn't the kind of awkwardness that came from losing face. It was just an inexplicable feeling of embarrassment. Originally, the thing behind them was chasing closely, and there was also Feng Xian and Mu Qing present, so this kind of feeling wasn't obvious. Although he had just said, "We'll talk about it later," now that he had caught his breath, it was already later. Thus, he didn't know what to say. Xie Lian lightly coughed twice and scratched his cheek with a finger. He felt that his posture wasn't quite right. He wanted to speak, but he was worried that it would be inappropriate, too senseless, or too deliberate. Thus, he could only hope that Hua Cheng would speak first. However, Hua Cheng's face was taut, as if he was seriously thinking of a countermeasure. However, it was hard to say if he was really thinking, because the hands behind his back seemed to be trembling slightly. At this time, the two of them passed by a statue of a deity. Most of the deity statues in the cave of 10,000 deities were the same size as real people. The craftsmanship of this statue was rather crude, and it had shrunk by half. As Xie Lian passed by, he casually took off the veil covering its head. His eyes brightened as he said, "San Lang, did you make this too?" Hua Cheng looked at it and fell silent. After a while, he said, "It's a shoddy work from my early years." "Brother, stop looking." This was definitely the truth. This was because this statue of a deity was made to be extremely ugly. Although it could be seen that the sculptor had done his best to restore the perfect image in his heart, the craftsmanship was limited and unsatisfactory. Although it couldn't be said that the nose and eyes were crooked, it could be said that this little statue's head and body were out of place. Even so, the sculptor had meticulously completed all the details. Because of this, Xie Lian could see that this was a statue of the crown prince. Even his pair of red coral pearl earrings were lit. Xie Lian silently covered his mouth and turned his head. In order to appear as natural as possible, he even rubbed his face. Hua Qing was speechless and once again said, "Your Highness, stop looking." As he spoke, he was about to put the veil back on. Xie Lian hurriedly said, "Don't misunderstand. I really think it's very cute." But thinking about it, wasn't Hua Qing sculpting him? If he praised this thing as cute, wouldn't that be the same as praising himself as cute? Lying through his teeth, Xie Lian couldn't help but laugh out loud. Seeing this, Hua Qing also lowered his head and smiled. Just like that, when both of them laughed, the indescribably awkward atmosphere that made people feel anxious was diluted by a lot. As they continued to walk forward, they passed by another reclining statue. It was lying on a stone bed, but its entire body was covered by a layer of smoke-like white gauze. Xie Lian was extremely curious. Just as he was about to lift the white gauze covering the statue to take a look, Hua Qing suddenly grabbed his wrist and said, "Your Highness." Ever since they entered the Myriad God's cave, Hua Qing had been calling him "Your Highness" most of the time. Xie Lian looked at him, and Hua Qing once again let go of the hand that was tightly grabbing him. He still looked a little uncomfortable. Xiao Yan said, I already know that this is my statue of a deity. Can I still not look at it? Hua Qing said, if older brother wants to see the statue of a deity, I've sculpted the best one that you haven't seen yet. I'll show it to you later. You don't have to look at the ones in this cave. Xiao Yan was puzzled. Why? I feel that all the deity statues in the Myriad Gods cave are very well sculpted by you, really very well. If I can't see them, I'll feel that it's a pity. Speaking of which, those murals. Unexpectedly, Hua Qing immediately said, I'll go destroy them. Seeing that he was actually going to leave, Xiao Yan hurriedly pulled him back. Don't. Why do you have to destroy them? Just because I've seen them? Fine. I'll tell you the truth. In reality, I've only seen a little bit. It's just the parts about the Upper Yuan sacrifice, the journey to the heavens, and the army camp. I haven't seen a lot of them because Feng Xian and Mu Qin didn't let me see them. That's why I have no idea what you've painted. Don't go and destroy them. Only then did Hua Qing turn around and ask, really? Xiao Yan pulled him back and said with extreme sincerity, really? If you don't want me to see them, then I won't. Hua Qing seemed to faintly breathe a sigh of relief. Smiling, he said, there's nothing to see. Whatever you want to see, just let me paint it. Chapter 180. His head tilted to the side. He seemed to have lost consciousness. When he saw that it was Lang Ying, Xiao Yan subconsciously wanted to save her, but he quickly stopped in his tracks and reacted. Just now, there was clearly only Bai Wuxiang here. How did Lang Ying suddenly appear? Seeing that the originally pure and holy crown Prince Yushan statue had been tarnished by the pattering of blood, Hua Qing was clearly very angry. His face was filled with anger. The scimitar misfortune in his hand overflowed with cold air. He said word by word, get down here. The tilted head of Lang Ying finally came back. He opened his eyes and slowly pulled himself off the sword. He landed on the ground. Just now, after he shattered the wave of silver butterflies that surrounded him, he took advantage of the flashing silver light. He hid under the white gauze of the statue. He turned into Lang Ying's appearance. Since he could turn into Lang Ying's appearance, then he must have seen Lang Ying somewhere. Xiao Yan asked, where's the real Lang Ying? Hua Qing said, maybe, there's no such thing as the real Lang Ying. If, from the beginning, Lang Ying didn't exist, it was just that Bai Wuxiang hadn't fully recovered. Then things would be easy to explain. However, Xiao Yan thought of Miss Littling who had died on Mount Yujun. He would rather this theory not work. He quickly thought of another possibility and slowly said, or maybe, he ate Lang Ying. The body of Lang Ying, in front of him was gradually growing longer and taller. The bandages on his face slowly fell off, revealing the sad and happy face inside. Hearing this, he slightly raised his head and seemed to be smiling. You guessed right. As expected. After Bai Wuxiang was scattered by Jun Wu, he left behind a remnant soul to wander the world. It was unknown how long he had drifted, but it was also unknown when he found Lang Ying, who was also a ghost. He must have used some method to bewitch or deceive Lang Ying, making her agree to let him live in her body. Otherwise, with his remnant weak soul, he might not have been able to swallow Lang Ying. And after he stuck to Lang Ying's body, he slowly recovered. The final result was what Xiao Yan and Hua Qing saw. Ghost ate ghost, and Bai Wuxiang instead ate Lang Ying, his host. Just like He Xian ate the true immortal, Lang Ying became his vassal. Before long, Lang Ying had completely transformed into Bai Wuxiang's appearance. Hua Qing stared at him and asked, why did Lang Ying agree to let you borrow his spiritual body? It should be noted that this kind of thing was similar to a stranger asking to open your door and let me in to eat and sleep with you. In any case, Lang Ying was a ghost that had lived for hundreds of years. Although she was timid, she was not stupid to this extent. Bai Wuxiang said gently, "Of course I can answer you. However, are you sure that the person beside you wants me to say it here?" Hua Cheng looked to the side. Xiao Lian's expression was slightly strange. He actually didn't notice his gaze at all. Bai Wuxiang continued, "Surnamed Lang, Yonghan, human face plague. Why did you agree to let me eat him? Don't tell me you still don't understand why." In a split second, Xiao Lian's face paled. The veins on the back of his hand bulged as he slashed out with his sword, shouting, "Shut up." Bai Wuxiang dodged to the side. Dang! That sword actually broke the long sword held in the hand of his own idol. Now, the Crown Prince's idol, the Crown Prince's sword became a broken sword, and the idol also became a damaged artifact. Xiao Lian immediately came back to his senses. It was as if he had been splashed with a bucket of cold water. The dead spirit butterflies seemed to be infuriated and swarmed over. Bai Wuxiang let out a string of lukewarm laughter and calmly covered his face with his sleeves. He no longer bothered them and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Xiao Lian looked at the broken stone sword on the ground and subconsciously said to Hua Cheng, "I'm sorry." Hua Cheng interrupted him, "Isn't it funny that His Highness is apologizing to me? So what if he leaves?" Xiao Lian calmed down a bit and said, "Did he escape? We can't let him enter the copper furnace." The two chased out of Wanshan Cave and climbed up the snowy mountain again. Just as they poked their heads out, they felt the earth shake. Looking up, they saw an avalanche that was even worse than before. It was as if something buried under the snow had awakened and was roaring in anger, wanting to shake off the 1,000 years of snow on its body. Xiao Lian said, "Can we still go up?" Hua Cheng tightly grabbed Xiao Lian's hand and said, "Just follow me." The two of them went against the avalanche of ice and snow. Although it was extremely difficult and dangerous, they had to take 3 steps back for every step they took. However, they still managed to avoid the most violent avalanche and the countless pits in the ground. Finally, they climbed to the highest point. Xiao Lian didn't know how many layers of ice there were at the top of the mountain. Xiao Lian felt that if he walked a bit faster, he would slip. However, Hua Cheng held his hand and steadily walked, completely fearless. The two of them arrived at the mouth of the volcano. The mouth of the mountain was like a giant mouth that roared towards the sky. It was very spectacular. Looking down, it was pitch black. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but the deepest part of the mountain emitted a frightening red light. Xiao Lian inexplicably felt his heart palpitate. He pressed down on the bamboo hat on his head to prevent it from being blown away by the wind and snow. He said, "Has he already gone in?" Hua Cheng only took a glance before his expression froze. He said, "He's already gone in." "Why do you say so?" "The copper furnace is currently closing." Xiao Lian was shocked and caught unprepared. "What's going on? It's closing so quickly. Aren't there supposed to be a few ghosts inside to start killing each other?" Hua Cheng said, "That's under normal circumstances. However, if the copper furnace believes that the person who enters has great potential to break through, and that ghost asks it to seal the mountain, then it will also seal the mountain." After pausing for a moment, he continued, "That's what I did back then." Xiao Lian said, "Is he really dead or not? If a ghost king that has already died, what will happen if he enters the copper furnace again?" Hua Cheng said, "It's the same as a heavenly priest who has already ascended and wants to experience the heavenly tribulation again. In other words, the strong will become even stronger." If Bai Wuxiang was allowed to break through this barrier, the consequences would be unimaginable. And once he broke through the copper furnace and left the mountain, the first person he would look for would definitely be Xiao Lian. Xiao Lian stared at the bottomless abyss for a long time before he slowly said, "San Lang, I might have to go down and settle things." Hua Cheng calmly said, "Go down. I'll accompany you." Xiao Yan raised his head to look at him. Hua Qing also raised his head and met his gaze. Raising an eyebrow, he smiled and said, "It's nothing more than going down to kill someone who's in the way and breaking through the copper furnace again. It doesn't seem to be anything difficult." Seeing him so relaxed, Xiao Yan's originally tense mood couldn't help but relax a little. He smiled slightly. Then, Hua Qing said, "However, there's one thing." Xiao Yan, ? He slightly tilted his head, and Hua Qing suddenly wrapped one hand around his waist and pulled him into his embrace. His other hand gently lifted his chin and kissed his lips. In the wind and snow, they kissed for a long time before their lips slowly separated. Xiao Yan was stunned for a long time. Finally, he quivered and woke up. His face flushed red, he opened his eyes and said, Why so sudden?" Although it wasn't the first time they had done this kind of thing, they had previously used such high-sounding excuses as borrowing mana, transferring chi, being careless, and so on. But now that some things had been brought up, these excuses had been exposed for their hypocrisy. The significance of this matter was no small matter. He simply didn't know where to put his hand. Should he grab Hua Cheng's arm, or push Hua Cheng's chest, or cover Hua Cheng's face? Hua Cheng seemed to be slightly panting beside his ear. He said in a low voice, "I will first lend some mana to your highness in case you need it. Will you accept it?" Xiao Yan unconsciously gulped and stammered, This is just a little, it seems too much." "I haven't paid back the previous debt," Hua Qing said, "not much. Don't worry. You can slowly pay it back when you have time. It will be paid back eventually." Xiao Yan randomly grunted a few times. Just as he was about to flee, Hua Qing pulled him back again and reminded him, "Your Highness. Where are you running to? The direction is wrong." Only then did Xiao Yan realize that he was actually running back. He immediately walked back, but his feet slipped on the ice. He hurriedly pressed down on the bamboo hat and said, No. I'm just a little cold. I want to turn a few rounds to warm up." He put on the bamboo hat again and again. Finally, he grabbed Hua Cheng's hand and held it tightly. The two of them stood side by side and looked down at the huge abyss below. Hua Qing said in a casual tone, "After we're done, I'll show my brother the statue of God that I'm most satisfied with." Xiao Yan said, "Okay." After he finished speaking, the two of them jumped down together. The howling wind blew past their ears and the powerful impact was like a huge wave hitting their faces. However, the two of them didn't let go of each other's hands. Instead, they held each other even tighter. Who knew that in midair, Xiao Yan's hand would suddenly grab empty air? It wasn't that his hand slipped or that Hua Qing shook it off. Instead, the hand that was holding his palm suddenly disappeared. It didn't have a physical body. Xiao Yan's heart tightened and he shouted, "San Lang." He was currently falling at high speed. He had just shouted a moment ago, but in the next moment, that voice was over a dozen feet above his head. It sounded unreal. After an unknown amount of time, Xiao Yan finally landed steadily. He immediately stood up and said, "San Lang." No one answered. Only the echoes of emptiness told him that at this moment, he was in a vast and spacious space. All around him was pitch-black darkness. Only above him could be seen. Xiao Yan looked up. Above him, there was a snow-white curtain of the sky that was gradually shrinking. That was the mouth of the volcano of the copper furnace. It was slowly closing up. However, where did Hua Qing go? With a boom, Xiao Yan held up a flame in his palm. He wanted to see what the situation below was like. However, the darkness was unfathomable. This flame couldn't illuminate anything at all. It was as if the flame was indifferently absorbed by the darkness. Furthermore, he wasn't careful and didn't control his mana well. The flame was too strong, almost burning his hair. He hurriedly threw the flame to one side. Coincidentally, the flame just happened to reflect a faint white silhouette not too far away. Xiao Yan immediately became extremely vigilant and said, "Who is it?" That white silhouette turned around and answered in a calm voice, "You know who I am." Although he answered, the muscles on that person's face didn't move in the slightest. That was because that wasn't a human face at all. Rather, it was a half-crying, half-smiling mask. Xiao Yan blurted out, "San Lang." As soon as he saw that face, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end and a chill run down his spine. However, he wasn't shouting because he was scared, but because he was worried. Naturally, there was still no response. That sad and happy face moved closer to him and said, "There's no need to shout. The copper furnace has already been sealed. There's only you and me here. There's no third person." Xiao Yan subconsciously looked up at the sky again. Before, there was still a small piece of the snow-white curtain of the sky. But now, that small piece of light had been completely swallowed by the surrounding darkness. This also meant that the copper furnace had truly been sealed off. Xiao Yan never expected that the current situation would turn out like this. He and Bai Wuxiang, the two of them, were locked inside the copper furnace. The two of them? Why was it the two of them? Xiao Yan gripped Maiden Heart in his hand and pointed his sword at that white silhouette. He said, "What the hell is going on? Is this your doing again? Where is he? Where is he now?" Bai Wuxiang used one hand to clamp the blade of Maiden Heart's sword with 2 fingers. His other hand flicked the edge of the sword. With a crisp, "Dang," he said, "Gone." Xiao Yan saw this action and his gaze turned slightly cold. His joints crackled as he said, "Speak clearly. What do you mean by gone?" Bai Wuxiang unhurriedly said, "I don't want to follow you anymore." "Gone. Dead. Choose one." Xiao Yan's heart went cold at first. Then, a wave of rage surged up and he slashed out with his sword. "Don't talk nonsense." Bai Wuxiang once again easily caught the blade. He said, "Fine, fine. I was indeed talking nonsense. Don't worry, he's already been sent outside the copper furnace. Even if he rushed over now, he wouldn't make it in time." Xiao Yan wasn't afraid of not being able to make it in time. As long as Hua Cheng was fine, everything was fine. He secretly let out a sigh of relief. Bai Wuxiang continued, "However, it's better if he doesn't come in. Otherwise, even if he doesn't have that idea now, once he sees you later, it's hard to say if he'll still want to follow you." Xiao Yan couldn't bear it any longer. He slashed out again and shouted, "Shut up." Bai Wuxiang calmly dodged every one of his attacks. Xiao Yan angrily said, "I've had enough of you. What do you want? What do you want? How long do you want to pester me? Why haven't you died yet? Why did you come to the copper furnace?" Bai Wuxiang said, "Because of you." Xiao Yan's movements paused for a moment. He gasped for breath and said, "What do you mean?" Bai Wuxiang calmly replied, "Because you came, so I also came." Hearing this answer, Xiao Yan's face somewhat distorted. However, no matter how angry he was, no matter how heavy his killing intent was, Bai Wuxiang always seemed to be able to predict what his next attack would be, dodging it by a hair's breadth. The more Xiao Yan used his sword, the more he understood a cruel fact. He couldn't win. Yes. As if he could see through his heart, Bai Wuxiang said, "You can't win." As soon as he finished speaking, his hand chopped down on Xiao Yan's wrist. A wave of pain spread through his entire body. Xiao Yan couldn't help but let go of his sword. Then, Bai Wuxiang grabbed his hair and ruthlessly smashed him into the ground. His ears buzzed, his nose and mouth reeked of blood, and his brain shook without end. After a while, Xiao Yan felt a hand lift his head from the broken ground. A voice said from above, "Pitiful, pitiful." Xiao Yen choked out a mouthful of blood. His vision was blurred by the blood and darkness. Bai Wuxiang said, "Every time I see your highness, Crown Prince, you're always like this. It makes my heart ache, but it also makes me happy." Xiao Yen bit down on the blood in his mouth, not letting it come out. In a hoarse voice, he said, "Don't be too pleased with yourself. Right now, I can't win against you, but there's someone who can. Even if you can leave the copper furnace, it's not necessarily impossible for Junwu to kill you again." Moreover, there was still Flower City. Unexpectedly, Bai Wuxiang said, "Who said the one who came out of the copper furnace would be me?" Hearing this, Xiao Yen froze. It wasn't him. If it wasn't him, then who could it be? Bai Wuxiang lifted his face and looked him in the eye. In a warm voice, he said, "Your Highness, I think, you might have misunderstood. In this copper furnace, there will indeed be someone who will leave. However, it won't be me. It will be you." Xiao Yen was extremely shocked. "What did you say? I'm not." Before he could finish speaking, he came back to his senses and broke out in a cold sweat. Bai Wuxiang said, "Precisely so. Congratulations, you've finally understood my true goal. Isn't this the third option that you like the most?" Right now, inside the copper furnace, there was only a ghost and a heavenly official. From the looks of it, there were only two options. Either Bai Wuxiang killed him and then broke out of the copper furnace, or the two of them couldn't even think about leaving and would be locked inside the copper furnace forever. However, in reality, there was still a third option. As long as Xiao Yen immediately committed suicide here, transforming into a ghost and killing Bai Wuxiang, he could immediately become a Jew and break out of the copper furnace. With great difficulty, Xiao Yen recovered from his shock and said, "In the end, what do you want to do? You don't need to think about it. Why do you want to do this? Just to make me become a Jew? I'm not as crazy as you. Even if you want me to kill you, I can't win against you. If you deliberately lose to me, the copper furnace may not admit it." Bai Wuxiang said, "Is that so? You can't win against me?" "That's not necessarily true." As he said this, he stretched out his other hand. With the light of the fire not far away, Xiao Yen could clearly see that a mask had appeared in that hand. It was exactly the same as the one on Bai Wuxiang's face. Bai Wuxiang said, "Remember this joy and sorrow mask? It suits you very well." Xiao Yen's eyes widened. Like a tide of insects, fear crawled up his heart. He forced himself to say, "Take it away, take it away. Take it away." Bai Wuxiang laughed and said, "It seems that your highness' memory isn't too good. Since that's the case, let me help you think, okay? You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.